music, religion, sports. Eclipse glasses. And when you look up today with your eclipse glasses, all the ways that the sun impacts us. I hope you're going to remember all the ways that the sun impacts us. Studying our closest star. NASA will never stop studying our closest star for the benefit of all of us, terrestrial beings here on planet Earth.
Thank you, Administrator Nelson. So, Michael, we've been getting a lot of questions on social media. Shall we dive in?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So, I have a question here from Priyesh Patel on YouTube, and they ask, do events like eclipses occur in a similar pattern geographically?
Oh, absolutely. Geographically, we get the same sort of shape of an eclipse that will move slightly northward in its progression. So this is called the Saros cycle. And every 18 years or so, there's a repeated pattern of an eclipse, and the pattern itself repeats a little bit further north each time. And so we get these overlapping patterns that are exactly the same over time.
Amazing. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's really surprising. Okay, and before I go on to my second question, I just want to mention that in the telescope view now, we are seeing a partial eclipse and a lot of bite out of the sun.
Oh yeah, it's getting a bit bigger. We're not quite to 50% yet, but yeah, it is getting there. It's pretty exciting.
That's so exciting. Okay, so the second question I have is Sammy Connor on YouTube, and they ask, how does the Ring of Fire eclipse affect the light from the sun reaching Earth?
Ooh, that's a fantastic question, because this has something to do with the science that we can do with eclipses as well. So as the sun gets blocked by the moon progressively, there are parts of the sun, active regions specifically, that will be blocked, and the light from the active regions won't be able to hit the Earth's atmosphere. So we can actually study the effects. We can actually study these effects. We'll hear a little bit more about this later in the program.
Amazing. Okay, so a third question is, one of our viewers on YouTube asks, how do eclipse glasses work?
Ooh, that's a great question.
So these things.
Yeah, we have eclipse glasses. Okay, so you see the lenses right here. This is a mylar film, and the coating on it blocks over 99% of the white light that comes here. Not only that, but it also blocks infrared and ultraviolet light, so it keeps your entire eye safe. So it's really that coating that keeps us safe from the powerful sun's light.
I'm glad.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Of course.
So remember, wherever you're watching in the show, ask a question in the comments below using the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll be answering more later today. So now let's head back to Tahira and Gina in Kerrville, Texas.
Thank you, Joy and Michael. The weather looks great in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
It does, yeah.
So, folks, if you're just joining us, we're following the 2023 Annular Solar Eclipse as it sweeps across the Americas. Now, coming up soon, James at our Eclipse desk will be plugging us into our very first views of annularity taking place in Eugene, Oregon. Now, Gina, as we anticipate this beginning first moment, can you walk us through what exactly is happening when an annularity takes place?
Sure. So when the annularity is taking place, that's when the moon is going to be in front of the sun. Now, for the annular eclipse, it's not going to completely block the sun, so we'll have that ring of fire that we get to see in the sky. And if you take a look at that live feed from the telescope that we're seeing right now in Kerrville, we already have a bite taken out of the sun from our perspective as well.
Wow, and so that's just going to pass directly over, but not fully cover it.
Exactly. We'll still have that ring peeking out.
Beautiful. And I mean, we're seeing something, but will anything else happen? Like, will we feel anything?
Yeah, so that's the fun thing about these solar eclipses is the fact that there will be environmental changes. So we'll feel that temperature drop, maybe a change in humidity and wind as well, but also nature will respond. So check out, how it feels around you. The birds will nest and go back to their trees. The crickets will come out, starting to chirp. It'll feel kind of dramatic when this happens too.
Can't wait to feel that with you today. And folks,
great.
I mean, it's not just us here on Earth plugged into today's action. Emily Ferfaro with NASA Communications had a chance to chat with two astronauts aboard the International Space Station to learn more about the sun from their unique perspective off our planet.
Jasmine, Satoshi, this is so exciting to be talking with you. This is the coolest thing that I've ever done. As you know, all eyes are going to be on the sun on October 14th as we experience an annular solar eclipse. And so I'm wondering, have either of you ever seen a solar eclipse of any kind?
Emily, actually, coincidentally, my very first day at NASA was August 21st, 2017, which was an incredible solar eclipse. All my classmates and I got to go outside and stare up with everyone. Pretty much everyone else at NASA was outside in those moments looking at the solar eclipse. So that's something I'll always remember.
Wow, oh my gosh, what an incredible first day that must have been. Solar eclipse events provide scientists with a unique opportunity to study the sun in different ways. So with that, I'm wondering, how do you study space weather and impacts from the sun on the International Space Station?
Well, Emily, from the International Space Station, we have a really unique vantage point looking back at the Earth. But also there are several experiments actually mounted right outside here on the Japanese experiment facility outside of the GEM module.
Regarding the space weather, specifically from solar flare activities point of view, a specialists on the ground kindly observe it continuously, and when there is a big solar flare, they notifies it of us, and we move to a relatively safe place on the International Space Station.
Wow, I am so glad that you're well protected up there on the International Space Station. I want to touch back on the annular solar eclipse. This celestial event kickstarts NASA's Heliophysics Big Year, which is a global celebration of sun science and a year where we're inviting the public to do as many sun-related activities as possible. And so I'm wondering, what is your favorite thing about the sun?
Well, Emily, for me, I don't particularly like the dark, and I don't particularly like being cold. So I'm a big fan of the light and the warmth the sun brings. We wouldn't be the planet we are without the sun.
Yeah, Emily, I echo Jaws, and I like the brightness and the warmth of the sun, and I'm looking forward to the next solar eclipse.
That reminds me of something that my friends in heliophysics say, which is that the sun touches everything. With that, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me today about the sun, and I hope that you both have a great view of the eclipse wherever you might be, and good luck with the rest of your mission.
Thanks so much, Emily. Have a good one.
Station, this is Houston ACR. Thank you.
I mean, how cool is that? Can you imagine seeing the shadow of an eclipse on Earth from space? It would just have to be incredible. Now, folks, the crowd is growing here in Kerrville, Texas, as we inch closer to our moment to witness that Ring of Fire effect in person. Now, it's a good time to check in with James at our Eclipse desk. James, how are things looking on your end?
Hey, Tahir. Yeah, so we're still just a little bit away from the annularity here in Kerrville, Texas. Really cool to see the science going on in the International Space Station. Coincidentally, there's actually some really cool science going on just a little bit to the west of us in just a few moments in White Sands, New Mexico. And right now I'm actually joined by scientist Jamie Favors, who can walk us through exactly what we're about to see with this sounding rocket launch. Jamie, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, James.
Yeah, so is this your first annular eclipse?
It is, yeah, and first time launching rockets into an eclipse too, so.
Amazing, and we're about to have the first of 3 launches. I understand we're kind of timing these launches out to specific times here, right?
Yeah, so you're exactly right. So we'll have 3 launches during the eclipse, about 35 minutes before the peak. That'll be this first one, right in the middle of the peak, and then 35 minutes after the peak. Studying that upper atmosphere, the ionosphere, kind of see what are those impacts from the sun that really change, important features of the upper atmosphere that impact things like radio communications, satellite operations. Yeah.
And we just had a launch yesterday in Cape Canaveral, Florida, of our Psyche mission. That's going out into deep space, but these rockets, which just launched actually here,
Perfect.
this is just took off, so this is actually going to come back down afterwards.
That's right. So we're seeing first stage burnout here, about 6 seconds in. Blink out for a second, so the rocket's still moving along. There we see the rail, the pad that we just launched from. So as we're launching into space, we're going to start making measurements roughly about a minute into launch. So we're a few seconds in now. I bet we're getting pretty close to the second stage lighting off at this point to take us all the way into space. So roughly that 1 minute mark is where we start to do a lot of the science. Oh. The payload separates from the rocket. We have some deployables we'll release from that payload out at that point. We'll start moving that payload around in space so that it's starting to make good measurements. We have these booms or arms that come off of the payload, start making different measurements there of like magnetic structures, electric structures in the upper atmosphere, as well as temperature and density. One way to kind of think about this, what the shadow of the eclipse is doing in that upper atmosphere is it's creating these waves as all those temperature and density changes are occurring. So kind of think about it in the way of like a boat moving through the water.
Yeah.
We've all seen a boat move and you see the waves propagating out from it or moving away from the boat. That same thing is happening here with the eclipse and that shadow. So with those 3 rockets, we're launching one right before the boat moves through,
yeah, exactly.
one right in the middle of the boat coming by, and then one right after the boat moves through, or the eclipse shadow.
Sweet. And so we are just now a couple minutes away from actually getting annularity here in Kerrville, Texas. Our first view is actually going to be up in the Pacific Northwest, up in Eugene, Oregon. They are going to be experiencing this starting at around 9:17 local time. Jamie, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck for the next 2 launches.
Yeah, thank you so much, James.
Back to you, Tahira.
Wow, I mean, if the day wasn't exciting enough, now we've got a rocket launch in the mix. It's
so exciting.
It's incredible. And I mean, what a NASA broadcast, right? And so thank you, James and Jamie. Now, Gina, we have a lot of great questions rolling in from our viewers online. How do you feel about taking a few?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. So our first question is from Entertainment on Facebook, who asks, how often do eclipses happen?
Great question. Well, thank you for that. So there are actually eclipse seasons. And so we can get eclipses about 2 to 3 times a year. You might expect them to happen every time there's a new moon, but that's not the case because the orbit of the moon is tilted by about 5 degrees, which means sometimes the shadow is a little too high and it doesn't hit Earth, and sometimes a little too low. So we need those eclipse seasons as that sweet spot.
Okay, nice. And so I actually have a really great follow-up to that.
Okay.
Spectacular Science Podcast on YouTube asks, how do you predict solar eclipses then?
Okay, well, it's actually pretty straightforward how to calculate the eclipses because we have a good understanding of the moon's orbit. We have a good understanding of the Earth's orbit and how that whole system is connected. And so we kind of take the geometry and the inputs that we have, and we're able to pretty accurately predict those eclipses. And so these are things that we can look out decades in advance to understand when eclipses can occur.
Oh, cool. And so how often would an eclipse pass in the same city? Do you know?
Well, so for total solar eclipses, it's very unique for an eclipse to pass it's about once every 375 years that a location can experience it. So it's pretty hard to be in the same spot to see a total solar eclipse more than once.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So we have a user on X who asks, will the International Space Station photobomb the eclipse? That would look very cool.
Yeah, and so we just got to hear from the International Space Station, and the unique thing about our astronauts on board is that they have a totally different vantage point for studying the eclipses, and they get to actually view the shadow of the moon as it passes over the Earth. And there are experiments that we have on board the space station as well. And so, with NASA, we have all of these different eclipse experiments that are taking place, and we try to take advantage of every perspective that we have.
Awesome. So we have a final question from Dante. This is going to be a quick one.
Okay.
But Dante on Facebook, who wants to know, will the moon block solar wind along its path during this Ring of Fire eclipse?
Oh, I love that question. So the solar wind is actually a stream of charged particles that's constantly coming off of the sun, and it interacts with the Earth and other planets in our solar system. Now, the Earth's magnetic field actually blocks a majority of those particles from interacting with Earth. Some are able to get through and interact with our upper atmosphere, but for the sake of the eclipse, most of the particles will still kind of be able to be deflected around the Earth's magnetic field. There will be some that are able to interact with the moon, but it wouldn't have a huge impact on what we experience at Earth.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Gina. And thank you to everybody sending in these questions online. We will get to some more of what you want to know by later on in the show. So keep sending those questions in using the hashtag AskNASA. Now, let's check in with Joy and Michael to see what's new in Albuquerque. Joy, how's it going?
Thanks to her and Gina. So we're just under 30 minutes away from Annularity in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Michael, shall we put on our glasses to see what the sun and moon are doing?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, so you're seeing a deep partial solar eclipse. More than half of the sun is blocked out, and so you just see a crescent of sunlight peeking out.
Wow, that is amazing. Annularity is just going to be stunning. I can't wait.
Oh, I can't wait either. This is terribly exciting. You can see a balloon inflating behind us. We have annularity coming. It is all coming together today.
I just can't believe that an annular eclipse is happening at the same time as the fiesta.
It really feels special, doesn't it?
And actually, earlier this week, I even got to fly in a hot air balloon, which is just amazing.
That's fantastic.
I met an amazing balloon pilot, Jonathan Wolf, who's been launching balloons in Albuquerque for decades. So let's take a look at our ride. So for complete newbies, how does a hot air balloon work?
It's a great question. It's physics, simply. We heat up the air inside the balloon, and that makes it less dense, and then that makes it float. Now, what that means, though, is we can only control up and down. The way we fly and the way we navigate is by choosing different layers of air to fly in.
And I've heard that there is a box, the Albuquerque box. Could you explain what that means?
Certainly. It's one of the reasons why Albuquerque is a famous place for ballooning. Sometimes what happens is at a higher elevation, the wind is going to the north, and at the surface, it's going to the south. That's what we call the Albuquerque box. Sometimes the box works out such that you can fly to the south and go up, fly to the north, and then come down and fly back south and land right where you took off, which is an extraordinary and wonderful accomplishment. It's super fun when you can do that.
So for someone who's never been in a balloon, what is it like?
It's unlike any other form of flying. In a balloon, you're actually outside, right? You're standing in a little basket, and there's no windows. You're just out there in the air, and it's just science, right? It's buoyancy, like I said, it's applied physics, but it feels like magic.
It's a ballooner eclipse.
Oh yeah!
I love that.
It's very calm. There's no movement, no wind. When you're moving with the wind, so you're at equilibrium. It feels very calm and peaceful. At the same time, it's really exciting and it's intense. So it's this wonderful combination of intensity and mellow, serene, tranquil, beauty, absorbing nature. You can never experience that in any other form of flight.
Wow, that brings back great memories. And if you can hear the wind behind us, they're actually inflating the balloon I rode in just behind us, which is so cool.
So was that your first balloon ride?
It was my first balloon ride, yes.
Oh my goodness, how did it go? I remember taking one about 20 years ago and it was fantastic. What was your experience?
The most surprising thing is that when you're up there, you don't feel any wind against you,
right,
because
yeah.
you're actually moving with the wind, so it feels completely calm.
Oh, that's fantastic. So would you do it again? I found it terribly relaxing.
100%, yes. So it was actually also not that chilly, and we were only a few hundred feet off the ground as well.
Wow, that's amazing, because it's been chilly here all morning.
So as we learned earlier, NASA's scientific balloons fly much higher. They actually reach a part of our upper atmosphere where our International Space Station lives and where some of our satellites fly as well. So it's really important we learn about this upper region and how it could affect our lives on Earth. And NASA and NOAA are two agencies in the US that work together to help study this. And I'm joined with two people who can tell us more. So we have Dr. Elsia Talat from NOAA and Dr. Kelly Corrick from NASA. Thank you both so much for joining us.
Very excited to be here.
Very excited to be here. Thank you so much. So let's start off with the basics. Elsia, what are those changes we see in that upper region?
Well, part of what we call space weather, which is the variable conditions on the sun, the Earth, and near Earth space due to solar and geomagnetic activity and storms. And that can affect human activity and our technological infrastructure.
Wow, fascinating. So, Kelly, how does space weather actually affect our life here on Earth?
Well, Elsie had alluded to the fact that it challenges our technology. So our power grids are sensitive to those currents that can be induced by this, as well as our satellites could also be impacted by these flares or the space weather. And we get some beautiful things too. We get the aurora out of it.
Nice.
Have you ever seen the aurora?
I have. Was absolutely beautiful. I laid on the ground for hours in the snow watching it.
So talking about space weather and the activity in our upper atmosphere, how do NOAA and NASA work together to better understand those phenomena?
Let's start with, yeah.
NOAA is a go-to resource for space weather information. It watches the sun and the Earth 24/7, and it's the nation's official source of forecast warnings and alerts for space weather to help decision makers prevent and mitigate the effects of space weather here on Earth. And in order to do this, we need information, and NOAA works with NASA to design, develop, and deploy space weather operational satellites to safeguard our society.
And what's NASA's role?
So NASA is a partner with NOAA, and we focus on the science and make sure that we're understanding our star and can do better and better predictions. So scientists use models and the data from all of these satellites in order to better understand space weather.
And what are some of the biggest mysteries around space weather? What don't we know about it?
Oh, there's so much. I mean, let's start at the sun, right? That's the focus today. Even how to predict flares long term, or those large coronal mass ejections, those billions of tons of material that come off. We don't quite know how to predict them for a long term yet.
Well, I'm so glad we have two agencies on the case. Thank you both, Elsa and Kelly. Thank you both for joining us. So, did you know that space weather is also affected by solar eclipses? One citizen science project does experiments during the annular solar eclipse and the total solar eclipse. So, let's learn more about that project.
When the moon blocks the sun during a solar eclipse, there is a noticeable impact on Earth's upper atmosphere, known as the ionosphere. These changes can affect radio communications, including amateur radio, also known as ham radio.
Ham radio is a way you can talk to people all around the world. You set up a radio and antenna. You talk into the radio sends a signal up to the antenna sends the signal up to the sky. It bounces off of the electrified layer of the sky back down to Earth, where you can talk to the person on the other side.
During the 2023 annular eclipse and the 2024 total eclipse, the Ham-Sci Citizen Science Project is inviting ham radio operators to transmit radio signals. The goal is to have people make as many radio contacts as they can with operators in different locations during these celestial events. By recording how strong their radio signals are and how far they go, ham radio operators and scientists can learn about how the ionosphere changes during solar eclipses.
Sometimes you can talk around the world, and sometimes you can't. And that's all based on what the ionosphere is doing, what the sun is doing. When it works, and you are able to talk to these faraway places, I find that really magical.
To learn how you can participate, follow Do NASA Science on X and Facebook.
There are currently ham-sci experiments happening right now across the country, and there'll be more during the total solar eclipse on April 8th, 2024. If you want to learn how to participate, go to hamsci.org. So next, we're thrilled to be joined with the acting director of NASA's Heliophysics Division, Peg Luce. Peg, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, it's such a pleasure.
So, how are you feeling about the annular eclipse today?
Wow, it's happening, and we've been looking forward to this for so long. These are a rare celestial event that people can actually experience the effects of, so it's really exciting.
I'm so excited.
I am too.
So we've been chatting about the sun all morning, but can you tell us in detail what heliophysics is?
That is a good question. Many people ask. Heliophysics is actually a word that isn't yet in the dictionary, so we want to put it there. But helio is the sun. Physics, the science of matter and energy and how they interact. So we study the sun, how it works, how its energy flows out and affects all the planets, creates the solar system. And it's a very complex field and very exciting to study.
So we heard earlier that the sun touches everything. Can you describe a little bit about how the sun touches other NASA science disciplines?
Yes. So we like to say that heliophysics is really the science that interfaces and collaborates with all of the other areas of science that NASA studies. For instance, the sun is a star, and it's the only star that we can actually study up close. So for our astrophysics friends, we can learn in detail how our star looks, how it changes, how dynamic it is. So when they're using their tools like James Webb Space Telescope to study distant stars, they have up-close information from what we have learned. And then, of course, the sun's energy flows around all of the planets. It interacts with the Earth. space weather affects the atmosphere of the Earth, and so it really is a collaborative and exciting field of study.
I love that the sun touches everything at NASA. So how does NASA touch everything we have here on Earth?
So I like to take this opportunity to remind people about NASA science. So most people, when they think of NASA, they think of astronauts and human spaceflight, which is, of course, so exciting, but NASA science is rewriting the textbooks all the time. We have so many discoveries and just so much. We have a Parker Solar Probe that is flying through the corona of the sun. We have the Voyagers that are outside the heliosphere. We have so much to learn that I could never even begin to talk about it, but I want to invite people to go to NASA at Home and check it out. You'll get just a little bit of more information about all that NASA science does.
It's an exciting time for NASA science.
It really is.
Yes. Thank you so much, Peg.
Thank you.
So now let's head back to the Eclipse desk in Kerrville, Texas, where they're about to start tracking the start of the annular eclipse across the United States.
Thank you, Joy, Michael, and Peg. And Joy, you are absolutely right. Folks, we are moments away from the start of today's annular eclipse in Oregon. Now, I know I'm excited. This will be the first time I've ever witnessed one of these events, and I hope you are too.
It'll be my first annular eclipse as well. But Tahira, I was lucky enough to see the 2017 total solar eclipse, and that experience was amazing. So I think we're in for a treat today.
So this is going to be a totally new experience for you.
It will be, yeah.
And so, Gina, actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and see if we can pull up the telescope feed from our friends at Time and Date. Wow.
Look at that. San Diego.
Oh, San Diego. We've got a live view of San Diego, California right now. What a beautiful partial eclipse.
Yeah, I mean the sun, it's a crescent. Normally we refer to the moon as a crescent moon, but this time it's the sun.
And I mean, normally we see, you know, the sun in the sky, the moon in the sky. Occasionally they might be together, but to see them overlapping, it really reminds you that we're a part of this just entire system.
I know.
And so
interplaying together, right? And you can tell, I mean, from this view, you can really appreciate the fact that from our perspective, the moon and the sun seem to look like they're the same size, even though in reality they're not, right?
It's incredible. You know what? Right now, let's go ahead and check in with James at our Eclipse desk. James, what's the latest?
Yeah, hey Tahira. So we have officially kicked off annularity here in the United States. If we look at our Eclipse Explorer, you can see that the area of effect of that annular eclipse has now hit Eugene, Oregon. They should have a phenomenal view there. And just a reminder to all of our viewers who are in that region, the Pacific Northwest, be sure to use your eclipse glasses as you're looking at the sun and the moon above. You should have a beautiful sight at this moment. That's going to last for just a couple minutes, so really take advantage of that big moment. You just saw that view in San Diego. Even if you're outside of this area, you might still have a beautiful view of a partial eclipse. And if I zoom in onto our little area of annularity, you'll notice kind of a couple little bumps and things here, which you might initially think is because it's low resolution. Maybe it's a little bit, low res here, but the inverse is actually true. We actually have an incredible amount of data feeding into our Eclipse Explorer to generate the images and the predictions that you're seeing on your screen. This tool takes into account two unique things. One is obviously the topography of Earth, so mountains, river valleys, all kinds of little divots and things as that shadow moves across the land. But also, and really interestingly, it takes into account the shape of the moon. When you think of the moon, you might just think it's perfectly circular, but there are so many little objects like mountains and craters and all kinds of things dotting the surface that are all being fed into this prediction that you're seeing here that will then show you exactly what the shadow is going to look like. You won't really be able to see this difference from the ground, but if you're up in space looking down at this, you'll actually be able to see that area kind of ripple almost as it's moving across the terrain. So definitely I encourage you to check out this tool. It's a really phenomenal one that's really just using so much data to feed into this. And again, even if you're outside of this area, I encourage you to use our tool to kind of predict what you're going to see. So if I scroll all the way over to the East Coast and I zoom all the way out here, you can just see just how large this area of partial eclipse is. This kind of outer circle that you see here is areas that might be having a partial eclipse. So if I click on, for example, Philadelphia, I know quite a few people watching there. It looks like it might be a little bit rainy, but if the sky clears up for you, you'll have a peak coverage for your partial eclipse at around 1:21 local time. So still plenty of time for you to get your glasses ready in order, get your pinhole projectors created. You had that instructions earlier in the broadcast, and really just take advantage of this incredible celestial moment. These don't really happen very often, so it's a really unique experience to be able to witness this live from here in Kerrville, Texas. Just a few moments, we'll actually be able to have that view from right here. I can hear the crowd already kind of buzzing. People have all their glasses ready to go, already kind of looking up and observing that partial eclipse. You just saw that coverage in San Diego. This is really sweeping across such a big area of the United States, and it's going to continue to move closer and closer and closer to us. You can see already, since I've just started this conversation here, we've already moved away from Eugene, so they are no longer in annularity, and this is continuing to move into parts of Nevada. This will then continue to track further southeast to our friends out in Albuquerque at the Balloon Festival. They'll have a phenomenal view there, intermixed with the balloons and everything. It'll look awesome. And you're also seeing right now our live view of Kerrville, Texas. You can see we're already in pretty good coverage here with the partial eclipse. If I click on a Kerrville on our interactive map, you can see that we're expecting our peak coverage of the annularity to begin at 11:50. And I'll remind you again, if you're using our interactive tool, these are all clickable too. So if you wanted to click onto those and to see exactly what time and exactly what it's going to look like, actually, this is a prediction of what it's going to look like in your neck of the woods. And so actually, the path you're seeing this moon taking is the exact path it's going to look like the moon's taking in real life for you. So that little googly eye is showing that directionality. So for us, the moon has already entered in from kind of above the sun here. It's going to continue tracking down, eventually giving us that incredible ring of fire effect. I can't wait to see this live. This will be the first time for me ever seeing an annularity live. I'm super excited. So the hit is coming up again in Albuquerque, New Mexico. In just a little bit, they'll get a phenomenal view there. Keep tracking it. But for now, back to you, Tahira.
Incredible, James. And I mean, I think earlier you said buzzing. Like, Gina, it feels like the town is coming alive.
It is.
It's starting to get a little colder here.
I know, I'm kind of chilly.
So,
I mean, looking around, you can just see people are kind of lounging back with their safety eclipse glasses and just taking it all in and getting excited for this.
And not only will Kerrville see today's annular eclipse, they're also positioned to see the total solar eclipse next year.
Yeah.
Right? Like, how awesome is that? And so, folks, let's take a look at how the city has been preparing in the lead up to these special events.
Kerrville is the eclipse capital of the state of Texas. It is known as being the capital of the Texas Hill Country. It's the epitome of Texas. Ranches, deer, beautiful streams like the Guadalupe here.
Kerrville is very welcoming.
It's a wonderful community.
Tight-knit, small.
It has about 25,000 people.
Kerrville is blessed to be in that special square. Not only are we going to witness the annular eclipse in 2023, we're also going to witness the total solar eclipse in 2024.
We're talking about crossroads, you know, we get it twice.
Two eclipses is coming right here, right where I stand. Well, it's statistically extraordinary.
We get two in less than 6 months.
Everybody's excited about it. City council, county commissioners, everybody's working diligently to be able to provide safe opportunity for the influx of people.
This will be the biggest event in the history of the city, and that's why the city is preparing. We're preparing to make the event enjoyable for everybody who wants to see this tremendous natural phenomena.
I think that Kerrville has done an awesome job of preparing, way in advance.
It's getting that message out to people to make sure that they're taken care of personally, but then there's the science part of it, letting them know what is an eclipse.
And I'm just having a great time going out and talking to civic organizations and clubs and to talk about eclipses. So this will be my 4th and 5th solar eclipses.
I've seen total eclipse in Nebraska. I drove 1,200 miles for a little over 2 minutes, and it was well worth it.
And just couldn't believe the experience of the eclipse. I mean, it literally gives me goosebumps every time I talk about it. It's a visceral, emotional experience that is just, you have to experience it to understand.
I thought I knew what it would be like, but I gasped at the sheer wonder.
It's going to be you're going to hear that intake of air and awe.
It was the most beautiful natural thing I've ever seen. So to have an eclipse basically in my backyard is just, it's indescribable.
as you can see, the town is alive, preparing for these spectacular moments. Now, Gina, the sun not only impacts us here on Earth, right?
That's right, Tahira. So the sun impacts our entire solar system. And in fact, when we explore with NASA, that's something that we have to take into consideration.
So I'm glad you said exploring, because I actually just recently learned that the sun even impacts human exploration in the solar system, which I thought was really cool. So let's take a second and see how studying heliophysics is actually helping us prepare for sending humans to the moon and Mars under our Artemis program.
NASA has studied the sun and its influence throughout our solar system for decades. The Artemis program will provide a better understanding of solar activity through 2 new missions. Hermes is an instrument package that will monitor space weather from the moon and be placed on NASA's Gateway, an orbital outpost being built for lunar operations and eventually Mars exploration. The dual spacecraft Escapade mission will examine the effects of solar wind on the red planet's atmosphere. Heliophysicists at NASA are working to protect astronauts who will travel to the moon and to Mars by increasing our understanding of the space environment through which they must travel. With safety ever at the forefront, the agency is using spacecraft observations and simulations to better understand space weather. That's a look at your Artemis Moon Minute.
Folks, I've learned that it is almost time for Annularity to make its move into Albuquerque, New Mexico. We've got Joy standing by at our other desk, who is going to tell us about an upcoming NASA mission and show us live views from this solar eclipse. Joy, Michael, on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you right now?
I think I'm about a 20 right now. What about you, Michael?
Oh, I am so excited. You can see the light changing. It's getting a little bit chilly. I am so excited.
I cannot wait.
Yeah.
So now we're joined with NASA scientist Dr. Nikki Weil, who's going to tell us about a new sun mission. Firstly, Nikki, how are you feeling today?
It is so amazing to be here. I'm so excited to be able to be a part of this festival and witness the annular eclipse.
So Nikki, what is the PUNCH mission and what does it stand for?
So PUNCH is a NASA small explorer. It stands for Polarimeter to Unify the Corona and Heliosphere. So the corona is the outermost atmosphere of the sun. It's the part of the sun that you get to see during a total solar eclipse when the moon totally blocks out the main body of the sun. And then the heliosphere is the bubble carved out by the sun as that corona turns into a solar wind and fills our solar system.
So I know that PUNCH has a big outreach effort as well, especially looking at humanity's interaction with the sun and observing the sun. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, humanity has been studying the sun and the moon and those different cycles for millennia. And one place where there's a lot of evidence of that studying of the sun is over in Chaco Canyon here in New Mexico. And actually our PUNCH outreach team, some of our PUNCH outreach team is over there in Chaco right now, where there's just so much evidence of ancient and modern sun watching. The ancient sun watching there evidence is on the rock of the sun, there's this petroglyph of what we think might be the 1097 total solar eclipse that actually went right over Chaco Canyon on a path similar to the annular eclipse today. And then of course, the modern sun watching is what we're all doing here today, and of course our Native American partners on the PUNCH outreach effort that still honor some of their traditional sun watching efforts, and then of course our NASA missions like PUNCH and Parker Solar Probe.
That's amazing. And you mentioned PUNCH shows and studies the sun's atmosphere, the corona. Why do we need to study the sun's atmosphere?
The corona is amazing because it is hundreds of times hotter than the photosphere below it, the surface of the sun, the part that we should never look directly at. So that's amazing. That's like if you walked away from a fireplace and it got hundreds of times hotter. Now, we know it has to do with the magnetic fields rooted down in the sun, but we don't know exactly how that energy gets into the corona. So that's one of the things we're really interested in studying.
Right, so we're looking at a live shot on camera of this eclipse. We're getting really close to annularity. So what are you looking forward to as a scientist when you think about eclipses and especially with the new mission coming up?
punch is going to be so amazing because it's going to take images of the corona and that plasma as it fills the solar system in regular white light. Like we could see it with our eye if our eye were sensitive enough and if the moon always blocked out the main body of the sun. But it doesn't, and that's why we need NASA missions like Punch to do that for us.
Fantastic. I can't wait for the mission to launch.
Me neither. I'm super excited about it.
So we're like we're moments away, minutes away from the annular eclipse here. Nikki, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoy the annular eclipse.
Yeah, thank you so much. This has been great.
And I hope you keep safe from the wind. The wind is kind of picked up right now. So yes, so the skies are clear, the wind is picked up, but we have a clear view of the annular eclipse. So remember, the annular eclipse is moments away from Albuquerque and the sun is never completely covered. So during the eclipse, you have to keep your eclipse glasses on the entire time. You can also use other indirect viewing methods too, like a pinhole projector if you don't have eclipse glasses. So Michael, do you have your glasses ready?
I have mine ready.
Great. So now let's go to a full screen view of the telescope here in Albuquerque. Wow.
Wow.
We are minutes away and you can see that the ring of fire is almost here.
Yeah, the sun is just egressing over into the moon, or the moon's egressing onto the sun. We're getting closer and closer. The light here on the ground is visibly different, and looking up at the sky, where we see a thumbnail moon. It is our thumbnail sun. It is gorgeous.
Wow. The ring of fire, the almost ring of fire, it looks so sharp and clear with our beautiful skies today.
Yeah, it really is almost that Johnny Cash moment. We're getting close to the ring of fire. It is really beautiful to see happening in real time as well. This is one of those events where I can sit and watch and see how the moon is progressing and see that changing.
I can't believe that we can actually see the moon moving in front of the sun right now. You can literally see it. It's just incredible.
So as we approach annularity, you might be able to see Bailey's beads. These are bright points of light of the sunlight coming through the valleys on the moon itself, right before the annularity begins.
You can even hear the crowds in the background. You can just feel the atmosphere building up.
Yeah, it is palpable. Everybody is super excited here. I know I am just thrilled. We are just in the final countdown. You can hear some people starting to cheer and starting to get all pumped up themselves.
Wow, the ring of fire is almost here. I'm just going to take my glasses off briefly and you can see the crowd. Everyone is just staring safely at the sun right now. It's just amazing that we're all united looking at this amazing celestial event.
And make sure you take a look at the shadows around you. You're going to see these crescent shadows everywhere as different objects create natural pinhole projectors. And so make sure that you do have a moment to take a look at the world around you, because there's a beautiful rings. So let's take a minute and just be quiet and enjoy the view. It is a gorgeous sight to behold.
Everyone is cheering. This is so amazing. Wow.
Yeah.
This is amazing. You can hear people screaming in the background.
People are so excited. And take off your eclipse glasses safely, of course, and make sure you look at the shadows around you, look at how the environment has changed, just make note of this entire event.
Wow, this is so amazing. This really puts our planet in perspective with the whole solar system, you know?
It's truly spectacular. It's one of those natural phenomenon that I just feel so lucky to be here at this place at this time to be able to observe it.
Wow, I'm just looking at a tiny pinhole below, and I see a little ring, like a little spotlight. This is so cool.
You can see ringlets dotting everywhere around here.
Michael,
see people taking pictures of the ground.
How are you feeling, Michael?
Oh, this is spectacular. You know, we've been preparing for this event for so long. To actually be in this moment and to be experiencing it live is just tremendous. Joy, how are you feeling?
I'm just in awe. You know, I can feel the temperature drop, and this ring of fire feels so long. It's just about 4 minutes long, and it feels just incredible that we are seeing moon right in front of the sun right now.
So that moon's shadow is traversing across the ground at a few thousand miles an hour, almost Mach 3. So even though it seems like it's lingering, it's actually making really good progress, and pretty soon our colleagues in Kerrville will be seeing annularity too.
Wow, and the crowds, everyone is still staring, looking at the annular eclipse. I love that everyone is here together, enjoying this together. Wow.
Yeah, you can almost hear a little bit of an awe and reverence among the crowd. Initially, there was a bit of cheering, and then everything got a little bit quieter as people took in the sight. I think that, you know, as people experience this event, it strikes both, you know, personal but also communal, and it's a really beautiful, beautiful event to see.
I would say we have about thousands of people in the fiesta today, and hundreds on the museum grounds. Everyone is just excited about this eclipse, and it's just so lovely to see.
I think also what I really love to do is to look at the crowd and see everybody looking up at the sky with their glasses on in the same place. It's just, it's fun to do a little bit of people watching as well.
Yes. Wow, this is a perfect ring of fire. It's just so crisp.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I'm so excited for the science that is going to be coming out of this too. Of course, I always come back to the science, and this opportunity to have the moon covered to this extent is going to provide us really amazing data about how the sun and moon and Earth how they interact with each other.
Oh my goodness, we have about 30 seconds left of annularity here. I just want to absorb this moment.
It's so fast and so slow.
Definitely. Wow, what a sight.
Sometimes you just have to take a moment to take it in.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Well, we have a few more seconds left of annularity in Albuquerque.
Yeah, we're closing down on the last little bit. See if you can see a Bailey's bead possibly popping up right as that edge of the moon it aligns with the edge of the sun. Just seconds left. Really such a gorgeous sight.
It really is. Oh, that is going to be a moment to remember.
Absolutely.
So Kerrville is going to be experiencing this very, very soon. So let's head back to them in Kerrville, Texas to see what they're up to.
Oh, I mean, Joy and Michael, like, I got goosebumps watching you experience annularity, and Gina, like, that is about to be us soon.
It's true. I mean, so Tahira, we're about 550 miles away from them, and we will have annularity in about 10 minutes because, as Michael said, the moon's shadow is traveling more than 1,000 miles an hour. Everyone's so excited.
Yeah, as you can see, the crowd is just getting excited for today's opportunity. And folks, it's starting to get dimmer here. Like, it is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
So, Gina, other than sheer beauty, why do we observe eclipses at NASA?
Well, NASA can learn a ton of different science from the eclipses. So let's talk about exoplanets for a second, because when we study exoplanets, we are actually using eclipses. The planet itself is passing in front of its host star, and so we can learn about the exoplanets. There are eclipses on other planets in our solar system that we can study, but here on Earth, the science that we're able to do will inform us about the upper atmosphere and how it responds to the sun. So really understanding kind of that sun-earth connection. We can do lunar science as well, and of course, solar science, learning more about the sun.
So eclipses are touching Earth science, planetary science, sun science. That's
Everything.
incredible.
Across
And
the
NASA's
spectrum.
studying it all.
Yes, exactly. We take advantage of that, for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, spectacular sight, spectacular science.
Yeah.
So, folks, we have James standing by at our Eclipse desk with a telescope operator who's going to show us the next city experiencing annularity. James, how are things looking?
Yeah, hey Tier, I just had a quick look outside. It is really surreal here. It's kind of hard to process exactly what we're seeing because it's daytime, but it feels like it's not. It's starting to get already very close to annularity. You can hear a lot of screams behind me now. Right now, we're actually getting the annularity in Roswell, New Mexico. They should have a phenomenal view outside right now. And I'm actually joined by a telescope operator who's been providing a phenomenal view for us all morning with her telescope. This is Kat Troche. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me. This is so exciting.
Yeah, it's really mind-blowing seeing it. And so you have quite the setup. Could you walk us through exactly what you have outside for us?
Sure. I have a Celestron 6 SE. It's a Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope with a solar filter on the front and a DSLR camera that's streaming to YouTube.
And so a Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope is a bit of a unique telescope. Usually you think of kind of like a long cylindrical thing, but this concentrates the image in a different way, right?
Right. So it's a little bit more compact. It's definitely designed for astrophotography in mind. And how it works is there is a glass corrector plate in the front. It's clear glass. And the light from anything that you're looking at, whether it's planets or in this case today the sun, will travel through the corrector plate to the primary mirror that's at the back of the telescope. Then that will bounce back into the secondary mirror that is attached to the corrector plate on the front, and then it'll go through again back at the, into the diagonal that's attached to the DSLR camera or an eyepiece if you're looking at it.
So a pretty complex process, and also you have to have special protection for the telescope itself because you're used to looking at pretty dim objects. What do you have set up for that?
So I have a white light solar filter, and it is incredibly important. Just like protecting your eyes, you need to have solar equipment for your telescope or your camera if you're photographing the sun.
Yeah, and so also, this is obviously moving really quickly across our sky. You just heard from Michael that this is really quite a quick event here. So how do you keep it in the field of view of the camera?
Well, thankfully, the remote control that's part of the telescope actually has a city database set up, so I can program it for city and state, and Kerrville was actually listed.
Look at that. Very awesome. And yes, so you can see it's already moving very quickly towards us. This is where annularity is going to be currently taking place. You can see we're next in line here, coming up in just a little bit. So very excited to continue tracking this across our skies. Thank you so much for providing this awesome view for us all morning. You can really see it's really getting close now. It's got this beautiful crescent to it. Usually we're used to a crescent moon. We've got a crescent sun today. I mean, really awesome. And in just a few moments, we're going to have the ring of fire of annularity. Very excited to have that. Thank you so much for joining us, Kat.
Thank you.
And back to you, Tahira.
Thanks, James and Kat. Now, we have about 6-ish minutes, 6:30, until annularity makes its way here to Kerrville, Texas. As you can hear, the anticipation is high.
They're so excited.
And so, Gina, as we count down to the big moment, let's take a few social questions.
Let's do it.
Okay, so we have something to see here on X who asks, am I seeing a couple of sunspots on the telescope feed?
Yes, so you are seeing some sunspots. As I look at the live feed, maybe not so much right now because the moon is blocking most of the sun, but when the moon wasn't covering as much of the sun, you could see some darker spots, some black spots here and there, and those in fact are sunspots, which are areas of really intense magnetic fields, and the surface of the sun is actually cooler, which is why they appear darker than the rest of the bright sun that we see. Now, we heard a little bit about space weather and some of that solar activity that's coming towards Earth during, some of the sun's activity, and basically these sunspots are where that activity can come from. And right now, the sun is in the part of its solar cycle where more of those sunspots start to appear. So the sun goes through an 11-year cycle, where it becomes active and then where it becomes less active. And right now we're inching towards what we call that solar maximum. And so more and more of those sunspots appear, and that's what we're seeing today.
That is incredible. And I mean, again, talk about activity. Gina, this crowd right now, like, folks, if you could see it, I don't know if you exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
We have folks looking up already with the Eclipse glasses on. You see the live telescope feed in your on the screen right now. We are moments away. What I think is super cool, we've even got some folks out here with their own telescopes and cameras to really capture this spectacular event.
Yeah.
And so, again, it looks like we've got about 4 minutes. The crowd is growing, and I'm interested to see how everything kind of calms down too. So we'll see. Gina, I have another question. This is from Baron on YouTube, who asks, does a solar eclipse have a material impact on the atmosphere?
Oh, I love this question, because with the eclipse, we really are trying to understand the sun-Earth connection. And so you can almost think of the eclipse as a controlled experiment. Basically, the fact that we often, experience changes in our atmosphere during the nighttime, but the eclipse is almost able to turn off and on the sun. So
I mean, even right now, we were blasted with the sun earlier, and now it's just
chilly.
like it's darker.
Yeah, and so it's the upper atmosphere that we're really interested in understanding, and the energy and the radiation from the sun creates what we call the ionosphere, this upper part of the atmosphere that's filled with charged particles. And so when the sun's radiation is not hitting the atmosphere, that ionosphere, it changes in its density, its temperature, and we're really trying to understand those changes, and the eclipse gives us that opportunity to really turn the sun on and off, which we can't do
It's like
in
a little
any other
experiment
circumstance.
that honestly all of us also get to be a part of.
Right?
So that's really cool.
It is.
Thanks, Gina. So our next question is from Hunter on YouTube, who asks, does the solar eclipse affect the moon when it happens at night?
Okay, great question, Hunter. So today, as we're experiencing a solar eclipse, that means that the moon is between the sun and the earth. Now, the lunar eclipse that can take place is when the moon is actually on the other side of the earth. And so today we're experiencing that solar eclipse, and we see that the moon is very dark.
And it looks like, too, we're getting a live feed.
Looking at that feed.
All of another annularity taking place right now. Odessa, Texas. Wow.
Oh, there we go.
It's cool to see this comparison right now. What is that? What's on the side of the screen?
We might have some solar activity.
Is that a Bailey's bead?
Yeah.
Or solar activity? Wow.
Wow.
Incredible.
That's a great view.
It is leaving Odessa right now and heading
It's coming
towards
our way.
us,
You
Gina.
can see
Oh my goodness.
in the other live feed that we just have that teeny tiny sliver of the sun left peeking out.
Wow. We've got about 2 minutes here, folks. As you can hear, the crowd is chanting and counting down until our moment right now. Oh, that is beautiful.
It's coming in so quickly, too.
And you can
And I'm going to grab those glasses so that I have them.
Okay, wow. So before we hit our moment and peak in annularity, folks, it's a good time to give a reminder that it is never safe to look directly at the eclipse without proper eye protection when watching even a partial or annular solar eclipse directly with your eyes. You must look through safe solar viewing glasses or a handheld viewer at all times. Do not look at the sun through a camera lens, telescope, binoculars, or any other optical device while wearing eclipse glasses. Wait, 1 more minute, folks. If you don't have eclipse glasses, you can use an indirect viewing method like a pinhole projector, which has a small opening and will project the image of the sun onto a nearby surface. You just heard it. We are under a minute away from the annular eclipse making its way across our area into Kerrville, Texas.
It feels like it's gotten here so quickly. We've been counting down.
I know.
And now we're less than
It
1
is
minute.
beautiful. And so, again, you're witnessing firsthand the moon passing between our star and the Earth. And we're taking this full screen right now. Gina, let's take this opportunity and get a closer look.
All right.
Oh my gosh,
And looking
this is
around,
the
I mean,
first
everything
time.
is so dim.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God. Wow, you know, like, why am I emotional right now?
Oh, there we go. I mean, it doesn't look real.
I didn't think I would cry. Like, what the heck is going on? Wow. This is
Wow. It looks great.
I mean,
you can just see, it looks like a perfect circle of the sun peeking out. It really is that ring of fire that we have here.
Wow. Gina, I thought I'd have goosebumps, but I'm like literally shaking. This is crazy.
I know. I agree.
So, I mean, this
and
is
I'm
your
just,
first annular eclipse. I mean, was it what you expected?
It is to hear. I mean, we've seen all of the photos from previous annular eclipses, but just as I look again, I mean, it's incredible how the moon and the sun are able to line up like this.
And again, I mean, the moon is way smaller than the sun, but right now it's really giving it a run for its money.
It is. Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, so a little fun fact about our moon that's pretty incredible. It's 400 times smaller than the sun, but it's also 400 times closer to the Earth.
No
and
way,
that
400
is the magic number here. Yeah, the fact that 400 and 400, that means in the sky, the moon and the sun appear to be the same size. And that is unique to us on Earth. No other planet in our solar system has that ratio that makes it so special.
So you're saying that if we viewed an eclipse on another planet, it wouldn't look like this?
It wouldn't. I mean, I'm sure it would be great to see, but it would not look as spectacular as this.
Wow, okay, I'm gonna turn behind me really fast.
Yeah, looking around. And you can just see everything. The shadows are a little bit different. It's dim. You get this hazy feeling, but the sky is still blue. That's what's strange about it.
Oh, it's so sweet. We've got parents like holding little eclipse glasses on their kids to look up. This is just, it's really amazing how just like, I don't know, a natural phenomenon can really make the world pause for a second.
Great.
Wow.
You heard the cheering and now it's quiet again as people are just looking.
And so for us, this is going to last about 4 minutes until it crosses, right?
That's right.
And why is that? Is that the same in every city or?
Yeah, so there's actually the length of the maximum eclipse can change based on several factors. I mean, each eclipse is unique. And so one thing has to do with where in the moon's orbit the moon is, because the moon's orbit isn't circular. So it will go faster and slower at different parts. And that will make the shadow travel at different speeds. Also, where the shadow is landing on Earth will have an impact, because if you're at the equator, you're going to be rotating much faster than if you were at the poles. And so for that fact, it changes the length of that maximum eclipse too. And that's true not just for annular eclipses, but for the partial eclipses, for the totality, for total solar eclipses as well. And I imagine, our folks at home getting some of those partial eclipses are also having a great experience too.
Wow. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this. Like, this is incredible. And so, Gina, I'm sure, I mean, you're in heliophysics, sun science. I'm sure some of your teams are studying today's eclipse. Like,
oh yeah,
what?
Absolutely.
So, what kind of science can only happen right now,
Right. We've heard about the sounding rockets that are experimenting.
Oh, that's right.
Today,
we saw one, yeah.
Studying the upper atmosphere. And so we're really interested in knowing, like right now in our location, as that radiation from the sun's being blocked, how does the upper atmosphere change? And so in addition to that, I mean, we really want to understand how those sunspots, what's going on when they're covered versus when they are not covered. We can tell the difference in that radiation that's coming from the sun. And so there's so much science that we can do.
And this is just, folks, view is just so incredible. Before we fully pass through this transit, let's check in with James at our Eclipse desk. James, I know you are seeing this. What do you think?
It's truly a surreal moment. It feels like almost nighttime. It's been really breezy, chilly.
That was so
the shadows
awesome.
are all like little rings as well. It's just a beautiful sight. Kind of hard to put into words the exact feeling. I mean, we've been preparing for this for a while. We've been tracking this all morning with our Eclipse Explorer, but actually to see it in person and to take it in, it's it's a really incredible moment, and this only lasted about 4 minutes. You can see on our Eclipse Explorer, this is already passing off of Kerrville, heading further southeast to parts of the Texas coast on the Gulf. And the morning is far from over here. For a lot of folks in Central America and South America, their morning is just starting off here. The partial eclipse is affecting still a large part of the region. You can see this whole area that's highlighted here in the larger ellipse here. That's all being affected still by that partial eclipse. And you can see on our track that this is going to continue moving further southeast all the way into parts of South America before the morning's over. It's been just incredible tracking this. And actually, Kerrville, we're in the path of the total solar eclipse for next year. So if I turn on the path for next year, you can see X marks the spot here in Kerrville. We're going to be coming right back here to witness this incredible cosmic event once again, getting that incredible view. Just really, again, very hard to put into words just how amazing this is. Just a stunning experience, and it's been an honor to be here with you this morning, tracking this event as it's moved across. We started the morning in Eugene, Oregon. Now it has arrived and already passed us in Kerrville. I'll continue to track it for a little bit longer here, but for now, back to you, Tahira.
Thank you, James. And folks, this is just the beginning. Today's event kickstarts NASA's Heliophysics Big Year, which is a year where we're encouraging people to do as many sun-related activities as possible in the lead up to next year's total solar eclipse. Now, Joy and Michael in Albuquerque are going to share some of the ways you can play a part. Joy, what can we look forward to?
Now that the annular eclipse is here, the fun has just begun. So today is the official launch of NASA's Heliophysics Big Year. This is a year-long celebration of solar science, and it's modeled after the Big Year concept from citizen scientists in the bird watching community. So they're challenged to see as many birds as they can, but in the Heliophysics Big Year, we're challenging you to do as many sun science-related activities as possible. And so one way to participate is through NASA's citizen science projects. Here are a few sun-related ones you could join.
Did you know that you can participate in solar eclipse science with NASA? NASA's citizen science projects are collaborations between scientists and members of the public, no matter your citizenship. Several volunteer science projects are gearing up for the 2024 total solar eclipse that you can join. Total solar eclipses don't just look cool, they provide a rare chance to see the sun's faint outer atmosphere. Using telescopes and cameras that are safe for viewing the sun, volunteer scientists across North America will capture images of the total solar eclipse. Scientists will study these images in detail, tracking how plumes of solar material move through the sun's atmosphere. But be careful, without proper tools and techniques, you can damage your eyes and your camera. Did you know you can listen to an eclipse too? Amateur or ham radio operators will send radio messages to one another during the eclipse to see how changes in the upper atmosphere distort radio signals. As the moon blocks one portion of the sun, it can make other portions easier to see. Working with local scientists at an observatory in Southern California, participants will observe magnetic hotspots on the sun as the moon passes over them, revealing details they normally can't detect. Want to learn more? Follow Do NASA Science on X and Facebook to see how you can get involved in NASA citizen science.
So as you can see in the telescope view, the moon is now moving away from the sun, which is really, really amazing that we're still seeing this partial eclipse.
Absolutely, and I think I can see a sunspot in there too, and I think on one of the earlier shots, I could see a prominence. So we're seeing NASA's sun science happening in real time.
So we're getting some amazing questions online. Shall we ask some more?
Yeah, let's get into it.
Answer some more. Okay, so we have a question from Peter Chang on X, and they ask, can filtered telescopes see flares on the sun during totality?
Oh, that's a really good question. The answer is yes. It depends on what filter, though. So if you use just a white light filter, then you have to have an exceptionally large flare in order to be able to see it. If you use a filter like an H-alpha filter that specifically selects one color of red light, then you're going to be able to see flares a little bit more frequently, even even during totality as the corona adjusts to that flare as it erupts.
Okay, so we have time for one more question. Yuri on X asks, if a solar system had more than one star, would they have more solar eclipses? Would they all look like the same eclipses that we have here on Earth?
Ooh, that is getting a little sci-fi, but that's okay. So if we had more than one sun, you'd have to have a moon to block both suns, or maybe two moons to block both suns. So you'd have to have a very complex geometry to get everything lined up perfectly so you could get solar eclipses with two suns and two moons, and oh, it would get very complicated.
Thank you so much, Michael.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now we're joined with NASA's heliophysics lead, Denise Hill, who's going to tell us more about how you can participate in the Heliophysics Big Year. Hi, Denise. How are you today?
Great. Did you see that? That was my first annular eclipse, and we got a prominence. I am so stoked. That was the dopest thing ever. Okay, okay. Heliophysics Big Year. So, as you've heard before, the sun touches everything. And the Heliophysics Big Year is a celebration, a global celebration of sun and sun science and what we have going on. But it's also, I think I heard you say it, Michael, it's about the community and being communal and just the unity of hearing everybody cheer. The sun touches us all in so many different ways. And so the Heliophysics Big Year is going to help us kind of discover all the ways the sun touches us scientifically, but in other ways as well.
And why is it a big year for the sun?
So you saw what just happened, right? Oh, well, that's nothing. Coming up in April 8th, we have the total solar eclipse, and then Parker Solar Probe's closest approach, which will end out the Heliophysics Big Year, but it's the mission that has literally touched the sun, and it's going to be making its closest approach. And then from there, every single month during the Heliophysics Big Year, and it's a big year because it's more than 12 months, but during that time, we have themes for on different ways people can explore the sun and how it touches them. So we have themes like fashion. We're going to be delving into physical and mental and emotional health. The sun touches us in so many ways besides. And then we have missions. In just a couple weeks, we have our AWE mission that is launching, and it's going to be the first space weather station on ISS. And we are so excited. You have no idea.
Wow, there's so many new NASA events and opportunities coming up. Is there any other like science events that maybe people could get involved with themselves?
Yeah, for sure. So we've talked about citizen science a bunch, and that is one of the ways for sure for people to get involved and to do NASA science with real scientists. And then there's also, like, you are a scientist. Every single one of us is a scientist. And we're going to share ways that you can explore the sun, do your own little scientific investigations yourself. And so, yeah, the science is going to be front and center. There's also going to be some other things as well.
That's great. So what are you most excited about in this upcoming big year?
For me, it's the unity, right? Like the sun touches, it doesn't matter what race you are, what ethnicity, what culture, religion, whether you live in a rural community, urban community, it doesn't matter. The sun touches us all. And we like to call it our extraordinarily ordinary sun, because our sun is supposed to just be ordinary. But it is responsible and touches every living thing on Earth. And no other star that we know of has that level of responsibility. So that gives me hope that you can be ordinary and have an extraordinary impact.
That's amazing.
Well, I think our sun's pretty extraordinary by itself, so I don't know.
Thank you so much for joining us, Denise.
Thanks for having me.
So if you want to learn more about the Heliophysics Big Year, you can visit go.nasa.gov/heliobigyear. Michael, are you excited for the Heliophysics Big Year?
I am so excited because I get to be a rock star for an entire year, and then I go back to being a normal scientist again. No, it's going to be fantastic for science, for outreach, for everything. I am so excited for this.
Well, the Heliophysics Big Year has so many opportunities for folks around the world to get involved with NASA science, especially during the 2024 total solar eclipse. And one group of citizen scientists will be using their sensors to make observations. They'll gather sound recordings and help with data analysis to understand how wildlife will be impacted by solar eclipses. And you can help them too, no matter your citizenship. So now let's learn more.
During a total solar eclipse, it is almost like day becomes night very quickly.
So knowing that there's going to be a change in that light and life-giving energy means that we can predict when animals are going to have a rapid shift in their behavior,
which results in changes in the acoustic environment or the soundscape.
So the Eclipse Soundscapes project is a project to determine how eclipses affect life here on Earth.
And there's a lot more to observation than just what you see. It's also important to think about what you hear.
We're measuring how the rapid onset of darkness during an eclipse affects wildlife by measuring the changes in sounds that they make.
The general public is best suited for this type of project because the general public is everywhere.
And that's really the power of the participatory science component of this project. It enables recordings and observations of soundscapes across the diversity of ecosystems covered by the path of totality. We might think of some ecosystems having a greater influence of human activities on the soundscape, whereas in other ecosystems, say a remote part of a national park, we might have a lower influence of human activities and greater influence from the sounds of life and earth.
The only way to properly preserve a species is to understand it. The only way to understand it is through scientific study on their behavior, their patterns, and their habitat requirements. One of the things we'll be doing during the total solar eclipse is setting up these recording stations. So these are our acoustic monitoring stations. And what we're doing is listening for calls of the different bat species with the hopes of maybe picking up some of those endangered species like the northern long-eared bat. We're hoping the results of this study will inform us about the health of our bat populations on Hot Springs National Park and help improve future conservation efforts.
The Eclipse Soundscapes project is an inclusive and accessible project that is inviting the general public to get involved in NASA science alongside scientists and subject matter experts.
Wherever you take your observations, you might be giving us information that has never been recorded before. And that is really useful and interesting to a scientist.
Wow, that sounds like an exciting project that anyone can get involved with. So if you want to learn more about Eclipse Soundscapes or any of other NASA's other citizen science opportunities, go to go.nasa.gov/HelioBigYear. Well, thank you to everyone joining us online and here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's been an unforgettable day, hasn't it, Michael?
Oh, it certainly has. I will never forget this day. It has been just a day full of activity and memories that will last a lifetime.
So although the annular eclipse is over in Albuquerque, we still have one more day left at the Balloon Fiesta and 1 year to participate in as many sun science-related activities as possible in the Heliophysics Big Year. So now let's head back to Kerrville, Texas, where Tahira and Gina will chat about the upcoming total solar eclipse. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
And thank you, Joy and Michael. I mean, it sounds like we have so much to look forward to over this next year. And folks, even though peak annularity just passed in Kerrville, Texas, we are still getting an incredible view on this live telescope feed. You can see the moon is now passing over the sun and honestly on its way to make another city's day. Now, it is a good point to remind folks that X marks the spot here in Kerrville, Texas, where the 2024 total solar eclipse will pass in just 6 months. This very lucky city is in the path of totality and will be one of the places to witness the moon completely blocking out the face of the sun and darkening the sky as if it were dawn or dusk. Now, Gina and I are here with NASA Chief Scientist, Dr. Kate Calvin, to learn more about what we can expect for next year. Kate, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thanks for having me.
And so, Kate, can you start off and just give us an idea of what science we can expect only for a total solar eclipse?
So one of the things that scientists are really interested in studying is called the corona. It's a part of the sun's atmosphere. It's the source of heat and particles that come towards Earth. But normally it's too bright, and so you can't really observe it directly. Scientists use instruments called chronographs to block some of that light, but it's still hard to see parts of the corona.
It's not the same as a total eclipse?
Yeah, the total eclipse gives the best environment for studying the corona.
Right, but we were so lucky to just see that prominence coming off of the sun.
And what is the prominence?
And so that's actually some of that solar particles, some of the particles coming off of the sun, the ejecta, and we can kind of see it hanging there, which either turns into an eruption, some of that activity that we can observe, or it can kind of just quiet down as well. Yeah. So, Kate, can you tell us, how can the public get involved with the total solar eclipse?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, so we have a number of citizen science projects. These are projects where people anywhere around the world can help contribute to our science. You don't have to be in the path of totality to contribute. We have projects for everyone. And they're different projects. Some of them you need cameras or telescopes or equipment. Others you can use just with your cell phone. And so we have one project that's called On the Globe Observer app. It's help understand the effect of eclipses on Earth's weather, and you can do that just with your phone.
Do you need a science background, or?
Anyone can contribute. We walk you through what you need to do, and sometimes it's as simple as taking a picture or recording a sound. And so you can all contribute to our science.
So anybody can get involved?
Anyone can get involved.
Perfect. And then can you tell us a little more how the eclipse science that we're doing will help to inform kind of the broader science at NASA?
Yeah, and so like I said, we're trying to study the corona, this source of heat and particles towards Earth. They affect Earth. They can disrupt electronics. They can lead to northern lights. So we're really interested in Earth and understanding the effects on Earth. But there's also the sun affects other planets and bodies in the solar system, like the moon and Mars. And so when we think about exploring the solar system, we want to understand the sun and its role in it.
Wow, that's incredible. I mean, we have so much to look forward to next year. I want to know real quick, what's your peak excitement for next year's total solar eclipse? We'll start with you, and then Kate would love to hear your thoughts.
Sure. So I'm really excited to compare what we saw today, that annular eclipse. How does it compare to that total solar eclipse? I got to see a total in 2017, but every eclipse is unique, and so
such a scientist.
I know.
Want to do
that
a
is
little
my experiment. How many data points can I get? But not just that. We're hearing everything about the heliophysics big year, and so it kicks off today, and that total solar eclipse in April will be the next event. So how many events can I participate in for the heliophysics big year?
Amazing. What about you, Kate?
I'm interested in sort of the things beyond just what you see, but what you feel, so that it's going to get cooler, and we might hear some animals.
Today, we felt that.
Yeah, and I really want the full body experience of the eclipse.
That is incredible. And I mean, today has been a spectacular day. So folks, let's check in one last time with James at our Eclipse desk to see how he's doing. James, what's it like?
Yeah, Tahira, I'm still in awe of the moment that we just had here a couple minutes ago here in Kerrville, Texas. Just a stunning view of that ring of fire here. And as you can see on our Eclipse Explorer, the annularity has now shifted off into the Gulf of Mexico. So if you're in a boat out there, you'll have a phenomenal view. But we're going to be here once again next year, April 8th, 2024 in Kerrville, Texas. I've got the path of the 2024 total solar eclipse up here on the screen. You can see it's tracking right through us in Kerrville and then affecting an entirely new area here that is going to be stretching all the way up to parts of New England, all the way up to Maine, even parts of Canada. So a really large area there as well. So definitely save those pinhole projectors and certainly keep a hold of those Eclipse glasses. You're going to need them for next year. We're going to be right back to cover all of that incredible stuff next year with you. It's been amazing tracking this today. And again, this is still moving onwards to Central America and South America. So if you're tuning in from there, you have a great view incoming. And in many parts of the country, there's still that partial eclipse. A truly awe-inspiring morning and a wonderful day for all. So thank you so much. Back to you, Tahira.
And thank you so much, James, for bringing us into the action during today's show. Gina, so wow. I mean, this was both of our first experiences. So final thoughts.
I mean, what a day. At this point, I'm ready to look at those calculations for the eclipses and check out not only April, but what else can I see in the future, because these are spectacular.
A little eclipse chaser now.
Exactly. I'll chase them around the world.
No, and it has been so fantastic having you on today's show to really just help break down what we are experiencing today. And so again, thank you so much for everything.
Thank you for having me.
And folks, the action isn't over yet. You can continue to watch views of today's annular eclipse as it moves across the path by visiting go.nasa.gov/eclipse 2023 live. That live stream will continue running until 4:30 p.m. Eastern as this eclipse continues its way through Central and South America. Now, unlike today's Ring of Fire effect, we are going to witness the moon completely block out the face of the sun during next year's total solar eclipse. The sky is going to darken as if it were dawn or dusk. You can learn more about eclipses and what's in store for April 8th, 2024 by visiting go.nasa.gov/eclipses. The total solar eclipse is sure to be a rare event and one you will not want to miss. So stay up to date with sun-related events and how we are studying our star by following NASA's Sun on social media. Folks, thank you to everyone who has tuned in to today's coverage of the 2023 annular solar eclipse. We hope to see you back here next April as we ring in the last total solar eclipse that will pass through the mainland U.S. for 2 decades. Now, here's how you can celebrate the countdown to April 8th by joining our heliophysics big year.
We are one of 100 billion stars in a vast galaxy, but for all of human culture on Earth, one sun that nourishes us all.
That is what stirs humankind. That's what unites us.
Experience the wonder, the beauty, and the power of our star.
One sun across space, time, and culture.
Let us continue the quest to unfold this universe. And let us continue to find unity in our discovery.
Probably 2 million asteroids in our solar system.
The reason that Psyche is unique is that it is metal rich.
It's believed that it may be a remnant core
of an early planetesimal.
One of the ingredients that went into making our Earth, and one that we cannot see any other way. And it would be the first metal object that humankind has ever visited.
Studying the evolution of a planetary body is a detective story.
I think the only thing we know is that it's not going to look like what we think it's going to look like, and it's going to be really interesting, whatever we find.
Space is always more amazing than we can imagine with our minds.
You're looking live at NASA's Kennedy Space Center's Launch Pad 39A. Fueling of that SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket should have began a couple of seconds ago for the Psyche mission to a mysterious metal asteroid. Welcome, and thank you for joining us live from the Space Coast of Florida for this first of its kind mission. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is Jim Bell, a professor at Arizona State University. Great to have you here.
Spectacular, great, good morning. Launch day, super exciting.
You have a lot of excitement, and I'm glad to see it.
Yes.
As he said, launch day, so liftoff is targeted for exactly 10:19 and 43 seconds Eastern Time. The name Psyche refers to the spacecraft we're launching today, but also the asteroid we're sending the spacecraft to. And we actually have a model of the asteroid right here, a very baby model.
Tiny model, right?
A lot smaller than the real thing.
Yes, the real asteroid is about as wide as the state of Massachusetts, so it is a very, very large asteroid. It was discovered in 1852 by an Italian astronomer, and he named it Psyche after the Greek goddess of the soul.
Beautiful name.
Yeah, so because of that, we named our spacecraft Psyche. And because of that, we named our mission Psyche. So the focus is on Psyche.
Yeah.
We're really focusing on really getting to know this little world.
All makes sense to me, easy to remember.
Yes.
So as you place that asteroid down, tell me where Psyche is in relation to us and our solar system.
Right, well, you remember elementary school, right? Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, right? And between Mars and Jupiter is the main asteroid belt. And this asteroid orbits in the main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter about 3 times as far from the sun as the Earth.
And really quick, a very unique asteroid, obviously, metal rich.
It's metal rich, and it's the largest one of its kind in the entire solar system.
And that's why we're going to
Yes.
it. And there is a lot to learn about this mission. That's why Jim and I aren't the only ones you'll hear from today. We have Jasmine Hopkins here at Kennedy Space Center at a nearby viewing location, Raquel Villanueva at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California, and Daryl Nail and Mick Woltman, who will walk us through the operational milestones today. All right, so guys, SpaceX has been fueling its Falcon Heavy rocket for about a couple of minutes now. And the other watch item is, of course, the weather today, but we are looking a lot better than yesterday.
Yes, we certainly are, Megan and Jim, and good morning to you both who are looking lovely in your purple and orange mission colors. Mick and I here, we're in our gray, which was the weather yesterday, but you know, great news in terms of the weather for today's launch. It improved to 85% go. We just heard a weather brief as she gave that brief to the launch director, Mike Taylor of SpaceX, and you can see it on the graphic there. 85% go. Winds are light and variable, 5 to 10 miles per hour out of the west. Temperature 82 degrees, and of course it's humid. Our only concern, though, Mick, a potential cumulus cloud in the area. We don't have any rain, as you can see on the radar. That's the best news that we got today.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Jim, I'm excited this morning. I mean, we started early this morning, Daryl, you and I listening to the nets, and the weather has only improved over the last several hours down to this 85% go, and I'm excited for that as we move into launch liftoff this morning. The range team will continue looking at the weather, and along with the engineering team on the launch vehicle, but things are looking really good this morning from a weather standpoint for this mission. I'm very excited.
The other major factor for consideration before launch is the range. As you look at a beautiful shot orbiting around the launch pad there at Launch Complex 39A, the Falcon Heavy, the 3 boosters at the bottom, and the spacecraft Psyche encapsulated at the top. That range, as you can get a look around over the Atlantic Ocean, is green, so we're good to go there. Listen now.
NY, PY, and center core LOX load has started.
That is the call out for LOX load. So now we were flowing RP1 propellants into the Falcon Heavy boosters, those 3 boosters at the bottom. Now we are flowing LOX, which is more of a delicate operation.
Yeah, absolutely. About 5 minutes ago, we started the RP1 load, which got the fuel going into the boosters, and now we are putting the cryogenic densified LOX in board. between the two propellants that will provide all the fuel and energy needed to fire the 27 Merlin engines this morning. So the team is loading the first stage, and about 5 minutes from now we'll start loading second stage. So things are looking really good, and a nominal instrumentation on all the load.
We are counting down to a T0 at 10:19:43 a.m. Eastern Time, 14:19:43 UTC time. It is an instantaneous window now that we've started locks. Real quickly, Mick.
Yeah, absolutely. We starting this densified locks, it sets our window for this morning because we've committed to that, because we have to maintain that cold temperature of the densified locks in the stage. So the team is confident. They've given the go. We've started propellant loading, and we're looking forward to liftoff.
All right, our next call out will be for propellant load in the second stage of the rocket. That's coming up in just about 10 minutes. But for now, we'll send it back to Megan and Jim.
Wow, what do you think of those live views from the helicopter?
Daryl and Mick are awesome too. It's great to have these experts.
We're awesome too. Yeah, it was really great to see those shots, not, of course, of the rocket, but also the weather. 85% go.
It's been our biggest concern, right? The spacecraft is ready, the rocket is ready, the team is ready. Let's hold out for the weather.
Yeah.
It's looking good.
Looking good, exactly. Now, you heard that call out over the loops about loading liquid oxygen. You're going to hear call outs like that throughout the broadcast, and we're going to pause for those so that you can follow along with operations. Our broadcast today will take us all the way through the moment we deploy and get the first possible signal from the Psyche spacecraft. Now, Jim, people might be wondering why go to a metal-rich asteroid?
Well, we've visited over 60 or more years of NASA and other space agencies. We've visited gas planets and rocky planets and icy moons and comets and rocky asteroids. We've never seen a metallic asteroid. There's a big population of them out there. Psyche is the largest one.
Right.
So we want to study this class of objects that we've never seen up close in the solar system.
And so what do we hope to learn by studying Psyche?
So one hypothesis is that Psyche might be the preserved ancient core of a little planet, a planetesimal. And so we can't study the core of the Earth, right? It's too hot, pressure's too high. We can't study the core of the Moon or Mars or anything else like that. So here's a chance to study the core of a growing planet from early in the solar system that is exposed to view. At least that's our hypothesis, and we want to test that with our instruments and our amazing spacecraft.
Perfect. And actually, speaking of the spacecraft, Psyche isn't the only experiment flying today. Hitching a ride on the Psyche spacecraft is the Deep Space Optical Communications Experiment, or DSOC. So, Jim, this is a completely separate technology demonstration.
Yeah, so we're used to radio communications with spacecraft, NASA's Deep Space Network. This will be the first time we'll use optical laser beam communication to try to talk to the spacecraft as it goes farther and farther out into the solar system. And that technology has been demonstrated out to the Moon, but not beyond. So we want to use it out at Mars and get much better data rates, much higher quality data. So it's going to be a great test, and Psyche mission's just super happy to be carrying the DSOC.
Yeah, a lot of science packed into one mission. Now, Jim is obviously very knowledgeable. That's why we're inviting you to send him your questions about the mission. So just submit them online using hashtag AskNASA, then watch as we answer your questions live. And you can also interact with us by playing Psyche Bingo. Jim is ready to show you the card that you can get. You can get your very own by scanning the QR code we're about to bring up on your screen here. And every time you hear a bingo word on the broadcast, so for example, we have cruise, iron, core, Mars. Whenever you hear one of those words, just mark it on your card. And when you get bingo, you can show off your win on social media by tagging @NASA Solar System.
Right.
Now, Psyche the asteroid is sometimes called 16 Psyche, and that's because it was the 16th asteroid to ever be discovered. Now, more than 160 years later, scientists will soon study it up close.
Psyche is an asteroid that orbits the sun out between Mars and Jupiter.
The reason that Psyche is unique is that it is metal rich.
It's believed that it may be a remnant core of an early planetesimal that was formed in the very, very earliest parts of the formation of the solar system.
And after this planet started forming and this metal core formed inside of that, it collided with other bodies that then stripped off the rocky mantle, leaving this core in place.
This is the part of planets that we can't sample directly today.
It's too hot, the pressure's too high, our instruments would melt. Can't drill a hole that deep in the Earth or other planets. So how do we study the core of our planet?
Psyche gives us the opportunity to visit a core, the only way that humankind can ever do, and it would be the first metal object that humankind has ever visited.
After launch, we cruised through interplanetary space for a number of years. First, we fly by Mars for gravity assist that'll slingshot us into the asteroid belt. And then we're thrusting all the way from there to finally arriving at Psyche.
We'll go into 4 orbits to collect the necessary measurements that we need from our 3 primary instruments.
So our payload consists of a couple of imagers, which are cameras that take pictures of Psyche. Also a gamma-ray neutron spectrometer, which allows us to measure the elemental composition of the surface of Psyche. And then a magnetometer, which will allow us to detect any magnetic field that's left at Psyche.
If Psyche still has some sort of remnant magnetic field, that probably tells us it really was a core. It's a strong indicator. We also use the radio on the spacecraft as an instrument, so we can map out the gravity and map out the interior structure that way.
We're using a particular thruster technology, Hall effect thruster technology. They operate 5 times more efficiently than normal rockets, so they use a lot less fuel, and is what allows us to get into orbit around this asteroid.
Solar electric propulsion has been around for quite a while, and it has flown before, but we're continuing to push the boundaries. We're going to have big 5-panel fold-out solar panels that will provide the electricity for the thrusters, which use as propellant the noble gas xenon.
This will be the first time that Hall effect thrusters have flown in deep space.
Studying the evolution of a planetary body is a detective story.
There's a magic to when you actually are on the launch pad and you say, we're go for launch.
And you feel like singing and dancing, and you feel like throwing up at the same time.
Let's go discover things about our solar system that we have no other way to do. I think that it's fundamental to who we are and also who we should be. It's an incredible opportunity to be a part of the team making that happen.
I want to take a second to repeat what you just said in that video, feeling like throwing up and excited and dancing all at the same time. Is that how you're feeling right now?
Butterflies right now, very excited, but also super confident. This team is amazing that's putting this show together for us. So.
And the scientist leading the investigation, we just saw her in that video, Lindy Elkins-Tanton. She's a professor at Arizona State University, where you also work, and you are also the Psyche imaging lead. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so we are running the camera investigation on campus at Arizona State. We designed, built, and tested the cameras. It's a collaboration between Arizona State University, our partner Malin Space Science Systems in San Diego, and of course JPL, our colleagues at JPL. And we have a staff of faculty, staff, and students at Arizona State, and we'll be running the Science Data Center there for all the instrument data to flow through, including the imagers. So we'll be taking those shots, putting the mosaics together, getting them out to the public as quickly as we can.
I love that students are also involved.
Yeah.
Okay, T-minus 36 minutes and 12 seconds until liftoff of the Falcon Heavy rocket and Psyche spacecraft. Let's check back in with Daryl and Mick.
Megan and Jim, we are still green for weather and range, which is great news as you look at an orbiting shot there of the launch pad. We're here at Hangar AE at the Mission Directors Center. A lot of high-level folks behind us monitoring the mission, keeping track every step of the way. Mick, you did hear something, though, on the Range Ops Net that suggested that we had a recreational boat not in the box, which is the area of concern when the rocket goes up, but near the box. Nonetheless, they're going to get a visit from a Coast Guard cutter.
Yeah, absolutely. Being here at Launch Complex 39A right here on the coast of Florida, you know, we have all kinds of things we have to look at, all kinds of weather constraints. We talked about the weather this morning. We have launch vehicle constraints we have to worry about, and we have range op constraints that have to be met. So the range team from the Space Force is monitoring all that and looking at it, and this is just one of those things we have to deal with.
We're also watching propellant load, the big operation as we lead up to the liftoff today, and in just a few seconds we're going to start RP1 load of the second stage. Let's listen in.
Stage 2 RP1 load has started.
With that call out, we're now loading the second stage with propellant, and following that we'll LOX load it. But the long pole in the tent are those 3 boosters that we're looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. We're about halfway filled with the RP1 in the boosters there as we look at the data on the screen, and LOX is continuing to flow in all 3 boosters to make sure everything's filled this morning for propellant. And second stage has started also. We're very excited to get all this propellant done. This is the most critical and long portion of the operation to get this vehicle tanked and ready for liftoff.
Very good. And the rocket standing tall today with the Psyche spacecraft encapsulated at the very top. A beautiful shot here on the Space Coast. The weather improving to 85% go. The Falcon Heavy with its 3 boosters going to lift that portion of the rocket that you see right there. Psyche is encapsulated inside, roughly the size of a van, inside that fairing, which protects it from the atmosphere.
Yeah, during ascent, we have to protect the spacecraft through all the Earth atmosphere, and as we get heading into space. And once we get into space, the fairing will be deployed, and Psyche will be out in the environment and ready for deployment.
And SpaceX planning on capturing those fairings today after they fall back into the ocean. Coming up, we're going to load the last of the commodities, LOX, into the stage 2. Stay tuned for that. For now, we'll send it back to Megan and Jim.
Okay, so that's what's going on with the launch vehicle. Now it's time to check on the Psyche spacecraft itself. For that, let's go to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California. Raquel, so JPL is managing this mission.
That is correct, Megan. This is the Psyche mission support area behind me, where about 36 people are working. These are experts in operating the spacecraft. The team had a very early start on the West Coast. Many of them arrived around 3 o'clock this morning to start preparing for launch. Around this time, engineers have to turn on power to the spacecraft. And that's what they're doing here, transitioning to internal power using the battery that's built into the spacecraft. This battery is used until Psyche can get solar power when the solar arrays deploy. The team is also equipped with Lucky Peanuts. Eating them before major mission events is a tradition here at JPL. As we get closer to launch, I will talk to team members gearing up to take their seats in the mission support area you see over here. Back to you, Megan.
32 minutes and 3 seconds and counting to launch here at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. People from all over the world visit KSC on launch days to be part of such an epic sight. NASA's Jasmine Hopkins is live at one of those viewing areas now. Jasmine.
Thank you, Megan. Yes, we are on the balcony of the Operations Support Building 2 here at Kennedy, where we'll have a great view of the launch over in the distance. And joining us now is the Deputy PI for Psyche, Ben Weiss. Thank you so much for being here.
Super excited to be here.
Of course, I'm sure you are excited. You've worked on this mission for over a decade. So tell us how your journey started at MIT and how that got you here.
So we have a laboratory in which we measure the magnetism of rocks. And back in 2010, we were finding many meteorites, for some reason, were very strongly magnetized. They formed an ancient magnetic field billions of years ago. We were really perplexed, like what could be the origin of this magnetic field? And we were puzzling over this, and one day, Lindy Elkins-Tanton, the future PI of Psyche, was walking by my office, and I asked her, do you have any ideas about what this magnetic field could be? And she's like, I was just teaching a class about this topic right across the hall from you. So she came into my office, we talked about it for an hour, drew a bunch of things on the board, and then by the end of it, we came to the conclusion that many of these meteorites came from asteroids that had formed little metallic cores, just like what's in the center of the Earth. And the churning of these molten metallic cores generated a magnetic field just the way the Earth does. Okay, so we wrote a paper about this. Some scientists at JPL read the paper, and they invited us, also Maria Zuber was involved with that, and invited us out to JPL to see whether we might want to build a mission associated with this. And we thought about this for a second, like, yes. So then we went out there, and here we are 12 years later.
Right, it's great to see how you got here. So you're also speaking of this magnetization, and you worked on the magnetometer. You're the lead for that instrument. Can you tell us how will that role expand after launch today?
So we've been, until now, measuring little quarter-millimeter fragments in our laboratory. Now we're sending a magnetometer out on a big spacecraft out to measure the magnetic field of a big asteroid, and we're hoping to make the first detection of a magnetic field around an asteroid.
And Ben, as you said earlier, you have been working on this 12 years, so it's great to see that you are here today for this launch.
Surreal.
Of course. Thank you so much, Ben Weiss.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Now, we just heard from Ben, Psyche's magnetometer lead. Why don't you tell us about what a magnetometer is? Why don't you break that down for us?
Megan, this is not just the host desk. This is the host desk of science. Because we're going to do a little demo here.
Love
This
it.
is
Thank
the
you.
magnetometer.
Okay. So think of this as this magnet as a magnetometer.
That magnet is the magnetometer. I have 3 rocks here.
Okay.
This is a rock from my backyard, and these are 2 rocks from space. These are
Okay.
2 meteorites from the ASU Busek Center for Meteorite Studies. And I
Okay.
would like you to be the magnetometer,
Okay.
the Psyche
Be the
magnetometer,
magnetometer.
approaching this particular rock, which
Nothing.
is a piece of granite. It's
Okay.
from my backyard in Arizona. Don't just take it for granted. It
Wow,
really is
you're
a piece of granite. Yep.
On a roll.
Okay, so not magnetic, right?
Okay,
Not much
no.
iron in that one.
No.
Now try this one. This is a so-called
little.
ordinary chondrite meteorite. It's
A
a little magnetic. It's
Yep.
kind of not stick. It's sticking a little bit. Has a little bit of iron and nickel in it. It's kind of like the material you'd find. This would be crustal material, crustal and mantle kind of material.
Okay.
Now try that meteorite.
Whoa.
Yes,
Oh my gosh.
right. This is an iron.
stuck
It's
on
like
there.
massively stuck on there. This is an iron meteorite. This is part of the Canyon Diablo meteorite, which created Meteor Crater in
Wow.
northern Arizona.
Okay.
So you saw how strong that magnetic field is on this one, and so we'll be using the magnetometer on the spacecraft to try to detect that kind of magnetic field. And if we see that strong magnetic field, it is a good indicator that Psyche is an ancient core.
Okay, so that's what we want to do. We want to take this magnetometer, orbit the
Yep.
asteroid to
Yep.
see if there's that magnetic field.
Yep.
And so if we discover that, yes, this is likely a planetary core,
Yep.
what does that mean for us?
Well,
what can we learn from
it
that?
gives us an opportunity to study a core of a planet in a way we just can't. We can't go to the Earth's core. We can't study the other planetary cores. But here we can look at this object, which we can get its chemistry. We can look at the kinds of minerals on its surface, its geology, its density, its gravity field, and really understand some details about how cores form and therefore how planets form.
How planets form, our planet.
Our planet in particular.
Okay,
Exactly,
thank you
yes.
so much for breaking this down. Love the demo. Managing today's launch is NASA's Launch Services Program based here at KSC. It's responsible for delivering uncrewed spacecraft like weather satellites, telescopes. Many of those end up orbiting the Earth, but Psyche is going to go much farther. NASA's Daryl Nail spoke to an analyst about Psyche's unique trajectory into deep space.
Jermaine Oliver, good to see you again. How you doing? Well, this is your animation here. You're the LSP trajectory analyst. Show us now what is happening here with the second stage and the Psyche spacecraft on board.
We have the second stage and the launch vehicle together, and we're going through our first burn. This burn is going to get us to park orbit. During park orbit, we will basically loiter there until the trajectory lines up to get us on an outbound cruise to Psyche.
Okay, and so now you're going into that park orbit, and I notice this thing's moving around a little bit.
Well, we want to keep the sun about a 90-degree angle, but at the same time, we're doing what we call a barbecue roll, where the spacecraft will just spin to keep the temperature gradient across the spacecraft and the launch vehicle the same. You don't want the sun focusing on one particular area that could potentially damage any instruments or any hardware.
So it is continuing on the velocity vector, which we see here very clearly, and that 90 degrees to the sun. This is a long coast phase.
Yeah, about 45 minutes or so before we actually get into the injection burn.
Is there anything happening during this coast phase?
No, we're just pretty much just going through the barbecue roll, tracking the sun, keeping it 90 degrees away.
We're approaching now southern Africa and crossing that continent, but then getting ready for that second burn.
Right. When we finish crossing over the continent of Africa, then we'll start getting ready to do that injection burn where the vehicle will get into another attitude that will line up with the velocity vector.
And is that why we're seeing it start to swing back around?
Yes, you're starting to see that swing a little bit slowly right now.
Now the sun is on the other side of the Earth and starting to get into a shadow, so we'll actually be in darkness here as we approach the northwestern coast of Australia.
Correct. But that's not a concern to us. We still want to maintain the barbecue roll, as you can see. And as you can see right now, we're actually lining up to get to that velocity vector. And once we line up with that, we'll perform that injection burn.
All right, we see it now in the dark side of the Earth, starting to point into that velocity vector that you mentioned. And here comes our second burn.
Yes. You're about to see the second burn happen right now. It's about 2.5 minutes. This will inject us into the orbit that we will need to get to Psyche.
Second engine start, number 2. Your animation has a little vibration there as the engine's giving it the go, and then it cuts off.
Yes. And now, after this burn is complete, we will then get ready to go to the separation attitude. So you see the launch vehicle and the spacecraft get into an attitude where when we separate the spacecraft, the launch vehicle can then go into another attitude and perform a burn to get it away from Psyche.
I see it swinging back around, and here you've labeled Psyche separation.
Yes.
This is the moment where the second stage comes off the spacecraft.
Yes. At this time, we have separated from Psyche. Psyche is on its way. The launch vehicle is now performing a burn to get itself away from Psyche to include recontact, and Psyche will be on its way shortly.
Great. We don't want to run into the second stage with the spacecraft. It's got a job to do. And first, it's going out towards Mars.
Yes, it's going to do a Mars flyby to get that gravity assist, to slingshot itself over to the Psyche asteroid.
Help save fuel, get out to its destination. That's all a good thing.
Yes, sir.
Jermaine, thanks for showing us that. Really
Thanks for having
appreciate
me.
your time.
And we have space enthusiasts watching today's launch from around the world. And we have some recorded questions that they've sent in, while some are posting them live to social media. So why don't we get to some of those questions now?
Let's do it.
Don't be nervous. I think you'll get them all.
All right.
So here's the first one.
Hi, I'm Ezra, and I have 2 questions for you. How will you communicate with the spacecraft, and how did you come across Psyche 16? Thank you.
Oh,
Wow.
Great first question.
Ezra's awesome. Those are great questions. So we actually communicate with the spacecraft using radio waves. So the spacecraft has a transmitter and a receiver, and it talks to NASA's Deep Space Network radio telescopes, which are around the world, in California, in Spain, in Australia. And these are enormous radio telescopes that can detect even very faint signals, because we're going to be very far away. So we send radio signals back and forth from the ground. We send the signals up, giving the spacecraft the commands, what to point at and how to thrust. And then the spacecraft sends its data back down, telemetry, the pictures we're going to take, the data from the magnetometer and the other instruments. So it's all through radio. And his second question, how did we come across Psyche 16, was it was discovered by telescopes back in 1852.
Wow.
And it was the 16th asteroid that astronomers discovered.
Perfect. Can't believe so long ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take another question from social. Do we have a certain hypothesis as to what chemical elements or metals are present in the metal asteroid?
We do. We have a number of hypotheses, because that's what scientists do. We pose hypotheses and then we test them. And one of our favorite hypotheses is that Psyche, the asteroid, is a lot like that metal meteorite that I showed you. It has a lot of iron and nickel and other heavy metal elements, and maybe a little bit of silicate rock on the outside. From impacts into Psyche over time, but we're really going to be especially looking for that iron and nickel to try to make that case that it's a planetary core.
Hypothesis now, but you guys are going to soon prove it right
Test.
or figure out something else, huh?
Exactly.
All right, great questions, guys. Keep them coming, again, using hashtag AskNASA. Now, launching Psyche today is part of what NASA is calling Asteroid Autumn. The agency is conducting a lot of science on different kinds of asteroids around our solar system. So let's learn more about that with NASA's Jasmine Hopkins.
Thank you, Megan. Joining us now is NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. Thank you for being here.
Great day.
Yes, it's a great day to launch. So you were just in Houston, NASA's Johnson Space Center, for the unveiling of the OSIRIS-REx sample return mission. So tell us about that. I mean, we are now about to launch Psyche, so why are we conducting these ambitious asteroid missions?
Isn't it interesting that asteroids are just fascinating to us because it gives us the clues to the origins not only of our solar system, but also the universe. So we brought back OSIRIS-REx. We revealed it yesterday at the Johnson Space Center, and lo and behold, it has water in clay. And this is just on the outside of the container. We haven't even opened the container yet. It also has carbon. So if you got water and carbon, you got the building blocks of life. Now, this one, Psyche, we're going to a metallic asteroid, which is a core of some kind of celestial body. And as a result, we're going to learn all kind of new things, how these things fly through the solar system and they hit each other and they cause the evolution of what we have today, our solar system.
And Administrator Nelson, you know, we're also looking at the longevity of a mission like Psyche. It's going to take us about 6 years to get there. So what are the long-term effects of a mission like this?
Load is complete.
Well, it's what you have to do to get there. We're using a flyby Mars as a gravity assist, and that just takes longer to get there. But isn't that something? That 6 years down the road, we're finally going to get the revelation of what we're looking for, but we had to start planning it and building it even several years before this.
Right, exactly. It's great to see that we are here on this day for launch. Thank you so much for joining us, Administrator Nelson. Jim and Megan, back to you.
And we just heard that call out for stage 1 RP loading. Okay, we're coming up on another major fueling milestone now. Let's check back in with Daryl and Mick.
That's right, Megan. Stage 1 RP load complete, and so that completes the stage 2. Rather,
Stage 2
complete. But we're continuing to load RP1 in the first stage boosters as well as LOX, which is the long pole in the tent. And as we look at this view from our Kennedy Flight Operations team and their Airbus H-135 helicopters, which are out there for security purposes, and they have a camera on board, thankfully for us, you can see the LOX clouds surrounding the rocket, which it's quite a humid day here in Florida today, Mick, so it really stands out dramatically.
Yeah, that cloud is caused from that boil off we talked about, Daryl, that once we start loading, that cold locks into the vehicle. We get boil off that occurs to allow the venting of the tanks so that we can get as much LOX into the tank as possible for today's mission. We want all of that propellant to be able to get Psyche on its way on that trajectory that Charmaine talked to you about.
Speaking of LOX, we are getting ready to start loading LOX into stage 2 of the rocket, the upper part. And you can see that
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
And there's the call out. You can see that the strong back has been chilled as well. Now LOX is flowing up to the second stage of the rocket.
Yeah, now this will be the last and final propellant we need to get on board the Falcon Heavy this morning. We continue to load RP1 and LOX onto the first stage, and now that we've started stage 2 LOX, everything will be complete. Daryl, I did want to say Jim is excited to be answering the questions of those kids today. Me personally here in Brevard, I got Miss Stafford's class watching you and I today out at Saturn Elementary, and they're excited to be watching what we're doing.
Well, we thank them and all students who are tuning in today. We are hoping to have a liftoff here, and everything looks good for a T0 at 10:19 and 43 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, 14:19:43 UTC time. We will continue to track the tanking of this rocket, and we'll be back at T-minus 8 minutes to count down to liftoff. In the meantime, we'll send it back to Megan and Jim.
Now, once the Psyche spacecraft is deployed today, it's going to take 6 years to arrive at the Psyche asteroid. Why is that? Why so long?
Space is big, right? We live in a big solar system, and it takes a long time to travel between planets. 3 days to the moon, 6 months to a year to get to Mars or more. And so we are going on this looping trajectory from the Earth all the way out to Mars. We have to pass by Mars and get a little gravity boost from Mars, but then from there we need to keep going out into the main asteroid belt, not all the way to Jupiter, but to about 3 times as far that the Earth is from the Sun. And so it is just a long voyage, and it takes a long time to get there.
Yeah, and when the spacecraft gets there, it's going to observe the asteroid from different orbits, right?
Yes, so we will, you know, this is a model of Psyche. We don't know that the asteroid really looks like this. We don't know it's exactly this size. We don't know its mass to great accuracy, right? So we're going to very cautiously approach it and get captured in its gravity in a very high orbit that's something like 33 hours long, and really start to characterize it, get to know the place. Hey, look, we're here. Let's get to know the place, right? And then over time, we'll slowly lower that orbit, and eventually we'll be down in an orbit that takes only about 4 hours to go around the asteroid, and that's when we'll get our highest resolution data and all that chemistry data that we're talking about, and we'll be mapping the magnetic field and the gravity field the whole time. So yeah, that's why it's going to take us a couple of years, 26 months, to do that primary mission.
Yeah, a long journey for a lot of science.
Yeah.
Now let's get to another update from Raquel, who's live with JPL in California.
Thanks, Megan. I am in the Space Flight Operations Facility here at JPL, which operates the Deep Space Network. It consists of 3 complexes with large radio dishes that let us communicate with spacecraft that go beyond the moon. Now, these 3 complexes are strategically located in California, Spain, and Australia. They provide two-way communication and also help us track and navigate the spacecraft so we can keep them on course. And right now, the Deep Space Network is supporting over 40 missions. The Psyche spacecraft is expected to first communicate with the radio antennas in Canberra, Australia. Then data will come here to JPL. The operations team will use it to track Psyche, monitor its health, and send commands as it travels to the metal-rich asteroid. Megan, back to you.
Now, riding along with Psyche is NASA's first demonstration of deep space laser communications. Let's bring back NASA's Jasmine Hopkins to learn more.
Thank you, Megan. Yes, joining me now is Jason Mitchell and Trudy Cordes to talk to us more about the deep space optical communications, also known as DSOC. So, Jason, how exactly do these laser communications work?
But, Jasmine, so just like on Earth, where space users are voracious for data, and so most of that data on Earth is routed through fiber optic cables with lasers, as everybody knows. We do the same thing for space users in this concept for things like DSOC, except can't tether a spacecraft to a fiber, so you have to do a free space link. And with that, there's at least 3 challenges. There's pointing becomes a challenge. You have to point very precisely. Plus, the Earth distorts optical light, right? And so you think about a hot road or the horizon of a hot road on a hot day, right? Like today, and you see that shimmer. And then 3, the signal is so faint, you literally have to count photons. So we have to have these super cooled nanowire detectors that are cooled to just about 1 degree Celsius above absolute zero. But you put that together and we get a capability to deliver data 10 to 100 times faster.
Right, so what we're doing is pretty complex. And Trudy, your directorate focuses on future technology. So how can we use DSOC in the future?
Right, Jasmine. So as Jason said, 10 to 100 times more data we're getting back. So it's very enhancing. For our friends in science, more data means more discoveries. And then certainly with all the work the agency is doing around Moon to Mars objectives, DSOC now gets into the to Mars part of that. So humans to Mars, a very realistic type of system we could use for reliable infrastructure such as advanced communication systems is absolutely enabling and going to make humans to Mars and exploration a possibility.
Exactly. I'm glad you mentioned to Mars. Jason, you are understanding DSOC on a deep level, and actually there will be something called O2O on Orion for Artemis 2. So how are they working in tandem?
So thank you. So the optical to Orion will be another optical demonstration on that vehicle, and it will. So they're different missions, so they're different implementations, but they do share a lot of common hardware, and they will use the same high-efficiency photon algorithms, right? Remember that photon-starved channel, got to count those photons. And that's how we'll accomplish that in injection or infusion into human spaceflight.
Right.
And Jasmine, just to add on, so Jason and I had the unique opportunity to go over and see O2O installed on the Artemis 2 service module yesterday. It looks absolutely beautiful. We're excited about that. We're very grateful to our friends in Exploration for flying that for us to get this to an operational capability. And Jason knows what we like to say in space tech all the time. What do we say, Jason?
Technology drives exploration.
Bingo, exactly what Jason said.
Awesome. So. Great things to look forward to in the future. Jason, Trudy, thank you so much. Thanks, Megan, back to you.
As you heard, laser communications will play a big role in our next mission to the moon. Let's see what else is already happening for Artemis 2.
It's a short package,
You would have thought it was launch day here at Kennedy Space Center just a few weeks ago. The Artemis 2 crew suited up in the historic Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. A test to practice a bit of what would happen before they lift off for the moon. Once their suits were on, they were off inside their brand new, fully electric crew transportation vehicles for the 9-mile drive to Launch Pad 39B. Kennedy employees waving to the crew as they drove by. At the pad, Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen took elevators to the top of the mobile launcher.
When we walked out that crew access arm, I just had images of all those Apollo launches and shuttle launches that I saw as a kid, and it was unreal. I actually had to stop and just stand a moment in the crew access arm to really let it all sink in.
The day's successful test ended in the White Room, their final stop before boarding the Orion capsule to the moon. That's your Artemis Moon Minute. If you're just joining us, welcome to live coverage of Psyche. Liftoff aboard a SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket is now just 10 minutes, 13 seconds away. Atop in the payload fairing is the Psyche spacecraft, which weighs just about 6,000 pounds when fueled. That's about as heavy as a large SUV. It's made up of a body and 2 solar arrays in a cross formation, and when those solar arrays are extended, the spacecraft measures about 81 feet, or the size of a tennis court. It will be propelled by solar electric propulsion and will travel about 2.2 billion miles to study the metal-rich asteroid also named Psyche. Now, Jim, you are one of the scientists behind this mission, a mission more than 10 years in the making. How are you feeling now with 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go before
my
launch?
goodness, I have butterflies the size of pterodactyls in my stomach right now. But really, I'm thinking about the team.
Yeah.
Right? I'm thinking about the hundreds, the thousands of people around the world, across the country, around the world, who have worked so hard to get to this point. Launch is the focus of a big team effort, and I know there's lots of folks out there on pins and needles right now.
Absolutely.
But also, I think we're also just super confident in the team at SpaceX, the team here at Kennedy, to get us up there into space and give us a great ride.
Yeah, and this mission could benefit planetary science for generations. So impactful.
Absolutely. I mean, we won't get to Psyche till early 2029, right? So you think about a lot of the kids watching at home today or in school today, they're going to be the researchers who start working with the data in the 2030s and beyond. And we're going to have that data set coming in for a couple of years and hopefully learn a lot about planetary cores, the Earth's core, how planets form, and all kinds of cool things like that.
Jim, I really can't wait to see what you all uncover. Yes. You can't wait either.
I can't wait either.
Pterodactyls in your stomach. That must feel awful. And now taking us through the rest of the launch countdown are Daryl and Mick.
Thank you, Jim and Megan. Appreciate all the knowledge we are getting about the Psyche
Center
mission
core
today.
RP1 load is complete.
And there we just heard a call out that the RP1 load is complete, and that's great news. We're continuing to watch as this vehicle is tanked with propellants, 2.8 million pounds of propellants, both liquid oxygen and refined kerosene, called RP1. We've got a number of things that we are going to be looking at as we count down to the final minutes, Mick, and one of them is chilling the booster engines, transitioning the power to internal from shore power on the ground to internal to the rocket and the spacecraft.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're tanking the launch vehicle, there's also things going on with the spacecraft, and the spacecraft team is working all of their ops, transitioning to internal power, getting ready for this morning's launch. And we just heard that they confirmed communication with the spacecraft after a short transition, and we'll verify that they're on internal power here shortly. But things continue to look nominal for this morning's launch attempt.
And we're hearing, as we go along, updates about when each booster's RP1 is complete. And we will also hear when their LOX is complete. We're getting now down to the final filling of the boosters.
Engine chill has started.
Another key milestone is to pre-chill those engines. And that's critical when you're flowing super chilled liquid oxygen into them.
Yeah, we want to make sure all 27 engines are chilled to the right temperature, making sure once we get the chilled down RP1 and the densified liquid oxygen in there that things continue to work nominal from that aspect. So the team will continue to top off the LOX tanks and get ready for moving into terminal count.
We're getting ready to transition to internal power, both for the spacecraft and the rocket. That's coming up in just 20 seconds. We're watching the boosters as they fill. They are close to getting complete.
NY RP1 load is complete.
Another booster down for RP1. Actually 3 now. So now we move to the filling of the LOX and the completion for all 3 first stage boosters.
Okay, and I'm good to run that now.
Listening in for the switch to internal power. Beautiful shot of the rocket, Falcon Heavy.
Spacecraft is on internal power.
There's the confirmation. The spacecraft is now on internal power. The Psyche spacecraft that you see there encapsulated between those two fairing halves.
Vehicle tanks are pressing for strong-back retract.
So there we heard the team is pressing the strong back to get ready to retract the transporter erector, or strong back as you refer to it, away from the vehicle just prior to launch. We saw a shot there at the fairing, and that structure will move here in about 10 seconds as they retract that. Things are continuing to move pretty quickly here, Daryl, as the team preps for a T0.
Strong back retract has started.
So now let's take a view up at the top of the rocket where we can see the clamp arms. They will begin to release the rocket at just about the midsection of the rocket, midway up. And we're also waiting for the NLM pole, which is coming up in just a few seconds. A final check with the NASA launch manager, Tim Dunn, by launch director Mike Taylor of SpaceX.
LD, NLM, countdown net. LD. The NASA Psyche team is go for launch. Copy, go for launch.
Great news there. The spacecraft team is ready. NASA's launch team is ready.
LOX load is complete.
Yep, and there we heard a call out for a LOX load on one of the side boosters is complete as the team continues to fill the tanks and top them off. Getting ready for launch. We should be hearing the other two side boosters finishing up along with stage
TY
2
LOX load
LOX
is
load
complete.
And there we heard the other side booster is complete with LOX load, Daryl.
These two side boosters, they'll be coming back today, so if you're here locally, you're going to get quite a show. Boosters 1064 and 1065, which have flown 3 previous missions, 2 DoD.
Center core LOX load is complete.
And 1 commercial mission. They'll be coming back about 7.5 minutes after liftoff. So look to the sky for that, especially that entry burn and landing burn. They'll make a sonic boom that you can't miss.
Yeah, absolutely. We are looking forward to those 2 boosters coming back. And as we talked earlier, that center core will be expendable. We'll use all the propellants for Psyche today. And if you look at the launch vehicle, one of the unique things about that center core being brand new and expendable is you'll notice there's no grid fins or landing legs on that. And that is done by purpose to make sure we get the complete performance out of that center core for that trajectory that Jarmaine talked about to allow Psyche to perform its mission.
Always good to save some mass when you're flying a rocket to space. And those 2 side boosters, NASA has eyes for them for the Europa Clipper mission.
We do. Actually, the side boosters will be used on a...
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
Stage 2 LOX load complete call out there. But that's those side boosters will be used on a Space Force mission later this year and or maybe early next year, and then we are looking to use those as our prime side boosters for the Europa Clipper mission in 2024.
And with that call out that stage 2 LOX is complete, the Falcon Heavy is now completely tanked with 2.8 million pounds of propellants. Getting into the final minutes of the countdown now. T-minus 1 minute and 37 seconds.
Gas launch closeouts.
So you heard there the ground gas closeouts, and see that burst of LOX coming off the side of the rocket there? That is emptying out the LOX line in the transporter erector or strongback. Getting down to the final minute now.
Falcon Heavy is in startup.
Good call out that the Falcon Heavy is in startup. Now we're going to get the go at T-minus 45 seconds.
Go for launch.
We are go for launch. All systems are go to send the Psyche spacecraft to deep space.
30 seconds. $15 seconds.
And here we go with the final seconds of launch. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff of Falcon Heavy and Psyche on a mission to a metal asteroid in deep space to study the building blocks of our planet's inner space.
Vehicles pitching downrange. M1D chamber pressure is nominal.
View there from the onboard camera on the booster. Beautiful shot there as it goes through the clouds.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Over here, Dale, the power telemetry are nominal. We're also looking at the data for all 27 engines.
Falcon is supersonic.
All chamber pressures look good, and Falcon is supersonic now.
Throttling down in preparation for max Q. A moment of peak mechanical stress on the rocket.
What will happen here
Max
is
Q.
The side boosters will be at full power, and the center core will be at a reduced power to go through max Q to reduce the pressures on the structure of the launch vehicle.
Coming up in 30 seconds. We'll start getting ready to have those boosters cut off.
Vehicle's looking good, pitching down range. All telemetry looks really good so far, Daryl. As we see a beautiful view of the Falcon Heavy and center core and side boosters there. Data is looking really good.
All 27 engines of the Falcon Heavy putting down 5.1 million pounds of thrust. Standing by now for booster engine cutoff for those side boosters. The center core booster will continue on.
Booster engine cutoff. Side booster separation confirmed.
Great shot there of the side boosters coming off the rocket.
MVAC engine chill has started.
And there we start the chill on stage 2 as we get ready for MECO on the center core. Stage 2 will continue chilling down, making sure the fuel and propellants are flowing through that MVAC, getting ready for ignition.
Those boosters will have 3 burns, 2 re-entry burns and 1 final landing burn before it comes back down at LZ1 and LZ2, landing zone 1 and 2 here at the Cape. Next up is main engine cutoff of that center booster. After that cuts off, there'll be a series of steps that will happen in close succession. Main engine cutoff. The center core stage will separate, and then we'll start the second stage burn, the first of 2 burns today.
There we see a shot inside the
shutdown.
That was a shutdown.
Looking
main
now
engine
inside
cutoff.
the booster. There you have MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
And there it goes. You're looking at the second stage in front of you, lighting up its
MVAC
MVAC
ignition.
engine. Split screen now on your right-hand side.
Center core FTS is saved. Bermuda.
Calling out the communication stations. What a beautiful shot there, while we had it, of stage 2.
Daryl, we continue to look at the side boosters.
Fairing separation confirmed.
Boostback has been completed, and they're in extended coast right now.
And there go the fairings. Revealing Psyche to the atmosphere. You can see the fairing falling away back to Earth. SpaceX has their recovery vessel.
Vehicle is on a nominal trajectory.
Their recovery vessel, Bob, is out in the waters right now, looking to recover both of them. Getting a good burn now from the second stage. This lasts about 4 minutes. We are going out over the Atlantic Ocean, heading south towards southern Africa. On the right-hand side, you see the glowing engine of the Stage 2. We've got 2 cameras there. On the left, we're tracking those boosters coming back down.
Yeah, we should see in about 20 seconds, we should see the booster entry burn, which is be the one engine on both side boosters.
Quite a clear image in space on the right-hand side. We've got clouds overhead on the left, but you can see at the center, we're tracking one of those boosters, also tracking the second stage, it looks like right there.
Yeah, all the data so far, telemetry is looking nominal. I see the telemetry chilling down the engines for that booster entry burn on the side boosters, starting up in the telemetry. Everything's looking nominal. The vehicle second stage is performing very well, and side boosters are coming back.
Boosters entry burn startup.
And there we just heard booster entry burn startup is happening. And seeing the entry burn getting ready to go on the side boosters.
Boosters entry burn shutdown.
And there we saw the booster entry burn on one and shutdown. And there we see booster entry burn on the second side booster and shutdown.
Next burn is the final landing burn. And for
PYNY FTS is saved.
And for folks who are in the area, you end up hearing that loud sonic boom, that thunderclap, just about the time they make landing.
Stage 2 is on a nominal trajectory.
You and I here at Hangar AE, just a couple of miles away from this landing zone, we certainly hear it and feel it.
Yep, and I see now that the side boosters are supersonic, transitioning to transonic.
And that's a shot of the booster through a thin layer of clouds.
We hear the call out for transonic. Landing burn has started.
Terminal guidance.
Here it comes.
I don't know, Daryl, but that sonic boom was great for us. I'm sure Jim is excited over there. There's the second one. I'm sure the host desk over there is feeling that really well.
Literally, our monitors were shaking as both those boosters broke the sound barrier.
And we just heard booster landing confirmed, as we see on the screen, both
back
landing zone 1 and 2. Everything looks great. And then the call out for Stage 2 FTS is safe. Seco 1, Stage 2 engine cutoff. So, Daryl, this will put us into that 45-minute coast that you and Jarmaine were talking about, allowing us to do
nominal
that
park orbit
roll.
insertion.
Absolutely, we're looking forward to that. And as you look at your screen there are the 2 side boosters on their landing pads, coming down more staggered than I'd seen them before, but nonetheless, perfect landings for them both. And now we will continue to track this right here, the second stage of the Falcon Heavy, along with the Psyche spacecraft right there looking forward. You can see the spacecraft on the right-hand side. It will be coasting now for about 45 minutes. And when we come back, we will bring you the moment of separation. In the meantime, we'll send it back to Megan and Jim at the host desk.
And if you're just joining us, welcome live to Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we just saw a Falcon Heavy rocket launch off with Psyche, the spacecraft. Jim, speechless. Speechless. Actually, you weren't speechless during the launch because you were standing next to me, and he just kept on saying, "Go, baby, go!"
Oh, it was so powerful, so incredible. Just, the light, the sound, you felt it in your bones, just shaking us as this thing goes up.
I saw the range of emotions. Like, you were super excited, and then you got quiet. You got really quiet.
Well, there's a lot riding on this for the whole team, right? For all the hundreds and thousands of people that have been involved with this. And it's just, what a great ride so far.
Yeah. How did you feel also hearing and feeling those sonic booms? I was kind of worried because we saw it in the video, and we were like, are we going to feel it here? And all of a sudden, boom, boom.
Yeah. That was very exciting, very exciting. So, and it's just great job landing those boosters because we want to reuse them for Clipper next year.
Yeah. Anything you want to say to the team? Again, as we just saw it lift off, you said all that hard work, all that time.
Yeah. No, this is just, it is a team effort. And, we're going to be collecting this data set and studying this planetary core for future generations. Really, it's going to be spectacular data, images, chemical data, magnet field data, gravity data, and really, we can't study the Earth's core any other way. So here's maybe how cores grow and what's happening inside our own planet.
Yeah. So the Psyche mission is going to explore the metal-rich asteroid, also named Psyche. And why don't we take a closer look at Psyche now? It was first discovered in 1852. We don't know exactly what the asteroid looks like, but scientists have combined radar and optical observations to generate this 3D model you're looking at right now. Shaped like a potato, at its widest length, it's 173 miles. That's about the same as driving from Houston to Austin, Texas. There's evidence of 2 crater-like depressions. It appears to have a significant amount of metal, and a day on Psyche lasts only about 4 Earth hours. So as Psyche's imaging lead, tell me, when can we expect the first photos?
We have to spend, once we complete the deployment, we have to spend many months just checking out the systems, propulsion system, communication system, computer system, everything, right? Communications. And part of that is checking out the instruments. So I think the magnetometer might get checked out first because they're trying to detect some of Earth's magnetic field before we get too far away. And then in the weeks after that, we'll be testing out the imagers, taking pictures of stars, calibrating the cameras, getting the geometric correction just right, and getting ready for our eventual flyby of Mars, where we'll get lots of more great pictures as we pass by Mars. And then, of course, we'll start seeing Psyche as we get close to the end of this decade in late 28, early 29. It'll go from that point of light that we can see in telescopes to its own little world.
Yeah, the fact that right now it's so far away, again, orbiting the Earth between Mars and Jupiter, 3 times farther from the sun than Earth is, to be able to study it now up close, that's amazing.
It's very exciting, right? Yeah.
And the fact that we're going so far out to learn more about our home planet, I think that's so fascinating.
It is, and I love the fact that, this is something we're going to share with the whole world, right? It's a point of light in the sky right now, but we're going to see it become a world as it gets bigger and bigger in the windshield as we get closer.
Perfect. Now, NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California is managing this mission. I also hear you're managing a very excited crowd right there.
Thanks, Megan. Yes, back here at JPL, there was so much excitement, clapping, cheering, high fives, and just take a live look from inside Von Karman Auditorium. We invited friends and family to come here today and watch the launch together. They're taking some photos right now, and when the launch happened, the whole room started clapping and cheering, and they are wearing their Psyche gear there. So Psyche may be off the ground, but its twin is still here on Earth. It will support testing on the spacecraft's journey to a metal-rich asteroid. Psyche testbed engineer Joan Tubangbanwa joins us now to tell us about it. Thanks for joining us, Joan.
Thanks, Raquel.
So how would you describe Psyche's testing twin?
Yeah, that's a great question. Psyche's testing twin is called the testbed, and it is located at our spacecraft assembly facility here at JPL, which is the same place where we built the Psyche spacecraft. Now, the testbed isn't something that you can just get from the mattress store, nor does it look like the spacecraft or a mattress. In fact, it's hardware that stays here, and if you look at the picture, it's connected by these snake-like wires that is designed to have the same software that the spacecraft is running with, which is also called its brain.
Now, Joan, you are about to start your shift here in the mission support area. What will you be working on?
Yeah, it's a super exciting time right now. The testbed is closely following behind the Psyche spacecraft as it progresses through the launch procedure. My shift begins when we first communicate to the spacecraft since liftoff, and this is done through something called commands. Now, commands are directions that we give to the spacecraft, which we tell it what to do and what kind of information that we need from it. The room will be making sure that the spacecraft is in a safe state, while the test beds are sending the same commands and simulating the same data that we would get from the spacecraft. If anyone in the team or in the room was curious about a specific command, we would first test it on the test bed to see that we get the expected response.
Lots of work ahead. Now, Joan, you're not saying goodbye just yet. Tell us what's next.
Yeah, so of course I'll be celebrating a successful launch with my family, who's actually in Von Karman Auditorium right now, came all the way from New Jersey. October is also a special month because it is Filipino American History Month, and I was born in the Philippines, and so we'll be putting on an event that highlights both Psyche and our Filipino American team members. And lastly, I'll be following Psyche's journey, making sure that our test beds are operating alongside the spacecraft.
Joan, thank you so much. I'm glad you were able to celebrate with your family. Megan, back to you.
Filipino Joan. And we were happy to host JPL's director here at Kennedy for launch. She's with NASA's Jasmine Hopkins, and they had a great view of liftoff.
Thank you, Megan. That is right. The crowd was so excited here on the balcony to see that beautiful liftoff of the Psyche launch. We're honored to be joined by Lori Leshan, director of JPL. So, Lori, this is a coast-to-coast mission from JPL to Kennedy. How do you feel to be here for launch?
So thrilling, so exciting to see that rocket light. There's nothing like it, and you see it, and then you feel it, and then the emotions really start.
Exactly. That was the perfect description of what we just saw. And there are a lot of emotions attached to this for you. The team at JPL has been working on this for years. So what do you want to say to the team at JPL and your partners about today's launch?
I am so incredibly proud of our team at JPL. I'm waving to all of you right now. I will say I was out at the launch pad a few days ago in the hangar with the rocket. It was laying down, and I just took a few minutes away from the group to stand underneath the fairing and think about all the thousands of hands and minds and hearts that have gone into making Psyche possible at JPL, at all our partners, and I just couldn't be more thrilled to represent them.
Exactly, and it's really like a relay race. You know, today's the beginning with launch, but you guys have 6 years before you get to Psyche, so
yes.
What is next? What's the work being done at JPL?
So right now, it's all about picking up from the launch team and getting our spacecraft separated from the rocket, power positive, checking out all the systems, and starting thrusting in just a few months to get us on out to Psyche, 2.2 billion kilometers away.
Yeah, exactly. A lot to look forward to. Thank you so much, Lori Leshan.
Thank you.
Go
Psyche.
Yeah, go Psyche. Megan and Jim, back to you.
The Psyche mission is a collaboration between NASA's JPL, as we just saw, Arizona State University, and NASA's Launch Services Program in Florida. Let's meet some of the other people who made this mission possible.
At the end of the day, it's always a philosophical question, right? Of why are we in this universe?
Space just inspires everyone of different backgrounds, different nationalities. So I think it gives, in a sense, kind of hope for humanity.
As human beings, if we're not exploring, then what are we doing?
It's extremely difficult science and technology, but it's possible.
My name is Luis Dominguez, and my job is to assemble all the different components for the Psyche spacecraft.
I'm Julie Lee, and my job is to propel the Psyche spacecraft to a metal-rich asteroid.
Hi, I'm Betty Noy.
My name is Christina Hernandez.
My name is Veena Srikantamurthy.
And I'm making sure that we built a spacecraft that's ready to explore a metal world. What's really exciting about Psyche being a metal-rich asteroid is we haven't yet had the opportunity to explore a planetary core. And that's what we actually think happened to Psyche.
There is a theory that this metallic asteroid may be very closely related to the materials that made up the core of our own planet.
It could have been the remnant of a planetary collision billions of years ago in our solar system. All that's left is the metal-rich remnant.
Scientists hypothesize that by studying this asteroid,
we think that could give us a lot more insights on what our actual planet is doing.
So this is the Psyche spacecraft. We're basically looking at a spaceship that's going into space.
And welcome to High Bay 2 at JPL. We pulled together all the different components that everyone's building, and so this is where we control the Psyche spacecraft. They dictate how things happen on the floor.
This is where I work on the low voltage power supply for the Psyche mission. It's pretty exciting to watch something that we built with our own hands.
To see something that you've spent years on.
Launch, and in a couple of years reach Psyche and send back science data.
We formed a really, really critical team.
The diversity of skill sets that each one of us in our community brought to the team to make this kind of impact to society is what inspires me to be an engineer in the space exploration sector.
Now, Jim, we just heard from some of your colleagues. Tell me, what does it feel like for you to be part of this team?
Oh my God, it's such an amazing team, Megan. And you saw some examples there. It's scientists working with engineers, all kinds of engineers, all over mechanical, software, communications, propulsion, power, every kind of engineering you can imagine. But it's also, we're working with managers, administrators, communications experts, educators. I mean, it's just such an amazing collection of people, a community of people that it takes to make this kind of thing happen. And I know they're all just super excited right now.
Yeah, and somebody said, what inspires them? What inspired you to be a part of Psyche and to want to go into this field?
When I was a kid, there were astronauts driving cars on the moon on TV. And it's like, I want to do that, and I've always just been hooked on it. Had a telescope when I was a kid, got to know the night sky, and just been really fortunate to be able to pursue all this as a career.
Yeah, I can still feel how emotional this is for you. Are you okay? We're back to excited. We're back to excited. All right, it's now been about 20 minutes since launch. Let's go back to JPL and Raquel again for another update on the Psyche spacecraft. And Raquel, the mission support area is working in shifts, yeah?
That's right, Megan. A team switched the spacecraft to internal power, and now that the spacecraft has launched, they'll pass the baton to a new team who will work to make the spacecraft fully operational. Joining us now is Psyche systems engineer Christina Hogstrom, who tested the spacecraft and can tell us what comes next. Good morning, Christina.
Good morning, Raquel.
So tell us what you'll be working on when you take over this workspace.
So right now we're waiting for the launch vehicle to get into position to let go of Psyche. And after that point, we'll be monitoring closely and waiting for that first signal from the spacecraft. Once it separates from the launch vehicle, Psyche is going to autonomously turn on its radios, deploy its solar arrays, and then put itself into a slow spin at 1 revolution per hour. And that's to keep the temperatures uniform, which is why we call it rotisserie mode. Once it's in that spin, the antenna that's beaming the signal to Earth is going to be rotating in and out of our view. And so it could be anywhere from a couple minutes to a couple hours before we hear from the spacecraft. But as soon as we do, we'll look at the data, we'll make sure that it's still healthy, and then we'll start talking back to it. We'll command it to stop that spin, keep the antenna pointed at us, and then we will work to get it into its fully operational mode.
And we heard from Joan that there is a testing twin on Earth, but you actually tested the spacecraft itself. What kind of test did you do?
Oh yeah, we really put the spacecraft through the ringer. I helped to coordinate this test where we put the entire thing in a giant vacuum chamber. We sucked all the air out to simulate deep space. And then for 17 days continuously, we made it super hot, we made it super cold, we made it hot again to make sure that the spacecraft could operate in those extremes of deep space. And then there was another test where we put it on a big table and we shook it to simulate the launch vibrations that it's seeing today. As much as we can over and over, we've checked every wire, we've tested every function on the real spacecraft as long as it's safe for the hardware. Anytime we have a brand new version of the software that's on board the spacecraft controlling it, we always test that in the testing twin first to make sure it works. And then we still prove it out on the real spacecraft. And the whole process is iterative. So we start on the testing twin, we test something, we learn something, we fix it, we test again, and then we move it to the real spacecraft, we learn something, we fix it, and we start the process over. And that's why it takes us years to be absolutely sure that we're ready for today.
Sounds like it is ready for its journey. Now, you've been with the mission for 4 years. What is happening next for you?
Oh my goodness, it is surreal. This is my first flight project and I've just learned so much. I've had the opportunity to have a lot of different kinds of jobs on Psyche, from temperature regulation to fault protection, that's like autonomously detecting and correcting for problems. I even helped out with electric propulsion early on, and nowadays I'm on the operations team as kind of a systems generalist. I've seen this thing grow up from designs on paper to a robot that's on its way to space today, and I just am so super excited to continue on and fly this thing that we've worked so hard to build. The next 100 days are going to be pretty crazy for the operators. We're going to be checking things out, turning things on for the first time, making sure that everything's going swimmingly. and then we'll have a much more relaxing cruise to the asteroid, and I just can't wait to see what we find when we get there. I'll be on this journey to a metal world every step of the way.
Thank you, Christina. Back to you, Megan.
Now, we asked for questions, and you sent them in. Jim,
Yes.
are you ready to answer?
I am ready. Bring them on.
I wasn't ready to say that, but now I'm ready. Okay, so let's play the first question.
I am Paola and I'm from Serrano Elementary School in Moreno Valley, California. And my question is, how much time is Psyche gonna spend studying Psyche 16?
It's a great question that Paula asks. And so first of all, it's going to take us almost 6 years to get there.
That's right.
So we have to fly by Mars and slowly coast out, power ourselves out with those electric thrusters. And then when we get to Psyche, we'll start up high in this 33-hour orbit, and we'll spend a little more than 2 years, 26 months, slowly getting closer to the surface and getting higher and higher resolution and map this whole thing and get its chemistry and magnetic field and all that kind of stuff. So about 26 months.
Awesome. Great question, Paola. All right, let's take the second question now. How can an asteroid have enough mass and density to support a molten metallic core?
That is an outstanding question. And the answer, we think, is that this asteroid was part of something much bigger, right? And so it had more gravity. And with that gravity comes internal heat, pressure, internal heat, and it's got radioactive elements inside of it as it was forming. And so it's really hot on the inside and it can get molten. And we think that the part we're seeing now is just what's left over after maybe a big impact, a grazing impact, knocked off the mantle and crust. We're going to test that hypothesis with the Psyche mission.
Okay, let's squeeze in one more question. This is Andy Zhang on H. How long did it take to research and develop this mission and the Psyche spacecraft?
Well, it's the better part of 10 years.
Yeah,
We saw earlier in the show that, it all started with some scribbles on a whiteboard and, folks thinking ideas about how can we learn about planetary cores, how can we figure out how planets form. We can't study the Earth's core. Hey, let's go visit a metallic asteroid that might be the remnants of a core. And so that idea from sort of 10-ish years ago became a proposal, a pitch to NASA in a competition that we won. To mount a Discovery class mission, and the spacecraft started getting built. We got selected in 2017, and in probably about 2018 or 19, we started building and testing the spacecraft. And here we are in 23, and it's off the ground.
And you know what? I just realized I never said congratulations to you.
Thank you. The whole team. It's really, like I said, everybody's just ecstatic right now.
Yeah. Okay, great questions, guys. Keep them coming using hashtag AskNASA. But right now, I need you all to take out your phones or get ready to take a screen grab if you're watching us on your phone. We're going to pull up another QR code for you, and this one will take you to NASA's Eyes on the Solar System page. This is really cool. You can track the Psyche asteroid's current location along with other asteroids and comets in our solar system. And once the Psyche spacecraft is communicating back with us on Earth, then you can also track its location too. Now, the Psyche spacecraft will gather new data that will be studied by researchers around the world, including the curator in charge of the U.S. National Meteorite Collection at the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History. Take a look.
When I was a little kid, I thought I wanted to be an astronomer. And I took a geology class, and there was just something about having a rock in your hand, something you could hold and feel. I thought, we have rocks from outer space. Maybe I'll study those. I study meteorites. I love meteorites. It's like an addiction for me because I love exploring the solar system through understanding these rocks and the places they come from. Life on Earth exists on two heat engines. One is the sun, but the other is the heat engine below our feet. That drives the movement of the plates. It drove the differentiation of the planet. We've known for 2 centuries that our core was made of metal, but we haven't been able to explore it. We can't drill a hole that deep. We can't explore with any kind of submersible in the oceans. What we've been looking for years is a metallic asteroid, something that's very dense. Psyche is an asteroid 200 kilometers across, thought to be metal rich. Psyche is our way to explore our own planet. We have meteorites fall to Earth. Some of them are little tiny pieces. Some of them are the size of cars. But compared to Psyche, they're just tiny little specks of dust. When I first started as a graduate student, we had never visited an asteroid. Not any of them. Asteroids were points of light in the sky, and now they're real geologic places. They're places we can visit. More than the awe, more than the wonder, so we have this responsibility to do this right. And that's why this part is so important. What we're doing right now, designing these
Acquisition of
instruments,
signal,
that will
hard to
determine
be
whether
stuck.
we get the data that graduate students 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now will learn things about this asteroid that we can't even imagine today. It's the journey of a lifetime, and I didn't want to miss it.
Now, NASA has dubbed this fall Asteroid Autumn for all the fascinating things we have going on with asteroids around our solar system. For more on that, let's bring back NASA's Jasmine Hopkins.
Thank you, Megan. Yes, 'tis the season of asteroids. Here to talk to us more about Asteroid Autumn are Nikki Fox and Lori Glaze. Thank you for being here. We are so excited. So we are in Asteroid Autumn, but no two missions are the same. Nikki, tell us what makes Psyche unique.
Well, first of all, Psyche just launched. So, I mean, it's right, awesome. So, but Psyche is going to a metal-rich asteroid, and there are only 9 that we know of in our solar system, but Psyche is huge compared to the other ones. It's the size of Massachusetts. So we're going to go and actually visit a metal world for the very first time. We don't know what we're going to find, and that's what's so exciting about NASA science. Every time we launch a mission, we do unique, cutting-edge science, and this one is going to be absolutely no different. We cannot wait to get that out there, that spacecraft out there with Psyche.
Exactly, that was the perfect way to characterize it. We keep doing unique first. So actually, Lori, you were just in Houston as well as the administrator for the unveiling of the OSIRIS-REx sample return. So what are we finding with that mission? What is next?
That is an amazing mission, and as you said, I was just in Houston 2 days ago on Wednesday. It was absolutely spectacular to be there and share with the entire world kind of our first look at what that sample is. But really, it's the very beginning of the analysis process. We've got so much incredible science to do, but what was so unique about that particular sample was we're finding water in the sample. We're finding carbon, an incredible amount of carbon, more than we've ever seen even in the meteorites that we have here on Earth. So there's just so much new discovery to come. Keep tuned on OSIRIS-REx over the next several months, and I'm sure there'll be a lot more great new data.
Exactly, and we're actually not at the end of Asteroid Autumn yet. The Lucy mission is about to have a close flyby, its first asteroid encounter since launching in 2021. What are we looking to find from that?
So again, we're going to be going to an asteroid. It's a little one, so it's very, very different from Bennu, and it's different from Psyche, and we're just going to learn a lot because it's going to be the very first time that we've actually visited this new world. It also gives us an opportunity to actually check out the instruments and make sure everything's ready for when Lucy actually gets into the Trojan belt and starts the flybys in there. And I have to just give a shout out to DART. It's also part of Asteroid Autumn, and we just celebrated that 1-year anniversary of smacking that on the nose. But Laurie is going to tell you why Lucy is so important.
Yeah, so the Lucy mission, as Nikki said, of course, is going to fly by a little asteroid named Dinkinesh, and it's a main belt asteroid. But the real goal of Lucy is, at the end of this decade, is to explore several what we call Trojan asteroids. And they're Trojan because they kind of hide, right? You find the Trojan asteroids leading and trailing Jupiter in its orbit around the sun. Interesting fun fact, those asteroids, even though they're in Jupiter, the orbit that Jupiter's in around the sun is actually closer to Earth than Jupiter. But those asteroids are incredibly important for telling us about the early part of the solar system, where the giant planets were and if they migrated or moved over time. Those asteroids were picked up and held in that gravity field over time. And so the different asteroids we're going to visit will tell us about that history.
Exactly. A lot of great things going on with asteroids right now. Nikki, Lori, thank you so much for being here.
Go Psyche.
Go Psyche.
Of course, go Psyche. Jim and Megan, back to you.
I love to see how excited they are. I also love that we do have this big screen there that's showing you the trajectory again of that second stage with Psyche. Now we are 33 minutes since launch. Once this Psyche spacecraft is on its own, the spacecraft will use solar electric propulsion to move through space. Now that's a super efficient system being used for the first time beyond the moon. First, Psyche's solar arrays will convert sunlight into electricity. That electricity will power the spacecraft's 4 Hall thrusters. Those thrusters will use electromagnetic fields to turn Psyche's propellant xenon into thrust, and that thrust will gently propel it through deep space while emitting that cool blue glow you just saw there on your screen. Now, Jim, when we're talking about gently, it is very gentle. Can you tell us about that?
It is very gentle. How gentle is it? It's so gentle. Hold out your hand.
Okay.
I have 3 quarters here.
All right.
It has about the same amount of force as those quarters.
It feels like nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely
it's like
nothing.
a bag of feathers,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's very, very gentle. So tiny but mighty, right? Because you exert that force over time, just continuously. So instead of just like one big main engine burn, it's just a slow, gentle process with that beautiful blue glow.
Yeah.
And that accelerates us out to like 125,000 miles an hour on our journey out into the solar system.
And that's essentially because even though it's nothing, if there's no atmospheric drag to push it back, it just keeps accelerating.
Exactly.
Interesting. Wow. Now, Maxar Technologies supplied Psyche's 4 Hall thrusters. You can see them there. Engineers estimate that if this mission used traditional chemical thrusters, it would have burned through about 15 times as much propellant. Now, Psyche is carrying 3 science experiments on board. Check out how they'll discover the asteroid's composition without even landing on it.
Psyche is a unique object in the solar system.
To us, Psyche is this really unusual body giving off really unusual gamma-ray neutron signatures.
Technically, it's an M-class asteroid out between Mars and Jupiter.
One of the first things you want to know is what's it made of.
So the Psyche payload consists of 3 science instruments. One of them is what's called a gamma-ray neutron spectrometer. It's actually 2 separate pieces of hardware. One is the gamma-ray spectrometer and the other one is the neutron spectrometer. Both combined study the elemental composition of Psyche.
If you know the surface composition, what it's made of in terms of iron and nickel and silicon and oxygen, you can then start to say something about its history and how it formed and how it evolved.
By using gamma-ray spectroscopy, we can measure those elements remotely. We don't have to touch the surface. We don't have to dig into the surface.
For Psyche, we're building kind of what we call the Cadillac. It's a very high precision, high sensitivity instrument. It's very similar to the Messenger instrument.
That technology that we developed for the Messenger spacecraft gave us a huge head start going to Psyche.
For our types of instruments, we don't get to fly them very often. So when we actually get selected for something, that's a big deal for us, where we can, take what we learned from the prior missions and implement it now and make an even better instrument.
Our instrument is kind of like a camera without a telephoto lens.
In order to get our best measurements, we need to be relatively close altitude above the surface. That's what we call orbit D.
So we can form maps, global maps, of the elemental composition of Psyche just by flying around externally.
You have galactic cosmic rays. That's a fancy word for very fast protons. They come in, they smack a planetary surface, they bust apart the atoms in that surface, all the neutrons rattle around, and as they rattle around, they end up producing gamma rays and neutrons that come out, and the gamma rays have energies, and they're like a fingerprint. So if you get the fingerprint of different energies, it says, is iron there, is nickel there, is silicon, and then how many of those gamma rays tells you how much of that element is there.
The first thing it takes to do a mission like this is a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge of all the different aspects, not just how do you build something, how do you aim something, how do you guide something, how do you get data from something, those technical aspects.
I feel like it's super important to have a team that you can trust, because you can guarantee that at some point something's going to go wrong, probably many things over the many years of a project. So already it's happened that in my process of learning about the science, I've made small changes to the design to help optimize and help meet the science goals.
We're kind of the last instrument to get its measurements.
And so there is a sense where you're on pins and needles until you get that data back, and then there's a big relief, there's big excitement, and then you get to work and trying to say, what does all this mean?
So we'll deliver some excellent science at the end.
And active checkout of the instruments starts about 6 weeks after launch. Jasmine Hopkins got to speak with NASA's chief scientist, Kate Calvin.
Welcome, Kate. Thank you so much for joining us today. So Psyche is going to take us to a metal world for the first time. What scientific discoveries are we looking forward to?
Well, the Psyche asteroid could be the metallic interior of the remains of a small planet. So this will give us an opportunity to understand how planets like Earth formed. So 4.5 billion years ago, all the planets on our solar system formed from the same cloud of gas and dust. And Earth has a metallic interior, but we can't bore down deep enough to see it directly. And so by visiting Psyche, we have this window to understand the processes that led to creation of planets like ours.
And it's going to take us a while to get to Psyche, about 6 years. So what are the long-term benefits of a mission like Psyche?
Well, from a science perspective, scientists are hoping that it'll help us better understand planetary formation, including the formation of planets like ours. But Psyche also has a technology demonstration along with it. So it'll be a test of communication from space, the next generation way of communicating from space. So the deep space optical communication will be the first test of laser communication from out beyond the moon.
Right, so we actually have two firsts attached to the Psyche mission, Psyche and DSOC. And once we get to the asteroid, we're going to be taking all these pictures, and then those pictures will be open to the public. So why is it so important that NASA makes science accessible for everyone?
So NASA makes its science publicly available, and we're working across the agency to make it more accessible so that more people have access both to the information, but also understand what we do with that information. And by opening science up to the world, we can do more and do it faster. So when we bring more people in and include them in our science, we can ask more questions. We can also answer questions more quickly. And this isn't just something we're doing with Psyche and with planetary science, but we're doing it across the Science Mission Directorate.
Exactly. We're actually doing it with Earth as well. We have the Earth Information Center now at headquarters. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so Psyche is going to give us a little more information about metallic cores, and Earth has a metallic core. What the Earth Information Center tells us is a little bit more about what's happening on the surface of the planet and what we can see when we observe Earth from space. So we can learn about things like land use and land cover. We can learn about ice. We can learn about what's happening in the atmosphere and how that all impacts people here.
Exactly. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Kate.
Thank you for having me.
NASA and the Psyche mission team love engaging with the public and especially students. One program invited undergrads to share their creative works inspired by Psyche. So let's take a look at some of those submissions now.
Yeah. This is awesome.
That's so
I
cool.
love the way that we have artists and dancers and poets and writers and playwrights, and this is spectacular, beautiful views. There's
the colors
there's our mission color theme right there. Yeah.
And I love 16 Psyche is scripted right there, really
with
pretty.
the spacecraft with its deployed solar panels.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just beautiful stuff. Look at that.
That's cool. Look at the detail on Psyche there. Are your pictures going to look as good?
Just exactly. Yes, we certainly hope so. But boy, it's just beautiful fun to imagine.
Yeah, and it's so cool to see that both science and art, they can inspire one another.
Absolutely.
So,
Expect lots of signal, hard to beach stock.
Now, if you want to see more artwork and other projects inspired by Psyche, take out your phone and scan another QR code we have for you on your screen. This one's going to take you to psyche.asu.edu/get-involved. Okay, and I do know that you have other space artists. You're just so full of demos and props. I love it.
Space rocks, right? So I have a couple more space rocks. This is a slice of an iron meteorite. Let's see if I can hold it up to the camera there. It's a slice of an iron meteorite that's been polished. And you can see the beautiful grains. There we go. You can see the grains in it.
So
and this is a mixture of metal and silicate rock.
Yeah.
And so this might be not polished, but might be what the surface of Psyche is like. But it's also, it's just beautiful. People put these on their mantelpiece and in their rock collections. You can collect these.
You said make jewelry too,
You can
right?
make jewelry out of them, little earrings, a pendant, whatever.
That's cool.
I have another piece of space art. This is also a space rock. Let me hand this one to you. Tell me what you feel.
Oh, that's heavier than I expected.
Very
wow,
heavy,
that took
right?
me
It's
aback.
a sphere that the artist has kind of carved out of a much bigger metal meteorite, and you can see all the little grains, and it almost looks like a little mini Death Star, right? You know,
it does,
and so people collect these and trade different ones with their friends, and so there's lots of ways to use space rocks for art too.
Yeah, thank you for sharing those. I really appreciate that.
Sure.
All right, it's now been about 44 minutes since launch. Our coverage is again going to take you through the deployment and first possible signal from the Psyche spacecraft. So let's check back in with Mission Control at NASA's JPL.
Thank you, Megan. Welcome back to JPL. We may be 2,500 miles away, but I can tell you the community feels connected. And here's a live look from Von Karman Auditorium. Just moments ago, it was packed with nearly 200 family and friends. This is where JPL hosts special events, and it's also where we display several spacecraft models. And there's a model of the Psyche spacecraft that I had a chance to see up close with payload manager Noah Warner. Take a look at why he says you can compare parts of the spacecraft to an electric car. Great to have you here, Noah. Tell us more about Psyche.
Yeah, I'd love to. So we're standing here with a quarter scale model of the Psyche spacecraft. And you can see even at a quarter scale, it's a very large spacecraft. The actual Psyche spacecraft is over 15 feet tall and 80 feet wide, and at launch it weighs over 6,000 pounds fully fueled. Let me point out a few key features of the spacecraft. You see up top here is the high gain antenna under this silver blanket, and on front is one of our 3 low gain antennas. Also on the front of the spacecraft is the NASA technology demonstration instrument called Deep Space Optical Communications.
Psyche will use a special kind of propulsion system. What can you tell us about it?
That's right. We use solar electric propulsion. That means we gather energy from the sun through our 5-panel solar arrays. We convert that energy into electricity and use that electricity to drive our Hall effect thrusters, 2 of which you see right here. They're 4 to 5 times more efficient than a chemical rocket. You can think of a chemical rocket almost as like a gasoline-driven, high-performance sports car with lots of acceleration. Whereas our Psyche system is more like your highly efficient electric car that gets you everywhere you're going on the minimal amount of fuel. Hall effect thrusters use xenon as the propellant. They ionize that propellant and accelerate it out at tremendous speeds. They also generate this beautiful blue plume.
Wow, and right now it's packed up in the spacecraft. How do we get it to look like we see it right now?
That's right. At launch, these 5-panel arrays are stored flat on the side of the spacecraft. And a series of cables, springs, latches, and dampers will choreograph that deployment such that the first 3 panels in line here will deploy first, and then the side panels will come out one at a time after that. And then the spacecraft will start looking for the sun and get those arrays pointed directly at the sun to get full energy. At that point, the spacecraft starts a rotisserie move where it rotates about once an hour, establishes communication with the ground, and then the operations team can start to check out the spacecraft and get Psyche ready for its journey.
So what are you looking forward to on Psyche?
I think I'm looking forward to the science investigation and frankly, the fact that we're going to a world that we've never seen with our own human eyes. We don't really know what we're going to see there, but I think we've got the exact right suite of science instruments to figure it out once we do get there.
Thank you, Noah.
Riding along on Psyche today is NASA's Deep Space Optical Communications Experiment, or DSOC. It will be the agency's first test of high bandwidth optical or laser communications between Earth and beyond the moon.
In our everyday lives on the ground, we use optical fibers for really high-speed communication, and that capability has been adapted for use in space near Earth. DSOC stands for Deep Space Optical Communications, which is using lasers to communicate at high rate, and the application of that to deep space beyond the moon is what the DSOC project is about.
Primary objective is to give future NASA missions the tools for returning data at much higher rates.
The signals travel at the speed of light, so they come just as fast as they do for the microwaves, but you could send more data in the same time of a pass for the same spacecraft resources. The notion of being able to communicate, have video to astronauts on Mars is actually part of the vision that NASA has for optical communications. DSOC consists of a flight terminal that flies on the Psyche spacecraft, and then a ground network that has a station for transmitting up to the spacecraft and then receiving the laser signal down from the spacecraft.
Here we have to send a laser beam from Earth that the spacecraft has to receive, use as a pointing reference, and then initiate the communication link. So it's a very flight and ground joined at the hip kind of telecommunication system.
DSOC is being implemented as a technology demonstration to show that we know how to build terminals that can do this, with the idea that in the future they can be flown as part of the operational communication system on future missions. And we designed the terminal to operate out to about Mars' farthest distance. And Psyche on its cruise actually does a Mars flyby, so it's an excellent vehicle for the demonstration of deep space optical communication. DSOC is the first time that there'll be optical communication demonstrated beyond the moon.
The leap that DSOC is taking is huge. I can't express in words, what this will mean to actually see bits that were transmitted from deep space spacecraft received on the ground, and we can verify that, hey, we got the bits that you sent, here they are. Before that moment of elation and joy, there's a lot of work that we still need to do and think through.
And so this is a stepping stone for a future operational capability that NASA's committed to. There's a lot of activity in space and a lot of collaborative work that goes on, and it's very exciting to be part of.
MVAC engine chill, burn 2.
Now to tell us more about DSOC, we have its operations lead, Meera Srinivasan, with Jasmine.
Thank you, Megan. So Meera, we just saw a beautiful launch, but now the work really starts for DSOC. So what does mission success look like to you?
Right. So, well, the purpose of doing optical communications is to be able to transmit much higher data rates than what we can do now with radio frequency systems. So for us, the bottom line or ultimate measure of success would be for us to demonstrate those target data rates that we've established for ourselves over the course of the mission. But just to kind of beyond that, I think this is a technology demo. So what we really want to do is learn. And we have deployed all kinds of technologies, both on the flight side as well as on the ground side, in order to achieve these goals. So really, what we'd like to do is get enough data back so that we can understand, do our models work, how does our hardware perform, and what we can do to improve our operational concepts so that we can kind of mature this technology and bring it to the point where it can be fielded operationally. So that's mission success, is basically learning as much as we can.
Right, we're looking forward to that. And you're mentioning this data. So what information will DSOC be transmitting?
So what we're going to be focusing on primarily is this kind of test pattern data. This is what we've been using on the ground as we were developing the system. And so we'll focus on sending that initially. It's essentially like it's a test pattern, something that's pre-recorded, and it allows us to characterize the performance of the optical channel.
Right, and Meera, I mean, this is going to be a long-term mission for Psyche, but how soon do we expect to hear back from DSOC?
So provided that all the checkouts go as planned, approximately 40 days after launch, we hope to be getting some data down.
Okay, great. We're looking forward to that. Meera Srinivasan, thank you so much for being here today.
Well, thank you for having me.
Of course. Megan and Jim, back to you.
Now let's get to some social questions again. Jim, you've been doing a great job of answering them, so I hope you can continue your streak.
Let's do it.
All right, let's play the first video.
Hi, I'm Diego, and I'm from Serrano Elementary School in Moreno Valley, California. My question is, how long will it take Psyche to orbit the asteroid?
Good question.
Diego knows how to ask good questions. Absolutely.
Orbits.
Yep. So we start up very, very high as we approach the asteroid, going to very high orbit. And it's about 33 hours for the spacecraft to go around Psyche once. And we'll slowly lower that orbit, lower, down to about 4 hours. We're about 75 kilometers, maybe 50 miles or so above the asteroid at our lowest orbit.
Okay, and we do have time for one more question. We have this one from X, Space Case Sarah on X. What are you most excited about to learn about Psyche, considering how the Bennu sample was so incredibly cool?
Yes, boy, what a great success for that, really for the OSIRIS-REx team. That's spectacular. Of course, we're not taking samples from Psyche. We're doing what's called remote sensing, but we will be able to measure the chemistry, to look at the geology. We'll be mapping this asteroid just like the OSIRIS-REx team did with Bennu. So we'll learn as much as we can just short of bringing a sample back.
Okay.
So maybe in the future, decades hence, maybe we will go and bring some samples back from Psyche. But this mission will pave the way for that.
Okay, looking forward to maybe that.
Let's do it.
All right, thanks again. If you haven't sent in questions yet, there's still time. Again, use #AskNASA. Okay, we've been following along with the Falcon Heavy's second stage as it continues its journey out with Psyche. Let's bring back NASA's Daryl Nail and Nick
ignition, burn 2.
For the next operational milestones in this mission. Guys, go ahead.
Yeah, and there you just heard it, and you can see it.
the engines start for the second time on the second stage of the Falcon Heavy rocket, now flying through space close to the country of Australia. And you can see it there. We've been tracking it all along, watching the fuel get prepped and prepared to restart that engine. Mick, this burn roughly about 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Yeah, this burn's very important to get Psyche on its way. And Daryl, as you said, we've been tracking that, and as throughout that 45-minute coast phase, there have been call-outs for different ground stations that have been used around the United States, or around the world actually, to track this second stage. And you and I have been continuing to watch that telemetry, and this vehicle so far has performed very well today, and looking forward to this final burn to get ready for spacecraft deployment.
Those tracking stations that you mentioned, as we've heard them called out throughout the broadcast, also helpful with bringing us this picture right here, that high definition video pictures from space, which we greatly appreciate seeing and are able to show you exactly what's happening. As the spacecraft approaches the northwest coast of Australia, it will continue flying over the Indian Ocean. We will get ready to end that second burn and then prepare for the big moment, Mick, and that's separation of the Psyche spacecraft.
Yeah, and that's what Jim and I know all his team are excited about. We are too. You know, great successful launch today, watching that Falcon Heavy come back, those two side boosters land. But, you know, it's all about the Psyche spacecraft and this mission, and that's what we're very happy to be doing today, to deliver this on orbit and get Psyche on its way. And we are so happy to be a partner with JPL and the Psyche team to do that. So very looking forward to that video of separation.
So the burn about to come to an end here in just a few seconds.
MVAC shutdown.
There you hear the good call out of the MVAC shutdown. Still glowing red, though, in the cold darkness of space. We are in orbital night on the other side of the planet from where we launched this morning.
Nominal payload deploy, orbit insertion.
Confirming the orbital insertion there.
So yeah, it's confirming that we hit our mark exactly on that trajectory and where we needed to drop Psyche, get ready to drop Psyche off, as Jarmaine had pointed out earlier in a segment on the trajectory. So that's really good to hear that Stage 2 performed perfectly today, and we're getting ready for this last little coast prior to Psyche deployment. As you can see, the spacecraft right there on the front of Stage 2.
Yeah, there it is, the Psyche spacecraft attached to the second stage, the camera looking forward where we can see that will be the image we will be looking at when separation happens, and we'll be tracking that as it goes along, of course. We lifted off today at 10:19:43 a.m. Eastern Time, 14:19:43 UTC time, and we've been flying for almost an hour now. And again, the teams at JPL certainly paying close attention, along with both here in California, or there in California and here in Florida. They're locked into this moment about separation.
Yeah, spacecraft team I know is excited about this moment, and the launch vehicle team is actually continuing to watch as they secure the launch pad here, and everything is going well. So teams are excited for this moment here. This is what it's all about, spacecraft separation.
And here is some of that team at the Mission Director Center in Florida, and now you're looking at the team in Pasadena, California at JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This is the control room where they will run Psyche. We'll be monitoring the second stage and Psyche as they fly, and we'll be back in just a little bit. But for now, we'll send it back to Megan and Jim.
Really loving those live views that we're seeing of the spacecraft there. So why don't we actually, head back on over to JPL in California to hear what's happening now as they check out the spacecraft.
So the SpaceX speak, you just feel like it's pretty broken.
Thanks, Megan. We are about 1 hour after launch, and now everyone at JPL is eagerly awaiting the next major milestone. Here is a live look from our mission support area. There was a shift change just a short time ago. Right now, they're preparing for initial acquisition of signal from the spacecraft. I'm joined now by Psyche Flight Systems Manager Mark Brown, who is responsible for spacecraft development. Thank you for joining us, Mark.
Thank you, Raquel.
Now, you were part of that countdown shift.
Yes.
What was it like witnessing launch with your team?
Oh, it was very satisfying.
the end of a long road for us developers, but then this is the start of the journey, you know, that the spacecraft's going to take. We're very confident in how the spacecraft's going to behave. We've done all the testing and analysis that relates to this. There's always a little bit of nail biting that goes on with these things because you can't exactly test that exact ride to space, but we're quite confident. The other thing I would say is that we're relieved to have gotten to do launch today. There's a lot of moving parts with these launches. As you know, we got people in Florida, people here, people working off shift times, and just knowing that we're launched will allow everybody in their personal lives to kind of settle down. We now know what the schedule will be, you know, going on from here. So.
And what can we expect to see next from Psyche now that it's started its journey?
Right. What's really going to happen just in a matter of moments is we separate from the launch vehicle, and now the vehicle's really on its own. On the ride up, it was on battery power, so when we get those solar arrays deployed, we'll be, you know, looking to basically get to the arrays on sun, okay? And then we'll be looking for that first signal. And the first signal isn't necessarily a data stream like you would think about. Anybody of you that, you know, in your house, if you're looking for your Wi-Fi, you can see that signal, but you don't necessarily start getting, you know, Google and on the internet, right? So the carrier comes in first, and then we'll kind of sync up and we should get the data coming in.
And what kind of data will you expect to see from Psyche?
There's a range of, first of all, I'll say, is that, you know, the spacecraft exists to carry the science instruments, but the science instruments are hibernating. They are off for launch. So we don't really see anything from the instruments themselves. We get some temperature data and, you know, and some health data on those instruments. But what we're probably most interested to see is, you know, are we power positive? Is the battery recharging, or are we still draining it? And then we're also going to be looking for, are all the temperatures kind of within safe limits, nothing too hot and nothing too cold? And those will be big indicators of, you know, that we're good to go.
Well, thank you so much for that information, Mark, and joining us today.
Right. Thank you.
Back to you, Megan.
Okay, well, as Mark said, we are soon expecting to see the Psyche spacecraft separate from the Falcon Heavy's second stage. We have an animation of that right now. Let's bring back Daryl and Mick. Everything still tracking, guys?
It certainly is, Megan. We are watching now, as you can see on your screen, the Psyche spacecraft looking forward from the second stage, as well as keeping a track on what's behind it as well, going between the two views. But
acquisition of signal, Hobart.
And there's just a call out that they've reached their next tracking station along the path that Psyche is taking. But the big show is right there. That shot right there, Mick, the Psyche spacecraft. Pointed into space. We are in orbital nighttime, currently flying. We've overflown Australia, approaching Papua New Guinea, where we are tracking a separation time in just about in just a few seconds. Stand by.
Psyche payload separation confirmed.
There it is. The Psyche spacecraft going off into deep space.
That is
2.2 billion mile journey.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you that is an amazing shot right there. It is so, I'm so excited to see that. Probably not as excited as Jim, who's up at the host desk right now, but that is an awesome shot to see Psyche leaving the stage 2.
You see the team right there in the lower left-hand right corner. They are anxious as they see their baby go off into space towards an asteroid named Psyche, same as the mission. As you look at that Psyche spacecraft, you see the large diameter circle, which is where it attached to the payload adapter. That circle down at the bottom, that's a low-gain antenna. And that low-gain antenna will play a key role. It's got 3 of them. There's 2 more on either side. So if that one is the bottom, there's 2 on either side. It will play a key role on when we get that carrier signal that we just heard JPL talking about.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, in all my years of doing launches, Daryl, that was a beautiful sight. I think that's the longest I've been able to see a spacecraft deploy. So that's an amazing job by the SpaceX team on that camera work on the second stage.
And so we'll keep tracking this as well, listening in for that signal. Momentarily, we're actually going to put up a waveform monitor where we're actually going to be looking at the signal, whether or not we can see, actually looking to see whether it comes in or not. That is a little more inexact because, as he described, JPL in the earlier interview, that spacecraft is going to start rotating as they try to lock that low gain antenna to a receiving station back here on Earth that JPL will see.
Yeah, I like the way he described it, like your Wi-Fi in your house, right? You find a signal, but you don't quite start receiving data and getting on the internet yet. That's kind of what they're looking for from the spacecraft here, that low gain carrier signal that they can know where Psyche is and that they've made contact with it, and then they'll continue to monitor that and so that they can then sync up and start getting the data and then starting their next 100 days of operation with the Psyche spacecraft.
All right, we just saw the Psyche spacecraft separate and go off on its journey into deep space towards the Psyche asteroid. We are now monitoring its progress to see when it makes that carrier signal back down to Earth, but we'll send it right now back to our other Earth partners, Jim and Megan.
Well, Mick had said it. Mick, there was a lot of excitement here when we saw Psyche separate. But now I feel like there's a little bit more of an anxious feeling because now we're waiting for the carrier signal, right?
Yeah, so we've just seen this beautiful wild animal released into its native habitat.
Okay.
Right? This is where that spacecraft belongs. This is what it was built for. Let's see if it phones home and we get it going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And while we wait for that, why don't we take some more social questions? Again, we've asked people to send them in using hashtag AskNASA, and we've gotten a couple of them. So why don't we show the first one now?
Hi, my name is Santiago, a student from Ted Porter Elementary School. My question is, why do you guys think Psyche is a core of a planet?
Wow, these kids are asking awesome questions.
I know, I love seeing
Santiago,
kids
that's a
ask
great
these
question. So there's three pieces of evidence. One, we can see the colors, the way that the asteroid reflects sunlight. Looks a lot like those metal meteorites I showed you earlier. Also, astronomers can bounce radar waves off of Psyche from the Earth all the way out to the main asteroid belt, and they bounce back and very, very highly reflective, not quite like a mirror, but clearly suggesting metal. And the third piece of evidence is that when we can watch its orbit wiggle a little bit when Mars passes by, or when Jupiter passes by, or when Psyche passes by another asteroid, its orbit changes a little bit. So we can get its mass, we estimate its volume, also from telescope data, and that gives us an estimate of density. And its density, it's heavy. It's not that light granite rock, right? It's more like that heavy metal meteorite, that sphere that you held, right? It's really dense. So we know that there's a metallic component in this one as well. It's one of the densest asteroids we've been able to measure.
So you guys do know a lot about it. Now it's about going out there and checking out to see if your hypotheses are correct.
True. It's still a point of light to us in the sky. We have to get close to it to turn it into a real world.
Okay, let's take another social question now. This one is from Christelle on Twitch. Is there a chance that the asteroid contains water?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
We don't really think so.
Okay.
But it might have some material on the surface that is more silicate rich, not so metallic. Maybe it was hit by other meteorites like the one that we just brought the samples back from OSIRIS-REx, which turns out to have a bunch of water in it. So there could be little places on the rocky parts of Psyche that have some water, but probably as a whole, we think it's mostly just metallic.
Got it. Jim, thank you so much for answering those questions, and thank you to everyone who sent questions in. Okay, so to recap, the Psyche spacecraft has been deployed and is now floating out in space on its own. The launch team is looking to confirm a signal from the spacecraft. So Daryl and Mick, how's that looking?
Yeah, Megan, we've been flying for 1 hour and 8 minutes now through space, and there you see, I believe we have
I see
a signal.
See the spike right there of the low carrier signal and the JPL team clapping. It looks like that little spike in the center right there is the low carrier signal that they're looking for. So that is good news that we've received that carrier signal and the team will begin their work.
And what you're looking at there in the lower left-hand corner of your screen is the receiving station for JPL, and they got that carrier signal, which came off of Psyche's low-gain antenna. It sent out that signal. There's not a lot to that signal, There's no data, no telemetry, just a basic signal that says, hey, I'm here, I'm out in space.
Yes, basically, as Jim said, phone's home, lets them know where they are, that they can start working to get their stuff set up and start acquiring data later on and beginning that next 100 days of operations that they need to do. So, very excited for the Psyche team, spacecraft team, successful launch of a Falcon Heavy today, and now they have contact with Psyche, and they can begin the work they've been working on for the last several years.
As for the spacecraft, what it's doing now is getting into a mode to deploy its solar arrays. They're going to get those arrays out, get it pointed in the direction of the sun, get that spacecraft power positive. And this is a process that, as they go through that, ultimately will lead to a lock on a telemetry signal, potentially several hours from now, where they can get a data stream and learn about the health of the spacecraft.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they're looking for, and that's what's exciting for them to get these things started. So very excited to watch that and bring things to a conclusion here for this mission as we are, Daryl. But the Psyche team still has a lot of work ahead of them.
That's right. They got to go fly by Mars, which is their first destination in about 3 years.
Yeah.
And another 3 years after that, they'll be on their way to Psyche. So, of course, congratulations to the JPL team, LSP, NASA, SpaceX, everyone who's participated in making this mission a success. And I appreciate you riding shotgun here, partner.
I appreciate it, man. Another great, successful launch. And I would say to Jim, congratulations, my friend, and go Psyche.
All right, we'll send it back to Megan and Jim at the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl and Mick. Always good to do a broadcast with you
Those
guys.
guys are great. Those guys are awesome. Yeah.
Now, Jim, you are Psyche's imaging lead, obviously so invested in today's mission and all these milestones. I'm telling you, sitting next to you, it's like riding a roller coaster. So like deployment, you're like, and then it's back down to the carrier signal. And then we get the carrier signal and you're like, and now we're waiting on solar array deployment. That's the next big thing, right?
Right. We knew even when we were writing the proposal many years ago, there would be 2 early critical events, right? We just saw one of them, the beautiful SpaceX launch and KSC team delivering us to the right path. We're going the right direction. The second one is that deployment of the solar panels. You saw that they're all kind of folded up against the side of the spacecraft, so they need to spring out and deploy so we can go power positive and get that sunlight turned into electricity to run our mission.
So a lot still to watch, but you're okay. You're
Yeah,
feeling okay so far.
yes.
And I know, again, so many others are sharing in your relief and excitement. Let's get some more reaction from Mission Control at NASA's JPL in California. Raquel, I saw some cheering there once Psyche's carrier signal was confirmed.
Megan, that's right. Now let's take a look again into the mission support area. Like you said moments ago, we watched the team cheer and celebrate. Some of them were even standing up for it. But there is still more to come. And we are now joined by Lena Hutchinson, who is part of the Psyche launch team. Now you're the launch activity lead, which means you're in charge of verifying the spacecraft and it's behaving as expected through launch. So Lena, lots of work leading up to this moment. What does this mean for the team?
It's really exciting. It's really special to kind of know that the spacecraft is alive and healthy. So that first little blip that we saw was our first indication that separation was successful, and we are on our way to deploying our solar arrays. And hopefully we'll soon start to see actual telemetry where we can start verifying power and temperatures and a lot of other things like that. So it's really exciting, and for me personally it's really special because this is the first mission that I have actually worked on that I got to launch since I started at JPL. So it's extra exciting because now we're finally here, we're in space.
Well, congratulations on your first mission, and the work doesn't end here. So tell us what's next for Psyche and you during its long cruise.
Yeah, so as we keep going, we will start checking out all of our instruments, all of our hardware, making sure that everything survived the launch and is doing okay. So we'll be checking out all of the data and making sure that everything is doing well. And I will be continuing on with Psyche. I will be continuing as we checking out all these instruments and helping out and supporting the team with all that work.
Now, in your support role, we understand that the first 24 hours may look different from the first weeks or months. What's that like?
Yeah, so our main goal right now is to make sure that the solar arrays are deployed and that our telecom system is working, which means we can actually start sending and receiving data and commands. And that is like the most important thing to focus on right now, because those are the things that we absolutely need to be able to continue on. We have to have power and we have to be able to talk to the spacecraft. So that is the main focus for the next day or so. And then as we continue, we'll start checking out all the other hardware and making sure everything's looking okay.
Great. Thank you so much, Lena. Now, Megan, that will do it for us here at JPL. The mission support area will continue to wait for acquisition of signal, which is expected to happen within the next couple of hours. So we'll send it back to you in Florida.
Great, Raquel, thank you so much. And back here on the Space Coast, you can see that Jim and I are not alone. We are now joined by Diana Calero from NASA's Launch Services Program. Today, she was filling in on console as the Assistant Launch Manager for Psyche. Important role, another successful mission for you guys. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you very much. It was great. We had a great count. Actually, it was pretty clean. We got over a few issues early on in the count, but then everything was very quiet. Everything was very clean. Of course, we had some worries about the weather coming in with the 30% violation, But then we got, right before prop load, we got a great assist there by our launch weather officer for the 45th Space Quadrant, giving us a 15% chance of violation, which was awesome.
Yeah.
So going in, everything was nominal. There was a little bit of drama there, maybe in the last 5-6 minutes there when spacecraft was transitioning to internal power, and they weren't quite getting their telemetry. They couldn't verify it, so everyone was holding their breath there for a little bit, but then they got it, and everyone's like, everyone let out their breath at the same time.
Gosh.
But we had a beautiful launch, as you saw.
Yeah.
The recovery went well. Everything has been nominal second stage. Separation was nominal, payload fairing, everything looked great, and just waiting to hear that the spacecraft is getting their signal and was power positive. Again, this doesn't go easily. We have a great team assembled, the SpaceX team, the LSP, NASA team, the Psyche spacecraft team, including Arizona State University, JPL, everybody. It was incredible. The range, 45th Space Quadrant again, giving us lots of weather updates. You know, we had to stave off the first attempt, but everything worked out great.
Yeah,
super team effort. Now, this was NASA's first primary science mission launched on a Falcon Heavy. So why did NASA choose this rocket?
So for this mission, based on the size and where it was going, right, interplanetary mission, we need the performance to be able to lift that up. Falcon Heavy had that performance, met the requirements. It was great. Falcon Heavy, when we selected this mission, was a fairly new vehicle coming out for SpaceX. So we had to certify this vehicle, actually. NASA, we can't launch until we certify the launch vehicle. Psyche mission is what we consider a Class B mission, very important science mission. So we had to certify. It was a multi-year effort, again, by a huge team, that we had to look at qualifications, had a lot of boards looking at scrutinizing it technically to make sure it was a low-risk vehicle for this mission. So that culminated in the certification, Cat 3 certification of this vehicle before we can launch it.
Thank you for choosing the vehicle. It was a wonderful show with the launch and then the side boosters coming down.
Pass along our thanks for a great ride.
Yeah, thank you. It was an honor, and we're proud to be able to launch Psyche, and looking forward to getting some good science and being able to use that.
Yeah, how does it feel to be part of that, to be part of Psyche's journey out to discover things about our own planet, hopefully?
It is. I'm so proud to be able, just a small part of that, right? I mean, how many years to get Psyche to this level, right? And then even though we worked this mission for many years before, I feel it's just a small part of what that Psyche, that cog in the wheel to get that Psyche and that science back, right?
Yeah.
How long it's going to take to get there, and then come back with the science, and then use that science in a way that's going to benefit
Very
mankind.
important cog. Very important.
Teamwork, guys.
Teamwork's the only way.
Thank you, Diana. Now, before we sign off this morning, let's take one last look at today's spectacular launch.
15 seconds.
And here we go with the final seconds of launch. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff of Falcon Heavy and Psyche on a mission to a metal asteroid in deep space to study the building blocks of our planet's inner space.
Vehicles pitching downrange. M1D chamber pressure is nominal.
a view there from the onboard camera.
And that'll do it for us here at Kennedy Space Center for this live coverage of NASA's Psyche mission. A huge congratulations to everyone involved, and a big, big congratulations and thank you to everyone who participated, especially you, Jim.
Oh, that's very sweet. It's such an amazing thing to be part of this team. And I'm thinking of the team right now, right? I mean, hundreds, thousands of people around the country, around the world, that all have to come together and make this happen. So many skills, so many sets of experiences, so many stories, and so much adversity. This was done during COVID.
I was just going to say challenges.
COVID,
yes,
right?
yes.
And people overcame that, and now our spacecraft is on its way, on its journey.
And so what's next?
What's next is that we spend the next few months, we've got to deploy those panels and
I
get
thought you were
power
going to say a
positive.
party. I thought you were going to
Yes,
take a time to breathe,
sure,
Jim.
there'll be a little partying, I'm sure, responsible partying. But that we have to spend the next few months checking everything out,
Still a
getting
lot of
everything
work.
working,
Yep.
and all the systems, all the instruments, all the calibrations, all that kind of stuff. And we are just super excited to get going on this.
Yeah, literally. Cannot wait to see what you guys uncover because, again, we are going to uncover something about our own planet.
It's
so
true. It's
thank
true.
you.
And we're taking data for generations to come. So
Yeah.
it's very exciting.
So thank you for posing the question.
Thank you for having me on the show.
Oh, gosh, of course.
We've got our purple and orange going on here.
Yes,
so
yes.
it's all good.
We're Psyche proud.
Yes.
And now you can continue to follow along this mission by scanning the QR code on the bottom of your screen. This is the one last QR code, guys. It'll take you to nasa.gov/Psyche. And together again, we are going to discover the mysteries of both Psyche and our home planet. And please join us again tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Eastern for NASA's coverage of the annular eclipse, the Ring of Fire, a celestial event you won't want to miss right here on NASA TV. Everyone, have a great day.
They were supposed to spend 6 months on the International Space Station, but unexpected events intervened, doubling the length of their mission. Today, NASA's Frank Rubio and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin begin their journey home to wrap up the longest spaceflight in history by an American and the third longest spaceflight ever. Welcome to Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, where flight controllers are working in concert with their Russian counterparts across the ocean at the Russian Mission Control Center as we prepare for the deorbit burn just 23 minutes from now of the Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft that will begin the final leg of a 371-day, 157 million-mile mission for Rubio, Prokopyev, and Petelin. We're standing by for more word on all of the developments that will lead up to the deorbit burn in less than 23 minutes. It will be a 4-minute, 39-second burn, a retrograde maneuver, a braking maneuver to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit with its sights set on a remote landing site in south-central Kazakhstan, just about 90 miles southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, Kazakhstan. You're looking at a balcony view from a balcony camera of the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, where Russian flight controllers have been talking to the 3 crew members aboard the Soyuz spacecraft. We'll talk about undocking and all of the developments that have led up to this point in time and the return of these 3 crew members that you see in this picture. Sergei Prokopyev, the Soyuz commander, in the center seat of the descent module of the Soyuz spacecraft. To his left and on the right of this picture is cosmonaut Dmitry Petelin, and on the left, NASA's Frank Rubio, who is the all-time record holder for the single longest spaceflight by an American astronaut. At the time of landing that is coming up at 6:17 a.m. Central Time, 7:17 a.m. Eastern Time, this trio will have accrued 371 days in space, completing 5,936 orbits of the Earth, and as we mentioned, a mission spanning 157.4 million miles, roughly the equivalent of 328 round trips to the moon and back. Sergei Prokopyev, and this his second flight into space, will have accumulated 568 days in space, putting him 12th on the all-time list for most days in space by a human. Petelin and Rubio, of course, wrapping up their first mission in space and again aboard the International Space Station. Some 5.5 hours ago, the crew members departing the International Space Station gathered in the Prishal module attached to the multipurpose laboratory module, NAOKA, on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station to bid a final farewell to Rubio, Prokopyev, and Petelin that you see in the background at the hatchway to their Soyuz spacecraft. The 10 crew members that was then at that time Expedition 69 gathered for final pictures before the 3 departing crew members floated inside the Soyuz spacecraft and hatches were closed. This hatch closed on the station side of the docking interface between the Soyuz and the International Space Station, followed a few minutes later by the closing of the hatch on the Soyuz side. There were leak checks conducted. The 3 crew members donned their Sokol launch and entry suits, conducted leak checks on those suits, and they were all set to depart the International Space Station. Communications and systems checks were also conducted with the Soyuz crew on board the MS-23 spacecraft before the undocking occurred. With all of the systems on the Soyuz spacecraft in good shape, the command was issued to open up the hooks holding the Soyuz in place to the Prishal module, and at 2:54 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time, 3:54 and 30 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, the Soyuz departed the International Space Station as Rubio, Prokopiev, and Petelin left the complex that had been their home for more than a year. Within minutes after the undocking, two separation burns were conducted by the Soyuz engines to create an opening rate between the Soyuz and the International Space Station, allowing the Soyuz to move to a distance of some 24 miles away from the station where it currently resides, waiting for the final deorbit burn that is scheduled coming up at 5:24 and 9 seconds a.m. Central Time, 6:24 and 9 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. The configuration of the International Space Station before the undocking showed the two Soyuz vehicles, as you see in this graphic, the MS-23, that Rubio, Prokopiev, and Petelin are on board. The MS-24 spacecraft that was parked alongside of MS-23 was the vehicle in which Oleg Kononenko, Nikolai Chub, and NASA's Laurel O'Hara launched on back on September 15th. Once the MS-23 undocked a few hours ago, it left just the Soyuz MS-24 that was docked to the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. And at the time of undocking, Expedition 69 formally came to an end, and Expedition 70 began under the command of Andy Mogensen that you see in the front row in this crew portrait, along with NASA's Jasmine Mugbelli. From left to right, Nikolai Chub, Konstantin Borisov, Andy Mogensen, the new commander of the International Space Station, Oleg Kononenko, Jasmine Mugbelli, Satoshi Furukawa of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and NASA's Laurel O'Hara. So Expedition 70 now underway on board the International Space Station. The crew members on the station conducting some experiments and some housekeeping in the wake of the departure of Rubio, Prokopiev, and Petelin. Meanwhile, in Kazakhstan, which is the focus of attention, the NASA and Russian landing teams are about to take off from the airstrip in Zhezkazgan, the intermediary staging site for today's recovery operations. They will be taking off in Russian Mi-8 helicopters, making their way in about a 35-minute flight to the landing site in south-central Kazakhstan. They are also accompanied by all-terrain vehicles and an Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft that is serving today, as it always does for the Soyuz landings, as an airborne data and communications relay center, relaying data and voice from the crew once it approaches the landing site back to the Russian flight control team in Korolyov.
We assembled it successfully. Thank you. Good luck to you.
A few weeks ago, Frank Rubio, who is the new all-time record holder for the longest single spaceflight in U.S. history, had an opportunity for a brief chat with the former record holder, NASA astronaut Martin Vande Hei, whose record stay of 355 days in space was eclipsed back on September 11. Let's take a look at that quick conversation between Rubio and Vande Hei about tips that Vande Hei provided Rubio about today's entry and landing.
Since it's been a long time since your Soyuz instructors talked to you about landing and what to do, I'm going to remind you about a couple things that I might have made a mistake on. I succeeded with keeping my mouth shut when we hit the ground. That was a good thing, so I didn't bite my tongue off. And but make sure you do keep your head in the seat. You will have the strength to be able to lift your head off the seat. So when you're tempted towards the end to check how far above the ground you are, don't do that, because it might creep up and get you before you thought it was there, because you do hit just as hard as everybody says you do.
Yeah, the good thing about that is that I'll have some help, because I think my spine has extended just enough that I kind of am wedged into my seat liner, so I shouldn't move very much at all.
Frank Rubio, a medical doctor, and now the new record holder for the longest single space flight. Once the deorbit burn occurs, as you see in this animation, it will slow the Soyuz down by 128 feet per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit. The pyros will fire about 27 minutes later to separate the three sections of the Soyuz vehicle, the descent module that the crew is strapped in, ready for entry, the only piece of the Soyuz that survives with its heat shield pointed in the direction of travel. About 15 minutes before touchdown, parachutes will deploy from the Soyuz in a carefully choreographed sequence that will enable the Soyuz to gently sway toward the landing site in Kazakhstan. Just a few seconds before touchdown, the soft landing engines will fire in a final braking maneuver, and the Soyuz will have touchdown. Again, the touchdown point about 90 miles to the southeast of Zhezkazgan in a remote area on the steppe of Kazakhstan, where the Russian search and recovery forces comprising the Rosaviatsia Civil Patrol will be waiting along with RSC Energia personnel to begin the extraction of the crew from the Soyuz spacecraft. Once out of the spacecraft, the crew will be placed in reclining chairs, comfortable chairs, to enable them to have a few minutes to regain their equilibrium. They will be feeling the tug of gravity against their bodies for the first time in more than a year today. They will then be carried in those chairs to a nearby inflatable medical tent for medical exams and an opportunity to take their Sokol launch and entry suits off and get into more comfortable flight clothing. They will be then carried to three waiting helicopters, Mi-8s, Russian Mi-8 helicopters, for a 2-hour flight back to the staging city in Karaganda, Kazakhstan, where they will split up, Rubio boarding a NASA jet for a flight back to Houston, and the two cosmonauts, Prokopiev and Petelin, boarding a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft for their flight back to Star City, Russia, and their training base outside of Moscow. The latest weather reports from the landing site not quite as optimistic as they were earlier in the day. The temperature is hovering around the 70-degree mark Fahrenheit, but we're now looking at broken clouds at around 6,000 feet. There have been some rain showers in the area. We are hopeful, of course, of getting video of the Soyuz descending under the chute, but that will depend on the visibility and how close to the bullseye target the Soyuz actually arrives at, as to whether or not we're going to get any meaningful video of its descent under its parachute. Some of the milestones in terms of the times coming up as we approach the 10-minute mark before the deorbit burn is initiated. The deorbit burn again will begin at 5:24 and 9 seconds a.m. Central Time. It will last 4 minutes, 39 seconds in duration, slowing the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit. The module separation that will occur takes place some 27 minutes after the deorbit burn. That module separation that is initiated by pyros will separate the top section, the orbital module, the middle section, which is the descent module, where the crew is strapped into their seats, Prokopiev in the center seat, Petelin to his left, and Rubio to his right. The lower section, the instrumentation and propulsion module, will be separated and discarded as well. The descent module, again, the only portion of the Soyuz that survives the rigors of entry. Those rigors will first be felt at about 5:54 and 51 seconds a.m. Central Time, as the three crew members reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere. They will feel the first effects of Earth's gravity in more than a year at that point, as they then, just a few minutes later, enter into the plasma regime of peak heating, where temperatures around the spacecraft will rise to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That will last for about 5 minutes or so until they emerge from that section of the entry timeline. Maximum G loads on the crew will build up to about 4 to 5 Gs against their bodies. before the command is sent to open up the parachutes at an altitude of 6.7 miles. That will occur at 6:03 and 13 seconds Central Time, 7:03 a.m. Eastern Time. This parachute deployment sequence is triggered by a pressure sensor at an altitude of 41,000 feet. At this point, the parachute cover is jettisoned by pyros and springs that pull out two extraction chutes, which in turn pulls out the drogue chute. That in turn pulls out the main chute. This all takes about 20 seconds to occur. Then at some 21,000 feet in altitude, another pressure sensor starts a timer that triggers the remaining events in the landing sequence. At 18,000 feet, commands will be issued to jettison the heat shield. That's about 3 minutes after parachute deploy. Those commands also inhibit the entry thrusters and opens valves to vent all of the hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry thrusters and oxygen in the life support system tank. If we have video at that time, you'll see a white vapor. That is normal. That white vapor is a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen venting into the air. The purpose of this is to safe the vehicle for landing so that the search and recovery forces that will be landing sequentially in their Russian Mi-8 helicopters after touchdown don't encounter any hazardous gases as they try to expedite the extraction of the crew from the Soyuz descent module.
Maneuver and turning off the fans of the HISA, cooling and drying equipment. Copy that and please continue reporting your status to us. And the
This is Mission Control Houston, now just 7 minutes away from the deorbit burn, the initiation of the firing of the Soyuz engine that will last for 4 minutes and 39 seconds, slowing the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second. You'll hear call-outs from Soyuz commander Sergei Prokopyev. The Russian flight controllers of the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov will be calling the crew on Prokopiev's call sign, which is Altai. That's the call sign that you'll be hearing for the Soyuz spacecraft as the calls are made to the crew during the final phase of today's landing operations.
And on both inputs, you have to make the appropriate selection of the sensor and select lane E. On displays control, monitoring, and maneuver.
The three crew members are coming home in the Soyuz MS-23 that was launched in February as a replacement vehicle for the damaged Soyuz MS-22 that Rubio, Prokopyev, and Petelin launched on over a year ago in September of 2022. That vehicle was damaged on December 14th when it incurred a leak in its coolant system through its radiator. The coolant was depleted, thus rendering that Soyuz MS-22 unusable for the return of the crew. The Soyuz MS-23 was launched in February unpiloted, made an automated docking to the Prishal module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The MS-22 was then undocked without the crew on board and returned to Earth for a landing in Kazakhstan in the same vicinity that these three crew members will be returning for a touchdown a little less than 1 hour from now. It was that coolant leak on the Soyuz MS-22 that resulted in the extension of the mission by Rubio, Prokopyev, and Petelin from 6 months to the mission that is coming to a conclusion today, 371 days, 157 million miles, Again, Rubio comes home with the longest single spaceflight in U.S. history, and this becomes the third longest spaceflight ever, behind Valery Polyakov's 438-day mission to the Mir space station, followed by Sergei Avdeyev's Mir mission of 380 days. Less than 3 minutes now until the initiation of the deorbit burn. At the time of the deorbit burn, the Russian Mi-8 helicopters with the NASA Russian landing team will be taking off in sequential fashion from the airstrip in Zhezkazgan, the intermediary staging site for tonight's landing operations. An Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft will also be in the area. This airborne fleet will be conducting a racetrack pattern, flying around the landing zone, awaiting the arrival of the Soyuz vehicle. And immediately after touchdown, those helicopters will begin landing in sequential fashion to enable the recovery teams that are comprised of Rosaviatsa, the Civil Air Patrol Agency, as well as ROC Energia, to approach the spacecraft, make sure there are no toxic gases emanating from the Soyuz vehicle so that they can begin the process of opening up the hatch and extracting the crew. "90 seconds away now from the initiation of the deorbit burn.
Минута до включения двигателя.
1 minute to engine activation, and Bill's power is on. Copy.
Russian flight controllers now intently watching their data, 30 seconds away from the start of the deorbit burn.
Recommend. Inaudible.
Standing by for the beginning of the deorbit burn.
Thruster activated at 13:24.
And the confirmation has been received that the deorbit burn is underway. This will last 4 minutes and 39 seconds. We'll be getting reports from Sergei Prokopyev on the progress of this burn that will slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second and begin the journey home for Rubio, Prokopyev, and Patelin.
We have 13.3 in 13 seconds. 2 kilograms so far. And delta V increasing. Parameters are normal.
Good reports so far on the progress of the burn.
Two minutes, and we now have 27 decimal inaudible.
Everything looking good 1 minute into the burn. Three minutes left in the deorbit burn. Everything proceeding as planned.
KDU combined propulsion system parameters are nominal. Pressure in the oxidizer line inaudible. Pressure in the fuel line.
2 minutes, 10 seconds into the burn. Change in velocity and all of the engine pressures looking good.
Parameters are nominal.
Three minutes into the burn, about another minute and a half.
Pressure in the spherical tank is inaudible.
3.5 minutes into the burn, just about 1 minute left.
95 meters in 30 seconds, and the KDU combined propulsion system parameters are nominal.
Отработали 4 минуты.
4 minutes into the burn. Everything is right down the money.
157 kilograms of propellant. And pressure in the spherical tanks is 81 in number 2.
About 15 seconds left. And the deorbit burn is complete and perfectly normal. 4 minutes, 39-second braking maneuver. The Soyuz now is on its way home with Frank Rubio, Sergei Prokopyev, and Dmitry Petelin on board. Their journey coming to an end. Touchdown scheduled about 48 minutes from now.
Is this KDU open? Pressure.
The next milestone on the road home will be the module separation that is scheduled at 5:51 and 58 seconds a.m. Central Time. The pyrotechnic separation of the 3 sections of the Soyuz. Just to recap, the Soyuz MS-23 on its way home following the deorbit burn that was just completed successfully. Perfect timing, good pressure, good deceleration of the Soyuz, enabling it to begin to slide back out of orbit into the Earth's atmosphere. This coming in the wake of the undocking of the Soyuz from the Prishal module earlier this morning at 2:54 a.m. Central Time, 3:54 a.m. Eastern Time. And again, in this animation, you'll see the next event. There is the module separation that will occur pyrotechnically. The descent module, where the crew is located, will enter the Earth's atmosphere. Temperatures around the spacecraft will build to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, heading toward the landing site in Kazakhstan. A series of events will deploy a drogue chute and then a main parachute about 15 minutes before touchdown. The chute deployment sequence will occur, setting the stage for the firing of the soft landing engine just about 1 or 2 seconds before touchdown. That is planned to be about 90 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are airborne now, heading for the landing site, which is about a 35-minute flight. They will arrive in a circular racetrack pattern around the landing site that you see there at the bullseye mark, moving from southwest to northeast, passing just south of Baikonur, the cosmodrome where the Soyuz launches take place. Most recently, Laurel O'Hara launching with Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub on the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft. They're now part, of course, of Expedition 70. The weather at the landing site right now is showing broken clouds at about 6,000 feet, light winds, temperature around 69 degrees Fahrenheit, and some rain showers in the area. So it is questionable as to what our visibility will be of the spacecraft descending under the parachute. We'll stand by, of course, and as soon as we have video from the landing site, we'll bring it to you. We're about 44 minutes away from touchdown. Once the spacecraft does touch down, the search and recovery forces will land in sequential fashion in those Russian Mi-8 helicopters. The most critical personnel, the Artisy Energia personnel, and the search and recovery forces will make their way to the spacecraft and begin the process of opening up the hatch and extracting the crew one by one, placing them in nearby chairs alongside their vehicle. They'll have a few minutes to gain some equilibrium, feeling the effects of gravity for the first time in more than a year before they're carried in those chairs into a nearby inflatable medical tent so that their Sokol launch and entry suits can be removed. They'll receive initial medical exams and be put in more comfortable flight clothing for the subsequent 2-hour helicopter flight back to the staging city of Karaganda.
Copy. I'll give you the time in a second. Okay, main engine cut off, command 132847. Copy. How copy? Yes, copy. Our specialists are working.
One thing that we'll note here, in about 8 minutes, as the Soyuz moves to a distance of about 87 miles away from the International Space Station on its descent towards the beginning of the traceable senses of Earth's atmosphere, that will end our guaranteed voice communication with the Soyuz through a relay to the International Space Station itself. That VHF relay still in place and being heard, of course, by the Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. So starting at about 5:42, The communications from the Soyuz will be a bit choppy. We may lose comm for a while, especially as the Soyuz descends into the peak heating regime for about 5 minutes. That peak heating regime will begin at about 5:56 a.m. Central Time. Often communications is lost for several minutes until the Soyuz emerges from that plasma regime that builds up that ionization around the spacecraft itself. At that point, the Soyuz will begin to approach the area where voice communication will be established with the Antonov fixed-wing aircraft that is flying in the vicinity of the landing site to relay data from the spacecraft as well as voice back to the Russian flight control team in Korolyov. Three countdown clocks here in Mission Control are ticking backward towards major events that are upcoming. The separation of the three sections of the Soyuz about 14.5 minutes from now. The opening of the parachutes some 25.5 minutes from now. Landing now just under 40 minutes southeast of Zhezkazgan, Kazakhstan. In addition, right after the completion of the deorbit burn, the orbital module, the top section of the Soyuz spacecraft, the three-section Soyuz spacecraft, it was depressurized about 10 seconds after the conclusion of the deorbit burn, setting the stage for the module separation that's coming up. The precise landing coordinates being relayed to the crew on board the Soyuz. The current projection by the ballistics officers for the RSC Energia team at the Russian Mission Control Center shows the landing site at 47.20 degrees north, 69.39 degrees east. That is where the search and recovery forces will be positioned to greet the Soyuz crew following touchdown, which occurs now 38.5 minutes from now. "12 minutes until module separation, the next major milestone en route home for Frank Rubio, Sergei Prokopiev, and Dmitry Petelin. This trio was launched on September 21st, 2022 on the Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft that ultimately was damaged, losing its cooling capability through a coolant leak in its radiator, and was rendered unusable for the safe return of the crew. The replacement craft that is coming home today, the Soyuz MS-23, was launched in February, unpiloted, and the Soyuz MS-22 was undocked and deorbited for a landing in Kazakhstan unpiloted. The coolant leak resulted in the extension of the mission by Rubio, Prokopiev, and Petelin that is coming to a close today after 371 days, the third longest spaceflight in human spaceflight history. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are some 20 minutes out from the landing site, having taken off from the airstrip in Zhezkazgan en route to the touchdown point, which is about 90 miles to the southeast of Zhezkazgan. Those helicopters left Karaganda earlier this morning, several hours ago, flew 2 hours to Zhezkazgan to refuel, and now are en route to the landing site to begin the recovery of the 3 crew members. And we've reached the point where the Soyuz is far enough away now from the International Space Station that the voice communications relay capability through the station is no longer available or should not be available. So communications may be a bit sporadic and choppy from this point on through the descent through the Earth's atmosphere. 9 minutes until module separation. All of the events leading up to this point in today's return of Rubio, Prokopiev, and Petelin have gone by the book. The undocking that occurred earlier today at 2:54 a.m. Central Time, 3:54 a.m. Eastern. 2 separation burns of the Soyuz engine enabled the Soyuz to back away from the station and accelerate its departure rate from the complex for the deorbit burn that occurred a short time ago. That was a 4-minute, 39-second retrograde maneuver, slowing the Soyuz down by 128 feet per second, enabling it to begin its descent back to Earth. We're less than 7.5 minutes away now from the next milestone. That will be the pyrotechnic separation of the 3 sections of the Soyuz, discarding the orbital module and the instrumentation and propulsion module, leaving just the descent module with the 3 crew members strapped inside. Sergei Prokopiev, the Soyuz commander, in the center seat, flanked to his left by Dmitry Petelin, and to his right by Frank Rubio. Again, voice communications not possible again through the relay from the International Space Station from the Soyuz spacecraft at this moment. The Soyuz now too far away from the station to provide that relay. This is normal. Everything is proceeding on track, coming up on the 5-minute mark until module separation. Just to recap, the module separation is scheduled just a few seconds before 5:52 a.m. Central Time, 6:52 Eastern. That will be followed about 3 minutes later by entry interface at an altitude of 62 miles. The first tug of gravity against the 3 crew members' bodies in over a year at that point as they begin the plunge back into the atmosphere. Some 2 minutes after that, they'll entry into plasma, where the peak heating around the spacecraft will begin. Temperatures around the Soyuz will build to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, the heat shield in the direction of travel for the descent module. As it ablates or repels that heat, there will be an orange fireball, if you will, around the spacecraft. This is typical for returning space vehicles coming through the atmosphere at their high rate of speed. This will be about a 3-minute regime in the plasma for the 3 crew members. Once they emerge from that, G loads, or the G forces against their bodies, will build to about 4 to 5 Gs just after 6 a.m. Central Time. The command to open chutes will be initiated at 6:03 and 13 seconds a.m. Central Time, 7:03 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, that parachute deployment sequence triggered by a pressure sensor at 41,000 feet. The main parachute cover will be jettisoned by pyros and springs, pulling out 2 extraction chutes, which in turn will pull out the drogue chute, and in turn pulls out a main chute, about 20 seconds for all of that to happen. At an altitude of 21,000 feet, another pressure sensor starts a timer that initiates all of the remaining events in the landing sequence. At 18,000 feet, commands will be issued to jettison the heat shield. That's about 3 minutes after chute deploy. Those commands inhibit the entry thrusters and open valves to vent hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry thrusters and oxygen that is in the life support system tank. If we have video at that time, we'll see whether we will or not, but there will be a white vapor. That's normal. That's a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen venting into the air to safe the vehicle for landing so that no hazardous gases are present when the search and recovery forces land in their Russian Mi-8 helicopters to begin the process of opening up the hatch to the Soyuz and extracting the crew. We should be about 30 seconds or so away from module separation. We'll be standing by for that confirmation. And now reports having been received from the Russian Mission Control Center of a nominal separation of the three sections of the Soyuz. Module separation is now complete. That all went by the book. The next milestone about 3 minutes from now, and that will be the Soyuz hitting the top of the Earth's atmosphere.
Huntsville Station on 2 for OCT2.
The Russian Mi-8 helicopters, part of the Rosaviatsa search and recovery forces, are nearing the landing site southeast of Jezkazgan to move into a racetrack pattern, an oval-shaped pattern around the landing zone, awaiting the arrival of the Soyuz spacecraft, with touchdown scheduled about 23.5 minutes from now. Flight controllers in Korolyov outside Moscow receiving data from the Soyuz spacecraft through their communications satellites, the Luch system. The Soyuz now has entered the Earth's atmosphere. The three crew members feeling the first effects of gravity on their bodies in 371 days. Just over 8 minutes until the scheduled deployment of the parachutes. The Soyuz currently descending through the Earth's atmosphere, 6.5 minutes to go until the commands will be sent to begin the parachute deployment sequence. As expected, we are not receiving voice communication from the crew. This is typical at this point of the entry sequence. Once the spacecraft passes through the plasma regime, the period of peak heating, we should be hearing from the crew once again, with communications relayed through the Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft in the vicinity of the landing site. You're looking at a view from a balcony camera in the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, their International Space Station Flight Control Room. All is quiet here at Mission Control in Houston as flight controllers belonging to the Orbit 1 team continue to watch over the International Space Station and follow developments on the Soyuz's descent for its touchdown in south-central Kazakhstan. Landing is scheduled just over 19 minutes from now. As we approach the top of the hour, we'll be standing by for confirmation of a chute deploy that is scheduled just over 3.5 minutes from now. The Soyuz should be emerging from that plasma regime any minute. Standing by for the emergence of the Soyuz from that plasma regime. This is the point where the crew is experiencing maximum G loads on their bodies of about 4 to 5 Gs. And there is that familiar beacon signal coming from the Soyuz MS-23.
A report on maximum G. We have 4.4 maximum G load. Copy.
Интеграл плюс 18.
Integral
Индекс кривой.
+18. the indexes along the curve.
Режим AUS.
Mode is automatic descent.
Sergei Prokopiev, the Soyuz commander, reporting that everything is in great shape on board the Soyuz. The crew experiencing those maximum G loads, but they are through the plasma regime as we stand by just over a minute from now for shoot deploy.
Notable, and G load is decreasing.
Good communication now being received from the Soyuz MS-23.
Integer, please report if you read me. Yes? And how are you feeling? We are feeling great. Thank you. End of control. Integer is plus 1.8. Index positive plus 1. Copy.
Sergei Prokopiev reporting that the crew is feeling well. Great news as the Soyuz MS-23 approaches its landing site in Kazakhstan. Touchdown expected less than 14.5 minutes from now. We should be getting confirmation momentarily on the opening of the chutes. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters, part of the search and recovery forces, are approaching on station in the landing zone around where the Soyuz will touch down 13.5 minutes from now. We should be getting confirmation momentarily on shoot deploy. 12.5 minutes until touchdown. Still awaiting confirmation from the search and recovery forces that they have the Soyuz in sight under its parachute. We now have confirmation that the Soyuz parachute has been deployed. Once again, the Soyuz MS-23 is now descending toward its landing just about 11 minutes from now. Its parachute has deployed. The crew is feeling well, according to Sergei Prokopiev, the Soyuz commander. All of the entry events have gone by the book to this point. The skies are quite overcast at the landing site. Temperatures around 69 degrees. We're still waiting for video from the landing site. But the Soyuz has deployed its parachute, and everything is continuing to go as planned for an on-time touchdown just about 9 minutes and 40 seconds from now. The search and recovery forces at the landing site now confirm that they have the Soyuz in sight under its parachute. All of the events to this point have been a winner. Everything has gone according to schedule, and the crew, according to Sergei Prokopiev, the Soyuz commander, is feeling well. Just 8.5 minutes until touchdown. Now about 7 minutes until touchdown. Everything continuing on course. The chutes have been deployed for the Soyuz MS-23. It is gently descending under its large orange and white parachute. Search and recovery forces have the vehicle in sight. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are circling the landing zone waiting for touchdown, at which point they will descend and land in sequential fashion to begin the process of arriving at the capsule and extracting the crew. And there's our first view of the Soyuz MS-23 under the chutes. 6 minutes until touchdown. This video is courtesy of Roscosmos. Soyuz descending at its normal rate of descent. Search and recovery forces are reporting back that everything is looking good from their perspective. There were some rain showers in the area earlier today. The Soyuz descending under a deck, several decks of broken clouds toward its touchdown point about 90 miles to the southeast of Zhezkazgan. Again, this video courtesy of Roscosmos from the landing site.
Inaudible.
Less than 5 minutes to go until touchdown. The extended mission of Frank Rubio, Sergei Prokopiev, and Dmitry Petelin is now in the home stretch. Once again, you're looking at the return of Frank Rubio, Sergei Prokopiev, and Dmitry Petelin after more than a year in space. Less than 4 minutes from touchdown on the desolate steppe of Kazakhstan. The parachutes deployed as planned at 6:03 a.m. Central Time. 3 minutes later, the Soyuz heat shield was jettisoned.
409. Confirm.
The next event will be just a second or two before touchdown. That'll be the firing of the soft landing engine. 6 engines fire to slow the Soyuz descent rate to just 1.5 meters per second.
How do you read it? Inaudible. We observe you. We have a visual. How do you read us here? For 95, 553.
Search and recovery forces communicating directly now with Sergei Prokopiev, saying that they have a good visual on the spacecraft. Just over 2 minutes until touchdown.
It has been 1,000 meters. We are not able to connect with them in audio yet. We can hear them, they are not hear us yet. It has been 1,000 meters. We hear them, they are not.
Less than 1,000 meters from touchdown.
So we are looking for the 20th and 52nd minute. Plus 9 atmospheric bias. Plus 18 index point 1. The crew is feeling well.
Sergei Prokopiev continuing to provide reports back to the search and recovery forces, indicating that the crew is doing well. Just over a minute until touchdown.
The crew is doing well. Let them know. Cosmos 9549. For your information, the object has passed 500 meters and feeling well. 690 is out.
The search and recovery helicopters are circling the landing zone. We might see one of those helicopters come into view shortly, as the Soyuz is less than 500 meters off the ground.
We have come with the crew and they're feeling well. Prepare. 100 meters to ground.
100 meters to go. The crew being told to brace for touchdown.
Object getting close to touchdown. Object
touchdown. Touchdown confirmed at 6:17 a.m. Central Time. Rubio's record ride comes to an end as he, Prokopiev, and Petelin return to Earth after a 371-day, 157 million-mile journey at the International Space Station. The third longest flight ever in human spaceflight history is over with a pinpoint landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan.
Altai Search and recovery here, how do you read? Okay, all good.
Once again, Soyuz MS-23 has landed on the steppe of Kazakhstan. A bullseye touchdown for the three crew members, Frank Rubio, Sergei Prokopiev, and Dmitry Petelin.
409, how do you read? Two 409.
Landing occurring as planned at 6:17 a.m. Central Time, 7:17 a.m. Eastern Time, 5:17 p.m. at the landing site that you're seeing right now in our live view. About an hour and 53 minutes before sunset.
$952 is on the ground.
The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are now descending in sequential fashion to arrive in the vicinity of the spacecraft. You can see one of those helicopters in view. The all-terrain vehicles will be moving toward the spacecraft as well, repositioning themselves to enable us to get video of the recovery process, the extraction of the crew, and the crew will be placed in reclining chairs next to the Soyuz MS-23 for a few minutes to regain their equilibrium before they're carried in those chairs to a nearby inflatable medical tent where they will doff their Sokol launch and entry suits, get into more comfortable flight clothing, and then make their way with the assistance of recovery personnel to 3 helicopters, one for each crew member, for a 2-hour flight back to the staging city of Karaganda.
K1, K2.
At that point, Rubio and his 2 crewmates will split up. Rubio will board a NASA jet to fly back to Houston. Prokopiev and Petelin will board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft to fly back to their training base at Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow.
Well, 77, I will circle one more time. Okay. Go a little bit further, 49.
In this view, you can see Russian Mi-8 helicopters landing in the vicinity of the spacecraft that's just out of the field of view. The all-terrain vehicle that carries this television equipment that you saw the landing from will be repositioning itself a short time from now and make its way to the Soyuz as it documents for us. And hopefully we will be seeing the extraction of the crew and the crew being placed in those reclining chairs by the capsule.
(178) of landing in its place.
At the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside Moscow, the Russian words "Jest Posadka," they've landed, and a greeting welcoming Frank Rubio back after his record-setting mission for an American astronaut of 371 days in space.
For 09, checking coordinates. 47 degrees, 16 minutes, 47 seconds. 1 minute, 39 seconds. This is 240. I'm following 49.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're looking at video from the landing site in Kazakhstan, where the Soyuz MS-23 touched down just 9 minutes ago. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters have landed in the vicinity of the spacecraft. They will soon approach the spacecraft to begin the process of opening up the hatch and extracting the crew. Touchdown occurred right on time at 6:17 a.m. Central Time, 7:17 a.m. Eastern Time.
24 bias. 95 4 0 now. Object is close by.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, the greeting on the front screen of the Russian Mission Control Center, welcoming home Sergei Prokopiev, Dmitry Petelin, and Frank Rubio after their 371-day mission. Touchdown occurred about 13 minutes ago at 6:17 a.m. Central Time, 7:17 a.m. Eastern Time. It was a pinpoint return for the crew, landing just as planned about 90 miles southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan. The Russian search and recovery forces, the Russian Mi-8 helicopters, have landed to begin the process of extracting the crew from the Soyuz. All of the events beginning with hatch closure late last night Central Time, followed by the undocking of the Soyuz from the International Space Station's Prishal module at 2:54 a.m. Central Time this morning, and the deorbit burn that occurred several hours later. All of those events went by the book. No issues whatsoever. Sergei Prokopiev reporting to the search and recovery forces in the final minutes before touchdown that the crew was feeling well and ready for their return to Earth. This is Mission Control in Houston. We're still awaiting for video from the spacecraft at the landing site. The search and recovery forces are there. They are beginning the work to extract the crew from the spacecraft. So far, we do not have video alongside the spacecraft itself. The video resources at the landing site have to be repositioned from where they were to show us the touchdown that occurred about 18 minutes ago. And this video now, courtesy of Roscosmos, showing Soyuz commander Sergei Prokopyev having been helped out of the Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft. Once again, this video courtesy of Roscosmos. Sergei Prokopyev, who was strapped into the center seat of the descent module of the Soyuz spacecraft, always the first out. He'll be followed by his two crewmates here shortly. Touchdown occurred just 20 minutes ago at 6:17 a.m. Central Time, 7:17 a.m. Eastern Time, 5:17 p.m. at the landing site. The crew home after 371 days in space, the third longest space flight in history. And, of course, for Frank Rubio, the longest single space flight by an American astronaut.
Did you realize that we are finally on the ground? It has been more than a year. But the result is the main thing. Just perfect, just ideal. The overload was 4.5, greater than last time. So wet. I'll take care of you. All good. I'll just stay here, take care of you too. Don't turn, just stay where you are. Don't jump. And we have seen all your greetings on Air Force anniversary. Yes, and we also worked with the veterans of soccer teams here. Exactly. He has not changed at all. You look the same as when we were sending you off to space. So the data is ready.
Prokopyev exchanging greetings with Some of the members of the search and recovery forces happy to see him for the first time in over a year. And from the view we just had, it appeared as if the Soyuz was pulled over onto its side
Congratulations.
as opposed to being upright.
Thank you. Easy, easy. Check the arm. Check the cables. Careful. Easy.
Frank Rubio, the U.S. record holder for the longest single space flight in history, back on Earth.
Here you are. Don't fall. Very nice to see you. So great. We're all here. All went well. All the tasks completed. So we performed all the program and performed additional tasks.
Field test?
What about the field test? No, we're not going to have a field test now, but tomorrow we'll have a Sozvezdia constellation experiment that is going to be an interesting experiment on controlling manual descent. Thank you. Your foot this way.
Hello, Frank.
Great, thank you.
Great.
It's good to be back.
You were the doctor on the crew, mate. How is in the space? How is your mate?
Fantastic. Yeah, everybody did really well.
You look very well.
Thank
very
you.
Well.
Thank you. It's good to be home. Thank you. It's good to be home.
Thank you.
Once again, the view from the landing site, right by the Soyuz MS-23. Frank Rubio on the left, Sergei Prokopiev on the right.
Check the arm on the right side.
And Dmitry Petelin now being removed from the Soyuz spacecraft.
Easy, easy here. Turn. Legs. Turn back. Remove cables. Little higher. Move him a bit higher.
Frank Rubio receiving congratulations there from Joel Montalbano, the International Space Station Program Manager, who along with NASA's Chief Astronaut Joe Acaba, part of the NASA team on site.
Come on, Joe.
Серега!
Sergey?
And a view of the Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft that touched down 28 minutes ago at 6:17 a.m. Central Time.
Yeah, drink a little bit. Hold it. Everything is in due time. We're here in the steppe of Kazakhstan.
Sergei Prokopyev, the commander of Expedition 69 and the Soyuz commander for the landing today, comes home after 2 flights in space and a total of 568 days, putting him 12th on the all-time list for most days in space by a human being. And there are technicians who are gathering up the parachute that deployed about 15 minutes before touchdown.
Still a bit dirty, that happens. All good. Do you want me to comb your hair?
После флук-теста. А как же термочет сокольки? Нормально, ничего удара нет? Такой. Приложила.
So you had it was a bump, so I did feel it.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to receive video from the landing site in south-central Kazakhstan. On the right, Sergei Prokopyev, the Soyuz commander and the commander of Expedition 69, which came to an end with the undocking of the Soyuz MS-23 this morning at 2:54 a.m. Central Time, 3:54 a.m. Eastern Time. Expedition 70 began. Prokopyev handing over command of the International Space Station to European Space Agency astronaut Andy Mogensen. Expedition 70 now well underway and will continue through the course of the fall time frame until Mogensen returns to Earth next spring with Crew 7.
At about 300 meters, CAM was established again. At that time, we also acquired visual. All normal, all good. Did you see us at the main chute? Yes, at about 800 we saw you already. You were not responding well, but we were able to see you already. All great, all normal. Good numbers. 140 to 90. Don't scream over there.
Да, слышно? Ты сунул рацию,
The next step for the 3 returning crew members, they'll be, as you look at the all-terrain vehicles that are on site, the 3 crew members will be carried in those chairs into a nearby inflatable medical tent to doff their Sokol launch and entry suits, get into more comfortable flight clothing, and then they'll be transported in those ATVs to 3 awaiting Russian Mi-8 helicopters to take off for a 2-hour flight back to the staging city of Karaganda to the northeast of the landing site.
Didn't get any bigger.
Oh, really?
And maybe you want some pickles. Oh yeah. Maybe some succulent pork. That would be nice. Well, not right now, in about a week. So then at the tent, we will talk to you about, okay?
The landing occurred about an hour and 53 minutes before sunset at the landing site. You can see the sun beginning to fade on the horizon. On the left in the left side of your screen is Dr. Joe Schmidt, who is Rubio's attending flight surgeon, and on the right is the NASA nurse Yana Shelopova.
And then once we got all backed up, I couldn't reach it. So, I'd rather not. I mean, it doesn't feel terrible.
Okay, they're bringing the watermelon for you. Make sure you clean it from the seeds. Okay, good. Oh, rada watermelon. Good deal. I am the commander of the search and recovery helicopter. So my apologies if we had to wait a little bit. But from all of us, we would like to give you this, the fruit of the earth. Oh, I can smell it now. Thank you. Sergey.
And Dmitry Patelin, who was board engineer number 1. He and Prokopiev conducted 6 spacewalks during their time on board the International Space Station.
As they should have. What did you bring from space? Good mood. And in my personal items, I had all the rings and crosses that I took with me. This is something green. I forgot what it feels like. I did request the watermelon in advance, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's move it a little bit closer. Closer to the center. Dmitry, you've been there for a year. Yes, actually, I was expecting to be here half a year before, and we've been waiting impatiently to get back. And it was my first landing. I didn't know what to expect exactly. Today I felt it to the fullest, the loads and gravity. What did you bring to your daughters from space? I brought souvenirs, photos, images that were brought to me by Progress vehicle. Are you going to follow some experiments right now as you returned as an operator? We are planning constellation Suzvezdi experiments, that is with a suit and using the arm, but it will depend on physically is possible. Thank you very much.
The crew members being presented with fruit at the landing site
For you.
and Matryoshka dolls.
We can open it. Dmitry. For you. That is a heavy one. A heavy wooden doll, Matryoshka. Thank you, and greetings to Kustana friends. Now pilots. For a photo, to stand in the back.
Those Matryoshka dolls bearing the images of each of the 3 crew members being presented to them by members of the search and recovery forces.
I'm taking pictures of everybody. All perfect. Very good.
The Soyuz landed 40 minutes ago at 6:17 a.m. Central Time, 7:17 a.m. Eastern Time, 5:17 p.m. at the landing site. The crew was quickly extracted, placed in these reclining chairs for an opportunity to regain their equilibrium. They'll be carried in those chairs a short time from now into a nearby inflatable medical tent, where they will doff their Sokol launch and entry suits, get into more comfortable flight clothing, receive medical exams, and then be flown on 3 individual helicopters 2 hours to the staging city in Karaganda, Kazakhstan, where they'll split up. Rubio boarding a NASA jet to fly back to Houston. Prokopiev and Patelin boarding a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft to fly back to their home base, their training base at Star City, Russia.
Pick up the blanket.
Prokopiev, thumbs up, being moved toward that medical tent.
Hooray! Welcome. Welcome back.
So with that, the 3 crew members being brought into the medical tent at the landing site following their pinpoint touchdown to complete a 371-day, 157 million mile mission, the longest space flight by an American astronaut, Frank Rubio, the 3rd longest space flight in history. As we mentioned, the crew members were quickly extracted from the Soyuz MS-23 that landed on time, on target, and are now being brought into the nearby medical tent. And there's a view of Frank Rubio with Joe Acaba and the rest of the NASA team helping bring him into the medical tent. In the back, you see ISS Program Manager Joel Montalbano. The crew will get out of those Sokol launch and entry suits. They'll put on comfortable flight clothing and prepare for their helicopter flight back to Karaganda, Kazakhstan, and eventually their trip back to their respective hometowns. Rubio coming to Houston, Prokopiev and Petelin coming to Star City, Russia. So with that, the crew is now back in the medical tent. Medical exams in store for them as they have landed after more than a year in space, the 3rd longest space flight in history, a successful end to an eventful mission that was extended by 6 months, but ended in great fashion with a bullseye touchdown on the steppe of Kazakhstan. Frank Rubio, Sergei Prokopiev, Dmitry Petelin, safely back on Earth. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for tonight and this morning. We thank you for joining us throughout the night. Stay tuned for more to come on the ventures of the Expedition 70 crew aboard the International Space Station. But for now, we'll bid you a good morning from Mission Control in Houston.
Control. Are we on? Are we back? Hey, welcome in everybody. Magic. Thank you very much, mods. Cheers for letting me know. And apologies for that. We're just having a few little minor network issues there. Trying to get our unit to fire up, but thank you for waiting. Hey, welcome in everybody. Hope you're all well. Hi Jake, we're on. Brilliant, thank you.
হাতে হাতে কোটি প্রাণে এক সুর ছিলাম থাকবো সাথে চলো যাইবো চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো বিশ্ব উঠানে চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো বিজয়ের গানে চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো বিশ্ব উঠানে চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো এক হয়ে পরি ঝাঁপিয়ে দেব বিশ্ব এবার কাঁপিয়ে থামবো না আর মানবো না যাবো এগিয়ে যা আছে তা নিয়ে চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো বিশ্ব উঠানে চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো বিজয়ের গানে চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো বিশ্ব উঠানে চলো বাংলাদেশ লাল সবুজের জার্সিতে চলো শুনবে বিশ্ব জোরসে বলো নতুন দিনের স্লোগানে স্লোগানে চলো ছেড়ে দেই আশা আলো চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো বিশ্ব উঠানে চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো বিজয়ের গানে চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো বিশ্ব উঠানে চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো বিশ্ব উঠানে চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো বিজয়ের গানে চলো বাংলাদেশ চলো বিশ্ব উঠানে চলো বাংলাদেশ
Yeah, welcome in everybody. Happy Friday. This is Airliners Live, and this is where your weekend begins. Welcome everybody. Still waiting on the Emirates triple to get pushed back. I think everything's ready there. Just waiting for the formalities, and we should see that depart. Yeah, thanks for hanging on, guys. Much appreciated. Thank you. Got a lofty bit to depart. buzzing noise. Still 5-5, guys. Yes, Chester, Mike. He's getting told. We've had enough raid. Looks like a pallet or something on the way in here. BizJet. Let's see who's in the house. 1, 2, 3, 4. Welcome. Come in, Terry. Hortel, as otherwise known. Loopy. Come in, Simon. Philip. How you doing, Kevin? Debbie.
Get on the floor and dip it low. Looking good with a country glow. Grab your partner and dose it up. Spin that finger round and round. Get hyped up to the country sound. Get low down, a showdown. It's a good old fashioned hoedown. Giddy up, we riding. 1, 2 step, we gliding. DJ, turn it up, yeah. This that country slide. Hands up to the sky and wave them side to side. When the DJ turns it up, this that country slide. Boom boom baby. Boom boom baby, stop clap. Boom boom baby, boom boom baby, stop clap. Boom boom baby, boom boom baby, stop clap. Boom boom baby, boom boom baby.
Now slide, slide, ride that thing to the side, baby. Now slide, slide, ride that thing to the side, baby. Now slide, slide, ride that thing to the side, baby. Now slide, slide, ride that thing to the side.
Feel that country vibe, let your fire like culture light. Go and step that dirty line. Boom, boom, baby, feel alive. Come on, drop it low. Shake that thing down to the floor. Are you ready? Say go. Rock and roll.
Baby, now slide.
1 step left, 2 step right.
Baby, now slide.
Go and swing that to the side.
Baby, now slide.
Giddy up, make that pony go.
Baby, now slide.
Let me see you do that rodeo. Stop, clap, boom, boom, baby. Boom, boom, baby. Stop, clap, boom, boom, baby. Boom, boom, baby. Stop, clap, boom, boom, baby. Boom, boom, baby. Stop, clap, boom, boom, baby. Boom, boom, baby.
Now slide, slide, ride that thing to the side, baby. Now slide, slide, ride that thing to the side, baby. Now slide, slide, ride that thing to the side, baby. Now slide, slide, ride that thing to the side.
Audrey. Hope you're all okay this morning. Morning, Pauline. Okay, so I'll have a look at that shortly. Yeah, I'll try and I'll have a muck about with the audio shortly. Just give it a sec, guys. Just go a bit wide on this while I muck about the audio, guys. Give it a sec. Okay, I've just moved a few wires around, ladies and gents. Just let me know if that's buzzing still there, and I'll have another look about as need be. Thanks for letting me know. Cheers, appreciate it.
শরতের আকাশ বলে যায়, কাশবনেরা দোলা দেয়। শরতের আকাশ বলে যায়, কাশবনেরা দোলা দেয়। মন আজ মাতোয়ারা যেন ভুবন সারা, ঘরেতে মা এসেছে, মা এসেছে, মা এসেছে, মা এসেছে, মা এসেছে। তোমার মহিমা নিজে তুলনা, তুমি দশভুজা প্রতিমা দেবী মা। তোমার মহিমা নিজে তুলনা, তুমি দশভুজা প্রতিমা দেবী মা। ঢ্যাঙ্কুড়া করে বাদ্যি বাজে বুকের ভেতর, মন লাগে না কোনো কাজে। বছর ঘুরে এলে তুমি হাসে দেখো ত্রিভুবন, নতুন রূপে নতুন সাজে। মা এসেছে, মা এসেছে, মা এসেছে, মা এসেছে। বলো দুর্গা মায় কি জয়, বলো দুর্গা মায় কি জয়, বলো দুর্গা মায় কি জয়। বলো দুর্গা, বলো দুর্গা, দুর্গা দুর্গা মায় জয়। বলো দুর্গা, বলো দুর্গা, দুর্গা দুর্গা মায় জয়। বলো দুর্গা, বলো দুর্গা, দুর্গা দুর্গা মায় জয়। বলো দুর্গা, বলো দুর্গা, বলো দুর্গা। ঢাক বাজা কাসর বাজা, ঘরেতে এসেছে মা। বরণ ডালা সাজা তোরা এসেছে মা। ঢাক বাজা কাসর বাজা, ঘরেতে এসেছে মা। বরণ ডালা সাজা তোরা এসেছে মা। ঢ্যাঙ্কুড়া করে বাদ্যি বাজে বুকের ভেতর, মন লাগে না কোনো কাজে। বছর ঘুরে এলে তুমি হাসে দেখো ত্রিভুবন, নতুন রূপে নতুন সাজে। মা এসেছে, মা এসেছে, মা এসেছে, মা এসেছে।
Virgin 330 out to land. You're on 23 right. Really laboured touchdown there. fair old bit of moisture left there on 23 right. That looks fantastic. Hey, and thank you very much, Mr. Pingu, for the One Airlines Live gifted membership. Thank you so much. Thanks to Debbie13. Thanks again, Mr. Pingu, much appreciated. That was a fantastic landing. That was awesome. Great landing. So I've got the next departure lined up, which is the Vueling, heading back down to Barcelona. Just started its takeoff roll now. Spin it around quick. And then we'll catch this Virgin taxiing back past. Miss England taxiing back to gate. Virgin Atlantic A330. The next arrival, EasyJet from Amsterdam, Airbus A320. See if this creates any spray. I don't think it'll create as much as a Virgin, but well, we'll give it a go. No chance. Slight comparison between the 330 landing and that EasyJet 320. As I mentioned before, the Emirates is almost, I think it's almost ready for pushback now. Massive thanks to Darren Taggart for your 13 months of support at Premium Economy. Good morning, have an amazing weekend, guys. Same to you, Daz. Thank you very much, mate. Thanks for your support. Let's get an eye on this Emirates show. Shouldn't be too long now. See, the chocks are still in place, but then we'll get removed very shortly. So then chops are being for ground ops. So the next arrival, British Airways A320 shuttle service from London Heathrow. Bit of rudder action there. Since he got the nose gear down. I was just skimming the hills there, Cheshire Hills in the back of shot. Peak District. Nice little wave there. And British Airways captain there. Always gives you a little good vibe. Ryanair defined. Catch up on some support. So we have Razorback Root with a One Airliners Live gifted membership. Thank you very much, Razor. We also have Philip Braden with a five Airliners Live gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Philip. That means a lot. Thank you. And Gracie's World has been a member at business class for 7 months. She's in front of me at the RVP. There she is, Aya. Magic. Cheers, Gracie. Next arrivals here already, ladies and gents. As you can probably hear, there's a slight bit of a breeze here at Manchester this morning. Thankfully, the R word has stayed away so far. I'm going to mention that. There is a slight bit of a breeze, bit of variant. Hey, morning, Trevor L. And thank you very much for your £10 super chat. Good morning, all. Thank you very much, Trevor. Good morning to you, mate. Hope everyone's ready for the weekend. I believe in Manchester we're supposed to be having some pretty nice, I don't know about wet now, nice weather tomorrow, I believe, and Sunday. Temperatures going up to a massive 22 degrees. Another arrival, Ryanair NG. Need some more heavy arrivals, don't we? Get that spray kicked up again. Emirates still not pushing back as of yet. I do think everything's set though. Should be imminent, that departure. Or that pushback, should I say. Hey, Will P. Hope you're okay, mate. Come in, John Michael. Hey, Larry. Plane spotting Mike. Hope you're okay, mate. Hey, Jane. Simon. Catwoman. Kevin Brown. Mike Wild. Ronald. Slight breeze, Ronald, today. Slight breeze, mate. Erica, welcome in, love. Dynamic duo, how are you doing? Oh, Mikey had the man flu. I've heard a lot of people getting like reoccurrences of bad colds and stuff. I know the season's upon us, but yeah, a few people, a few ailments here and there. Are you okay, Will? Next arrival's upon us. It's a Turkish A321neo. Flight time of 3 hours 50 minutes. From Istanbul. Capture that dropping in now. Ribbons. Perfect atmosphere for it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Emirates 777 mid-push. We'll lose it behind the Premier Terminal temporarily, ladies and gents, so they pull it forward a few feet. In that case, we'll catch this Iberia. Flight in from Madrid. The A321neo, one of the many variants, Turkish Centre Manchester. Oh, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Jet 2 A330, leased air tanker aircraft on the taxi out now. Morning, Peacocks. Hope you're okay. Will and Evie, hope you guys are all right. Guy there on the with the headset there, in communication with the guys in the flight deck. So it gets removed. Full communication with the guys in their flight deck there. Next arrival, got the TAP Air Portugal Embraer. Watermelon Airlines, as some people like to refer to this livery as. Livery. Livery. I must remember to say livery. If there's one thing I'm going to do today, it's not say livery. Livery. At the request of someone who left some feedback. Cascade, name given to this aircraft. Prop just departing. Very early climb out from the Aer Lingus there. Livery. Yeah, cheers, Laurie. You're in my gang, yeah. That's how it should be pronounced, I think. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Emirates 777. Now on the taxi out to the start of 23 right. variation there, ladies and gentlemen. As this bizjet touches down. Oh, that looks fantastic. Yeah, has that got planes on the side of that? That looks mega. See the planes on the side there, ladies and gents? France military. Nice catch. French military Falcon there. She's actually just flown in from Landivisiau, if I've said that right. I probably just murdered that. Like the northwestern coast of France there. It's a great catch. Mega catch. Clip that, clip it. Sure, that'll be making its way to probably Signature Aviation there. Great looking little aircraft there, fantastic. From the small to the fairly large, we've got the Airbus A330 Jet 2. And the takeoff roll. Sounded amazing. Yeah, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to show your support this morning, you can click that dollar symbol at the bottom right hand side of the chat there. That way you can offer up a gifted membership to another member of the Airliners Live community watching this morning. Or you'd like to donate a super chat. Another alternative is click the coffee links which the mods will kindly put in the chat there. That way over 90% of your donation goes direct to the channel. And that, along with the gifted memberships, is probably the best way to support these live streams. But every little bit of support's appreciated, even down to just a little like. Audio. Emirates triple. It's going to be departing very soon. He's going to have to wait for the next arrival, I think, because this KLM's just entered the active runway here. Oof. You know what to do. KLM E2 there, heading back over to Schiphol, Amsterdam. Should be a flight time around an hour, if not just a slightly shorter. Yeah, and officially the most happiest crew, I think, KLM. Yep, next arrival is going to be this EasyJet from Paris Charles de Gaulle, and then I think we'll get the Emirates triple out. Yeah, what I'll do, guys, I'll get this triple out, and then I'll have another look at the audio, because we aim to get everything spot on for you guys, for your viewing pleasure, so again, just bear with me. I'll just get this Emirates triple out, and then I'll have another tinker about the audio, see if I can eradicate that buzzing noise. But thanks for letting me know. Cheers for the feedback. All your feedback's gratefully appreciated on these streams, so we can aim to improve. Well, again, thanks for your support this morning. Thanks for getting involved. Tango Romeo, the reg on this EasyJet. Coming from the city of love. No wavy, no wavy. Oh, a little wave there, fantastic. So now, ladies and gentlemen, next heavy departure is going to be the Emirates triple, heading back over to Dubai. Flight 22. He's already on the roll. Like I said, we'll get this out, maybe be able to catch the next arrival, and then I'll see if I can have a tinker about with the sound again. Might be just a couple of wires like in the way of each other, so. Never disappoints the triple on the departure. Got a fluff going over the wings there, ladies and gents. Wow. Woohoo. Wow, that looks amazing. Look at that. That looked fantastic. Lovely bit of fluff. Ryanair just arrived. Okay, ladies and gents, just bear with me 2 seconds. I'm just having another tinker about with the sound and stuff. See if I can eradicate that. Just see if I can eradicate that noise. Just bear with me, thank you. 2 seconds. Okay, Linton's just had a bit of a tinker about it. Hope that's done the trick. Again, yeah, huge thanks for letting me know. As I say, we aim to get everything spot on for you, if we can do, if it's possible. Oh no, I could definitely hear something. Yeah, I could hear it myself, like on the thingy. So, again, thank you for letting me know. Appreciate it. Right, hopefully, just crack on now. Settle in properly. Hopefully, be streaming till around. What do you reckon? 1 o'clock today. Unless someone else blags me to stay again. But if you haven't got anyone flying in or out today, just let me know. I'm trying to capture him. As long as it's not like ridiculously like around 1:30 something. I don't mind finishing around 1:30. That'll be okay. Hey, cheers, Will. Okay, let's settle in, eh? Mixter says it's pouring down in Bolton. No thanks, mate. Keep that there. Leave that there. KLM 73. About to drop in. And I believe this is the Sky Team library as well. Great little catch. I think we can all agree that looks brilliant. SAS Neo on the taxi out as well. Also got the next arrival in view. Catch up with the chat. And massive thank you to Jason Bradshaw with the One Airliners Live gifted membership. Thanks very much, Jay. Much appreciated. And just like Jay, you can support this live stream. Click that dollar symbol at the bottom right. Thank you very much. Will P gifted another Airliners Live membership. Oh, Jason passed the membership on. Brilliant, Jason. Thank you very much. Cheers, Will P. Great support. Thank you, everyone. We also had Tom and Ann with a One Airliners Live gifted membership as well. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. Andy Brownbill. Where are you, mate? Where are you? Hey, welcome in, Dave. Another one of the Jet 2330s on the taxi out here. This one, the one leased from World to Fly. See the next lander there in shot as well, EasyJet. Beautiful touchdown from the EasyJet. SAS now, SAS Neo entering the active runway. Hey, welcome in, Ian. Enjoy your day, mate, down there. Hey, Joanna. SAS Neo on their flight out to Copenhagen. And the second of that SAS pair. This one's the flight to Oslo. Flight 4608. One-year-old aircraft. Also got the Brussels A320. Is there going to be the next arrival? Currently over Stockport as we speak. On a 6 mile final. Morning, Joan. Are you okay? Hi, I'm the real Andy and I like steak. You don't say. Here we go. SAS Neo flying out to Oslo. Boop nose. Very early climb there. Got cloudscape, ladies and gents. So yeah, next arrival is going to be Brussels. Smooth touchdown. See you in the window there. Clamshell reversers, just been retracted there. Next cross lined up, bit of support. Thank you to Michael Curtis with a £2 super chat. Made it from Scarborough and he sees me. Where are you, Mike? Where are you, mate? There's a wave. And also a massive thank you to Andy Brownbill with a £2 super chat. Matt Cam appreciation donation for the Greg's Fund. Nice one, mate. Thank you. Much appreciated. And departing 23 right here at Manchester. Cheers again, Andy, and thanks again, Michael. Cheers, mate. Great support, guys. Thanks. The World to Fly 330 now, flying on behalf of Jet 2. That's just entering the active runway here. There's this Brussels A320 taxis past. And a huge thank you to Sam Simpson with a £2 super chat. Get yourself an easy coffee. Easy coffee, is that a thing, yeah? Thank you very much, Sam. Joan Tunnicliffe with a £2 donation for the Greg's Fund. Cheers, Joan. Thanks a lot. And Dallas, welcome, mate. Welcome to business class. Thank you very much for signing up this morning. Much appreciated. Cheers, Dallas. And Erica Lowe, all aboard the Greg's Fund train. Cheers, Erica, with a £2 super chat. Thank you very much, guys. Be overloaded with Greg's funds here, aren't I? No, thanks again, Dallas, for signing up. Much appreciated. Means a lot to the channel. Welcome in. Get yourself in the VIP lounge. To a Dreamliner on the taxi out here, ladies and gents. So that'll be the next heavy departure here at Manchester. Again, look at that fluff there. Wow. Ribbons, fluff, the lot. And then into the soup. Greg's train's flying at the minute. Cheers, Laurie M with a $5 US super chat. Greg's Fund train. Choo, choo, choo. Cheers, Simon, for the Greg's Fund. Your first super chat to the channel. Thanks a lot, Simon. Cheers, Tel, for the £2 super chat. And Mr. City Sounds with the one Airliners live gifted membership as well. Thank you very much. That went to Jamie Pickles. Liam Fletcher with the $1.99. No worries, Liam. My pleasure, mate. With your first super chat, your bit of support to the channel. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. Here we go, Pegasus. About to drop in here. These nails produce some serious ribbons, you know. A massive thank you to Plane Spotting Mike, who's been a member at first class for 18 months. Woohoo! 18 months. Cheers, Mikey. Thank you very much for your support, mate. Thanks for your long-term support to the channel. Cheers, mate. EasyJet there. Departing to Bordeaux, A319 airframe. Also got a visual on the next arrival now, yeah. This flight 12 from Belfast, ATR 72 of Emerald Air. Looks like the TUI Dreamliner is going to get out of here now for this next arrival. Dreamliner's now rolling. It'll be our next heavy departure here on this Friday morning show from Airliners Live. Again, thank you for joining us this morning. And let's enjoy this now. It's over the Concorde Tower here at Manchester. Next arrival's here already. Air France, and from Charles de Gaulle. 320. Catch up on a bit of sport, ladies and gentlemen. And huge thank you to George Fitzgibbon with his first Airliners Live Super Chat to the channel, with the £2 Super Chat. Thank you very much, George. And Chrissy B, member for 13 months. Cheers, Chrissy. Thanks for your support. And cheers for my gift as well, Chrissy. Much appreciated. Thank you. And also, huge congrats to Mike D, who's been a member at 4 months at business class. Says Joan Tunnicliffe, you're awesome. And she is as well, you're right. You're all awesome for watching me this morning. Thank you again. Can see the next arrival, and we can also see now this Lufthansa, there's a Lufthansa waiting to cross, so we may get one or two more departures off this off 23 right, and then obviously dual runway operations will commence. There's your Lufty waiting to cross. There's Ryanair waiting to land. Just coming into land here. As soon as he's down and past this Lufty, should get permission to cross the active. And there we go, Lufty should cross the runway now. Yeah, smash that like button, guys, go on. Hit it 3 times. Good job breaking out. Yeah, so of course still on dual runway ops here at Manchester. Not winter schedule ain't quite kicked in. I think it may do at the end of this month, where the hours over on the second runway will become even shorter due to the traffic levels here at Manchester. Hey, thanks Andy Marth. Have a good day, mate. Hope the rest of your Friday goes well. So it looks like this Ryanair is going to be the final final departure for this morning session. You're right, Simon, especially with them forks on front. Hey, welcome in, John. Hey, Sock. Carabiner, okay. Hey, Mizam. Ryanair rolling. It's going to be the final departure from 23 right. Few aircraft on the taxi out now. Just waiting for its slot, I believe, yep. Hey, welcome in, Ollie. Hope you're okay. Hey, Michelle. Hey, Diana. You're never too late to this party, Diana. King Kev, hope you're okay, mate. So here we go. First departure from 23 left of the show. Runway 2 time, eh? Get it. Are you down there, Andy? Are you down at Woodend by any chance? I'll see if I can spy you out after. If you're there. Yeah, but welcome in again, everyone, to this Friday morning show from Airliners Live. New to the schedule. I'm going to be doing this show whenever I possibly can on a Friday, because that's my most applicable day of the week. So anytime I'm free on a Friday, I'm going to do my utmost to get down here, capture some of the live action for you guys. Time being out here enjoying the show. And while you're here, just click that like for us. That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. EasyJet's lined up. Guys. Sorry, Dave, I didn't mean to delete your message there, mate. Much sorry about that. Thank you to Joan Tunnicliffe for the One Airliners Live gifted membership. Thanks a lot, Joan. And again, apologies, Dave, for blocking your message out there, mate. Next arrivals here already, ladies and gents. This is flight 24 from Dublin. Again, another Emerald Air ATR 72. Taking the rapid exit there. Beautiful. Got a quick check on the radar. This rain is very intermittent at the minute. I'm not even attempting to put the waterproofing on as of yet. Not doing it. I refuse. Because I know if I put it on, that's it. If it does get too bad though, I will be off camera for a short while, just while I sort that out. Got a Singapore A350 pushback at the new pier at T2. Well, the fairly new pier at T2. Not exactly new anymore, is it? And we got a lofty A321 on the way in from Frankfurt. A380 check. A380 now currently 1 hour 8 minutes away. The Qatar's 1 hour 55, so I think we'll aim to get that Qatar maybe as our last arrival. Also got a Virgin A350 on the way in, flight 74 from Orlando as well. That's not too far away, only like 10 minutes away now. But nothing arriving for the next 5 minutes or so. So still stick around, guys. Still plenty of action to come on this Friday morning. And again, thank you so much for joining me this morning for this second installation of this Friday show. Hope you're enjoying it. And if you're enjoying it so much, please consider hitting that like button or hit that dollar symbol. Donate a membership to another member of this Airliners Live community. Or alternative, just donate a super chat. Every bit of support is really appreciated. Thank you. Hey, morning, Jen. So, what's everyone got planned for this weekend? Anyone got anything planned for today, later today, or tomorrow, Sunday? Not Sunday morning though, obviously, because you know you'll be busy Sunday morning. That's a fact. But anyone got any plans for the weekend? Anyone doing something this weekend they've never done before? What's everyone up to? Let us know in the chat. Hey, Lowlander, hope you're okay. Yeah, is anyone doing something this weekend that they've never done before? And don't staying sober or something like that. Debbie's working. Chester Mike's got a Barbie planned. Mike D's working. Tony Rivers got a weekend of leisure, watching football all weekend. John Gaskell's in work tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow's work is on a bender with the lads. Sunday, early on his live stream, full English and then the F1. Mikey's just resting. Tony's out on the bike up hills, up them there hills. Sock's going to attempt to roast chicken. He was going to, or you're not now? Tells down at the Coventry Aviation Airport Museum for a memorabilia fair. Oh, and Joanne's going to the beach, still late 20s in Italy. Awesome. Sammy Littlewood's painting and decorating. You better you than me. That's one thing I cannot stand. I can't do that. I've just got no patience for decorating and stuff like that. Heidi on the other end, Heidi loves the decorating and stuff, wallpapering and stuff. But it's not for me, that. Kev's just got a usual weekend beheading people. Oh, Martin's down on south side there. Mate, if I can see you from here, that'd be amazing. Caribbean is going to be doing some gaming. Well, tomorrow, Mikey, I'm off to... Tomorrow I'm going Sea Life Centre. Taking the youngest to the Sea Life Centre. He's been pestering me for like 3 weeks now. Daddy, let's go Sea Life Centre. And they just haven't had time and stuff. So this weekend I've had to put everything to one side and make sure he gets to have a good weekend with me this weekend. And obviously on Sunday, I'll be live with the lads for the scheduled Super Sunday show here from the RVP and also from the remote location, where I'll be catching you all the ops from the apron as well, all the turnarounds. Yeah, I thought you might be too far down, Lundgren. I'll certainly try though after. I want to see you waving like an absolute maniac. Got the next arrival, this Lufthansa A321 coming in from Frankfurt, flight time of around 1 hour 20 minutes. So we'll capture him landing in a minute. Just got a visual, so. See if this is creating any ribbons, eh? And then following the Lufty, we should have the Virgin A350 Flight 74 from Orlando. That's not too far out at all now. Just getting established on the ILS for 23 right. Hey, morning Seb. Hope you're okay, mate. There we go, Lufty. A321. You can't see me, but I might be able to see you. See them. Bit blustery there, not touchdown. Still a bit of moisture there, ladies and gents. Let's hope this 350 produces some nice scrape. Yep, don't forget, still plenty of time to support this live stream. Hit that dollar symbol, hit the like, hit the coffee links, which are on the mods we'll put in the chat. That way, over 90% of your donation goes back to the channel. But every bit of support is really appreciated. Hey, welcome in, Rose. Hope you're okay. And on the taxi out as well here now. Going to be making its way over to 23 left. We've got this Singapore Airbus A350 as we await the Virgin arrival. It's going to be followed by this EasyJet. Hey, and huge thank you to Graham Hill with the One Airliners Live gifted membership, and that went to Brian Morrison. Thank you, Graham. Really appreciate that support, mate. Thank you very much. Hey, Matty Sykes, hope you're okay, mate. Langren's got a nice brew on his scanner, and he's having a good few hours chill. I cannot fault that one bit, mate. Loving the work, loving your work. Jane too with the One Airliners Live gifted membership as well. Thank you so much, Jane. Hope you're okay. Hope life's treating you well. Stunning Airbus A350. Still awaiting the arrival of this Virgin A350. Still look like there are slight bit of moisture left on the runway. Also see the British Airways shuttle service thing's just been pushed as well now. In fact, it's just begun its taxi out. Things just starting to pick up now. Did have a bit of a quiet 5 minutes there, but things are going to start picking up again now by the looks. Hey Sasha, hope you're okay. Hey, thanks Brian. Just got a visual of the Virgin 350. But here we go, Singapore Airlines A350 departing 23 left here on this Friday show here on Airliners Live. Enjoy. Stunning departure. From a stunning departure, we're going to go to a stunning arrival. Singapore climbs out, Virgin Atlantic A350 on the final few hundred feet. And we're going to catch it now. Very idle reverse thrust there. Very tame. Still beautiful all the same though. What a great looking aircraft this is. The tap Embraer on the taxi out here now. Going to make its way over to the second runway. British Airways waiting for its clearance to enter the active there. Hey, 1.3k in the chat. Welcome in everybody, and thank you once again for joining me. Your viewership is very much appreciated this Friday morning. Here we go, BA shuttle service. And that's just going to enter into the runway. We're going to capture this Virgin, it's beautiful Virgin 350 taxiing back to gate here. Fearless lady. How stunning is that? Marks out of 10, ladies and gents. So as I mentioned before, got this TAP Embraer awaiting departure. Also on this BA 320. Going to make its way down to Heathrow. In fact, on the roll now. Jet 273's just landed. Using a little bit of spray there. Tens for the Virgin 350. Hey, welcome in, Roger. Hope you're okay, mate. Speaky, hope you're okay, mate. Here we go, top Embraer. Claphair, Portugal. Leaves Manchester behind. Heads down to Lisbon. Got a Erlingus 330 on the way to Orlando. That's just on the taxi now as we speak. Got an EasyJet A320 Neo. That's been pushed back for Jersey. And the Turkish is traditionally pinging up at the end of the T3 pier, but T1 pier, but it does traditionally ping up well in advance of the. They seem to keep the transponder on the Turkish aircraft for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. Whether it's protocol or something, I don't know. You can see in the back of shot there, got the Iberia making its way over to the second runway here at Manchester. 2 runways we have here at Manchester, and during these times we have one for departures and one for arrivals. So, and of course the hours on this second runway are going to be being reduced very soon, probably at the end of this month. That's traditional for the schedule to be a bit shorter on the dual ops, due to traffic levels and whatnot. But now, as we speak, just waiting for this Erlingus 330 to taxi past us. And the next arrival is looking like it's going to be the Transat A321 Neo, a 4-year-old aircraft. April 2019 first flight. Coming in from Toronto, flight time of 6 hours, probably 6.5 hours by the time it touches down here at Manchester. Almost 7 hours, 6.5 hours on a narrow body. There we go, Erlingus 330. Erlingus UK, might I add. That aircraft. We'll follow the Iberia over. He's going to head back to Madrid. He's going to follow that over to the second runway. Yeah, and looking to stick around till around 1 o'clock. We'll probably capture the Qatar triple, capture that arrival, and then call it a day after that, ladies and gentlemen. And again, sorry for the slight late start this morning. Did have a few minor issues with the internet here, which is common here at Manchester, especially at the RVP at the minute. It's nothing we can't handle. We always get online as quick as we possibly can. And don't forget, our next show is going to be from here, the Super Sunday Live. New start time on that, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, 9:15 now. We now start that live show on a Sunday, and that'll be followed on Monday. I think John's live Monday. Could be mistaken. I believe John's live on Monday from 6. And did anyone watch Henry's show last night? Henry did a bonus pop-up show from about 4 o'clock UK time. I was working myself, but I did manage to catch like the last hour and a half or so. Really fantastic show. Different location for Henry. Bit more closer up to the action he was on the taxiway there. But it looked absolutely fantastic, Henry's location from last night. And the sport was brilliant as well. That slot time for Henry seemed to really work well for him, for his viewer figures and viewer numbers and stuff. Of course, people just finishing work and people in the Americas over the pond there being able to watch without too much time constraint. Yeah, let us know if you caught Henry's bonus show yesterday, ladies and gents, and what you thought. As I may always mention, your feedback's highly appreciated. Helps us to make your viewing experience even better. Your feedback, good or bad. Yeah, I agree, Spicky. It was a great show from Henry. Really good. And I thought, like with the obviously increased viewer numbers, I thought Henry got a huge boost out of that, and his presentation was great. As soon as he found out he had a few more viewers there, absolutely brilliant. Really pleased for him last night. Here we go, Iberia Express, 3:20 departing back to Madrid. And I do believe Henry is live again tomorrow evening. Obviously keep your eye on the YouTube notifications. If you haven't yet hit that sub button, click the bell icon, that way you won't miss a live show from Earl on his live, including Henry over in Vancouver, John on a Monday on the Flight Sims, our Sunday shows, Wednesday shows, and this Friday show. Hit that bell icon, you won't miss a trick. Here we go. Heavy arrival now, about to depart, 23 left. Got the Aer Lingus flight to Orlando, poised and ready for departure. I have to give that Iberia a few seconds clearance there. Yeah, I agree, Barbara, the location was brilliant, really good location. I agree, Steve, yeah, it was a great show, mate. And like I say again, if you enjoyed that and you haven't watched before, you haven't had a chance to watch before, as Sharon says, for the first time she watched him last night. Hope you enjoyed it, Sharon. It'd be great if you could all show your support to Henry, because he really deserves it for his efforts over in Vancouver. Really, really does. Puts on a great show. I agree, Larry, it was phenomenal. That location was absolutely on point, really, really good. And you could tell Henry was excited as well, you know. You could tell he was genuinely hyped to be at that spot, and it was great. Don't forget, Henry live every Saturday here on Earl on his Live, if you're wondering what we're talking about. And again, yeah, it'd be brilliant if you could get involved in that show. No, Sasha, we're not frozen. Just waiting this Aer Lingus to... Hey, great, Erica. I think you'll enjoy it. I think you'll enjoy it, Erica, because, like you say, it was a different location from where he would normally be filming from. And it was really close up to the action, to the aircraft taxiing onto the main departure runway. Very close. Yeah, and Vancouver, yeah, so Vancouver's a brilliant, beautiful place. Especially like in the coming months where they're going to get that dusting of snow on the mountains there. That really, I know it's an aviation channel, but that's a real big adage for me when we can see the snow-capped mountains and stuff there. Absolutely phenomenal. Some of the backdrops Henry gets there, extremely jealous. I know we're all right here with the Cheshire Hills and stuff, but It's nothing in comparison to those mountains there. Yeah, I agree, Jenny. It was great. He was so hyped last night. You could tell by his tone of voice how much he was enjoying it and everything. It was really fantastic. If you did catch him, thank you for watching and showing your support to Henry. So we've got this 3:30 about to depart, but we've also got the Transat about to touch down. Hopefully this will get out quick enough. Be able to catch you both. Real rumble from the Lingus 330 there. As it rotates from 23 left. And apologies for missing the Transat touchdown, but I thought the heavy took priority there. Here we go. After 6.5 hours of flight time, we have this Transat A321neo. Just landed here on 23 right at Manchester. So the Turkish A321neo has just pushed back. Also got a Jetfly Cessna 560, which is just pinging up here at Signature, where the majority of the BizJet ops go to here at Manchester. Oh, and we've also got the KLM SkyTeam 73, which we saw arriving earlier on in the show. That's just pushed back. And also a Ryanair to Faro. Flight 4052. The Ryanair 73NG is just pushed back from T3. Time being, we've got this Transat just arriving. But yeah, again, hope everyone's enjoying the show this morning. If you'd like to show your support, click the dollar symbol, drop a super chat, drop a gifty to another member of the community. Alternatively, you can hit that coffee link, which the mods will kindly put in the chat there. If you want some merch, you're interested in some merch, which the channel produces, merch links will also be in the chat there. Drinking mugs have gone off the chart when I seen the pictures that Andy and Martin uploaded from their escapade before they went to the Royal Mail and stuff. Good grief. Yeah, they've been like hotcakes. The new thermal cups. Been like looks like it's been literally a military operation packing those and stuff. ALATC in the chat there. Come in, mate. He'll be providing any information that I don't catch up on myself. Hey, yeah, of course we do so. Yeah, and first time I saw the logo travel mug the other day, which I saw Andy's sample of it. Really good piece of kit, like nice and solid unit, and clip on the top is very solid. Nice seal on the top, make sure your contents don't leak and stuff like that. Great little product. If you're interested, the merch link which Loopy has just kindly put in the chat there. And as Carl mentioned there, give this stream a share if you can, ladies and gentlemen. Really will be appreciated. Let's get as many people in here as we possibly can. Still a concurrent 1,200 people watching. Thank you again, everybody, for your time this morning. EasyJet A319 speedy bus about to land here from Milan as the Turkish waits to cross. And after this touches down, we'll have a quick A380 check. Oh, Flight 87 EasyJet from Milan on this Airbus A319 speedy bus. Golf Oscar on the chat and the registration. Also just got a visual on the next arrival, which is going to be a Boeing 737 of Jet 2. It's coming in from Pisa, flight time of 2 hours, around 2 hours 10 minutes for that one. And we've also followed by that, we've got a Ryanair 73 from Curry. Short hop of only 50 minutes for that aircraft. And A380 now is currently 37 minutes out. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Still plenty of action to come. And also, ladies and gentlemen, just on the ILS now, we've got the 757 Icelander, which is in the Aurora Borealis library as well. What a catch. Just 2 minutes out now on the ILS. It's Ryanair taxiing over to the second runway, and on the taxi out we've also got this beautiful KLM SkyTeam 73 as well. A couple of nice liveries in the next 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. And a massive thank you to Peter Carroll for your 19 months business class support to Airliners Live. Greetings from Melbourne, enjoying the stream. Thanks, Matt and Mods. Well, thank you, Peter. Thanks for your support, mate, and thank you for watching this morning. Thanks for getting involved. Turkish is just departing. we go, got a visual now, ladies and gentlemen, of our next arrival. Stunning Jet 275 Iceland Air Aurora Borealis Library. About to land here on this Friday show here on the airliner side. Again, massive thanks for joining us. After this Ryanair first, then the Iceland Air. It's the courier flight. As I said, flight time around 50 minutes. Livery. BizJet. That's across. Livery. I'm terrible, Anna. There we go, KLM Sky Team. Sky Team Library 73 of KLM, heading back over to Schiphol. Should be around an hour's flight time for that aircraft. Now, what we've all been waiting for. Oh, look at these ribbons here, ladies and gents. Hey, JJ, oh, you're okay, mate? Stunning. Aurora Borealis Livery. I've got to ingrain that in my brain. Livery. This is one stunning aircraft, ladies and gentlemen. .1,300 watchers. If you could all smash that like button, that'd be really appreciated, ladies and gents. Thank you. Look how beautiful this is. She's a beauty. Possibly one of the most beautiful Ochre Full Sea today. Stunning livery. There you go. Hey. All I want to see in the chat for this livery is 10 out of 10s, ladies and gents. All I want to see. Fast taxi back. This 75. No hanging around. Oh, beautiful. We'll do well to catch a better livery than that today. Beautiful. Got a Virgin 330 push back for Atlanta. Flight 109. Just push back. Also got this ATR 72 of Emerald Air heading back over to Belfast. Okay guys, just going to hydrate a second. And the Virgin 330 is on the taxi already, and we've also got a TUI Dreamliner 7-8, going to be heading to Punta Cana. Livery. Hey, what you getting, Seb? What you going Greg's for? What you going for? Hey, Barbara. Hope you're okay, love. Hope you're doing well. Brilliant to see you in the chat. Okay, guys, just get a quick slurp. BRB. Quick whistle. Clouds there, the hills, Cheshire Hills are there. Getting dusted from the clouds in the back of shot. Yeah, and we're going to be live for at least the next hour or so, ladies and gentlemen. Going to catch the I wish it were kind of super, JJ. Would be a happy Friday then, wouldn't it be? You've missed one or two props, Barb. Nothing too drastic. Just the odd one or two. There we go. Turkish Dreamliner lined up on 23 left here on this Friday show here on Airliners Live. Departing to Punta Cana. Textbook takeoff from the TUI Dreamliner there. We've got the Virgin 330 on the just finishing its taxi over. Hey Jenny, hope you're okay, love. Welcome in, Jackie. Hope you're okay. Here we go, Uptown Girl, about to depart Manchester here. Proper ground shakers, the 330s. Absolutely awesome. So yeah, as I mentioned, we're going to be live for at least the next hour. So that gives you an hour to show your support to this live stream. Going to try to capture the Qatar triple. We'll capture that arriving. And then we'll see if there's anything worth sticking around for a little while after, and then probably call it a day there. Emirates A380 is only 20 minutes out now. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. On the ground at the minute, we have a prop for Barb. We've got a Erlingus Emerald Air ATR 72-600, which is going to be heading back out to Dublin for the return leg. We've also got a Ryanair 73 pushback for the same destination. And the Brussels is on the taxi now. Also see one of the TUI 767s pinging up on the ground, but no destination as of yet for that aircraft. ALATC, Airliners Live ATC there, as you can see in the chat. Mentioning there are currently 53 aircraft inbound to Manchester as we are live. Yeah, you get them told, JJ. Hit that like. Shot of this prop for Barb, shall we? Quick shot for you there, Barb. Next arrival is upon us. Ryanair Max. Or is it just one of the 737s or winglets? Might just be a... Drops in. Erlingus departs back to Dublin. Yeah, it was one of the NGs with the winglets. The just arriving Ryanair. Retrofit winglets on here. And as I mentioned, it's not too late to support this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Click the dollar symbol. Donate a gifty to another member of the Airliners Live community. Or you can donate a super chat that way. Hey, and huge thanks to you, Ian Finlay, with a $9.99 super chat. Thanks for the stream today, Matt. Thank you for watching, Ian. Much appreciated, mate. Thank you. And thanks for your long-term support also. Yeah, apologies, you can steer that slight buzzing sound. I've moved all the wires and separated them best I can. I'm not sure what else I can possibly do. Might have to look at a fix before Sunday for that. Maybe just capture this next arrival and then I'll have another tinker about if need be. But we're still awaiting the arrival of the Emirates Airbus A380, which is only now 12 minutes out. Just over Uttoxeter at the minute. In Stoke-on-Trent. Got this Ryanair from Berlin, operated by Malta Air, is the next arrival. And that's going to be followed by another Ryanair 73. Coming in from Brussels, followed by a Logan Air ATR 72600 for Barb there. But before the 380 comes in, I'll probably just have another tinker about with that sound and see if anything can be rectified with that. As I always mentioned, we only want the best for you guys, so spur me when I do that. I'll just capture this Ryanair dropping in first, and then I'll have another tinker about. Yeah, and thanks again, Ian. Yeah, so just below those guys, 2 secs. I'll see if I can suss out this thingy before the 380 drops in. 2 seconds. BRB, 1 second. Just having a muck about there. Not sure if that's made a difference to anyone. But had a tinker about. Capture this Lufthansa. Departing 23 left. Yep, so we're planning on being live for at least the next 50 minutes. Yep, okay, Bob, no problem. And a massive welcome to Harry WG, just signed up to Premium Economy. Thank you very much, Harry. Really appreciate your support this Friday morning. Thank you. Morning stroke afternoon we're on now. Spot the plane. The Ryanair from Brussels about to land here now as well. But yeah, we're going to aim to catch the we'll capture this 380 coming in. And also the next heavy arrival after that's going to be the Qatar. We'll capture that. Just going to set mine up with you. Ryanair touches down there. Brussels on the takeoff roll.
That's another place in the land behind it.
Okay guys, just changed the cable there. Hopefully that might have rectified that bit of a buzzing sound. Let me know. There you go, prop. ATR 32600 of Logan Air. Hey, good feedback. Thanks, Loopy. Yeah, just a fault on the one of the cables, that Lingens. Apologies, I've had to sit through that. Shot there as well, the Pegasus. Absolutely buzzing. Note to self, don't use that cable. Okay. Go, did a nice close-up of these props for Barb. You know what to do, ladies and gentlemen. Smash that prop emote. Visual now on the next arrival here at Manchester as the Pegasus taxis over to the second runway. Enjoy that book, Martin, mate. And as one Pegasus Neo taxis over to the second runway, we've got this one arriving. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a visual on the biggest passenger aircraft in the world, the Airbus A380. There we go. Flight 17 from Dubai. Flight time of around 7 hours 20 minutes for this aircraft. Let's see how he gets on in this slight blustery conditions this afternoon. Uniform Alpha. 7-year-old airframe this. Just a quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Airliners Live charity show coming up at the end of this month. That's being held on the 28th and 29th of this month. So make sure you can get involved in that on that weekend. It's going to be a full charity weekend, which will be launched on that Friday, the 27th. On Friday by the guys. So make sure you can get involved in that. Obviously raising funds for an awesome, truly awesome charity, Macmillan, again this year. Be great if you could show your support over that weekend. A full weekend of fundraising from us guys. Always a great show. Great couple of shows. Oh, you can join us. Here we go. Emirates Airbus A380. About to touch down on 23 right here at Manchester on this Airliners Live Friday show. Enjoy this, ladies and gents. Never disappoints. If there was any moisture left on 23 right, there won't be much now. Common gaggle of people here at the RVP on the mound here, capturing that awesome arrival. How good was that? Slight bit of support to catch up on while that taxi's back. Debbie 13 with a £3 sterling super chat. Thank you very much, Debbie. Great show, Matt. Thank you for watching, Debbie. It means a lot. Jenny Watts as well. Brilliant show, Matt. With an A380 sterling. Thanks, Jenny. Much appreciated. Thanks for your long-term support as well, Jenny. Original channel OG. Jenny Watts, thank you. And cheers for your donation. And on the taxi out here, ladies and gents, as the Emirates is about to taxi past us at the RVP. We got the Cathay Pacific Airbus A350 just on the taxi out. Can we get away, but today busy getting the aircraft prepped, pulling up to stand 12. Hey, thanks a lot, Jen. No wave today. Yep, still about 35 minutes of this live show remaining. Got next arrival here. 2873. Two phenomenal aircraft in shot there. Emirates Airbus A380, Cathay Pacific A350. Hey, thanks, Barry. Barry and Emma, thank you for watching, guys. Brenton, welcoming me all the way from Adelaide. So yeah, we've got this cafe on the way over to second runway. Also got an Air France A320. And of course, got the Colossus A380 taxiing up to the gate here. Ground ops there waiting. Chocks at the ready. Those guys must never tire us here seeing this site either, you know. Take care, Audrey. Hey, and thanks, Holly. Much appreciated, thank you. I agree, Sasha, what an aircraft. Not my favourite, but it's an awesome aircraft. So the Cathay now just lining up on 23 left, we won't miss that. Just capture the 380, just pulling up on the last few feet here. "22 sets of landing gear there. Those lads are now get the chocks in place. Well, you won't want that big giant aircraft rolling back off the stand, sir, that's a fact. So yeah, that's why they still use the chocks and stuff. Obviously they have the air bridges connected up and stuff like that, as you can see in shot there. Got the lower one at the back of shot there for the first floor. Hydraulics just being retracted there on the tail. As all that's happening, the Cathay has just begun its spool up. Again, another textbook takeoff from the Cathay 350 there. Just dips behind the Concorde hangar here at Manchester. Get yourselves down here if you've got a spare half a day or so. Down to the RVP here at Manchester Airport, Manchester Runway Visitors Park. Plenty to do. Even in the adversant weather, plenty to do. Concorde tours and a few static aircraft to go and look around. Cafe, got the RVP, the aviation shop as well. Selling all your models and all sorts of memorabilia. Air France lined up, ready to depart back to Charles de Gaulle. Yeah, it was a nice landing from the 380, yeah. It's got a Ryanair 73 taxiing over as well to Santander. And what we'll do, I think we'll get this Air France out, and then I'll go for a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back. Hopefully we won't miss a thing. The Qatar now is currently 33 minutes out. That's going to be our final arrival, our final movement of this live show. Just extend my thanks again for your viewership this morning. Been absolutely phenomenal. Along with your support, been great. Thank you. Well, there, we'll get this Air France out. Have a quick trip to the loo, and then I'll be back. Back for the last half an hour of the show. Yeah, around an hour's flight time for that 320 Air France. And I'll leave you this 318 shot. Quick nip to the loo, and I'll be straight back. Bear with, guys, thank you very much. And BRB. Hey, back. Huge thanks for sticking around, guys. Thank you. And yeah, as I say, the last movement of the show is going to be the Qatar triple. Currently 29 minutes out. Massive thanks to all 1,300 of you watching the chat. Make sure you all hit that like for me. That'd be fantastic. And life begins with the 10 months of Airliners Live business class membership. Hey guys, thanks for 10 months. Thank you, Life Begins, for your 10 months of support. Thank you so much. Still half an hour to support the stream, ladies and gents. Click that dollar symbol. Click the coffee links, which the mods will kindly put in the chat. Using the coffee link, your donation, well, 90% of above 90% of your donation goes directly back to the channel. But thanks again, Life Begins. Much appreciated, mate. Thanks. Yeah, and my plans for the rest of the day, I think I'm going to go home, watch some of the stream back. I always like watching some of the stream back and seeing what the camera works like and stuff like that. See where I can make little improvements here and there. I'll probably watch the stream back, get some scran, chill out with the fam after. And as I mentioned, I'll be going Sea Life Centre tomorrow, my youngest. So I'll get home and get that booked and sorted. And of course our next live action I think is with Henry tomorrow evening, normally from around 8 o'clock UK, which is around lunchtime Pacific, and that live show will be followed by our Super Sunday show here from Manchester's RVP. I'll also be capturing all the remote action from the apron as well on this Super Sunday, and that show will be followed by John's sim show on the Monday evening. Make sure you can get involved in all those shows, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, thanks to you, Rob. Cheers for your sub. Thank you very much, mate. Welcome. Cheers, Matthew. Thanks a lot, mate. And a massive thanks to you, Sasha, for the £10 super chat. Hi, Matt. Really enjoyed today's show. Here's a donation towards the channel. Thank you so much, Sasha, for your support. Much appreciated, guys. Thank you. And just like Sasha, you too can support this live stream. Click that dollar symbol. Next arrival is going to be a Sun Express Boeing 737 MAX. Just see it in shot there. Which has encountered a 4.5 hour flight time from Antalya, southern Turkey. Good looking aircraft. Good livery on the Sun Express. Livery. I think I've got it locked in my head now. The Jodrell Bank radio telescope there, back of shot. Hey, Flight Hungry, hope you're okay. Welcome in, Nicole. It's got a visual on the next arrival here as well. Welcome in, Sanya. Hi, man. Welcome in, mate. Hey, Progress. Hope you're okay, mate. Next arrival is an easier A320 coming in from Porto. Two-hour flight time for that aircraft. And that's going to be followed in by another 73, a Ryanair 73 from Oslo, and then a Jet 275 Alpha Kilo is coming in from Ibiza. Then a Smart Jet Hawker Beechcraft. Still plenty on the arrivals, which I think is going to dominate the end of the show. Not much occurring on the ground as we speak. There's plenty scheduled to leave, but got a Virgin 330 scheduled to depart at 10 to, which can't see it happening as of yet. Alpha Golf on the edge of that one. Yeah, so we'll probably capture the Qatar arrival. We'll see where the Iceland Air Aurora Borealis livery is. We'll see where that's up to on the ground. See if that pings up and that before we finish, and then see what we're up to. Again, very idle landing from this EasyJet. I'll see Ryanair Max taking over to the second runway. Ryanair Max on the taxi there. Aircraft heading down to Carcassonne. Yeah, if you haven't yet, ladies and gentlemen, please smash that like button. Really helps the channel more than you'd think. Next arrival here will be the Jet 275 Alpha Kilo coming in from Ibiza. Breeze just picking up slightly there. Nothing we're not used to. Rapid exit taxiway there for the 7.5. Really had to work hard on the final few hundred feet there. Plenty of rudder action. And a massive thanks again to Mr. Graham Hill with another Airliners Live gifted membership. Thank you very much, Graham, for your support during this live. Thanks a lot, mate. Best of luck, John. Best of luck with that, mate. Thanks for watching. Still see the clouds there, just catching the top of the hills there. There's the Logan Air ATR 72 pushes back, one engine start up there. Thanks again, Simon. Graham, sorry. Thanks again. Hey, Millie, hope you're okay. Bit late, Millie. We're just going to capture this Qatar arrival. We're going to see where the Iceland Air 75's at. And then we're going to bring an end to this Friday live show. Brought to you by Airliners Live. New feature for the channel, this Friday show. Where I'm going to be attempting to bring you a show every Friday from around 9:30ish. Whenever it's possible. It's not going to be every week. But it'll be most Fridays whenever I can make it. Oh, is that right, Seb? Okay, so According to Seb, Alpha, the Jet 275, I think that's one of the .com ones, could be mistaken. But I believe Seb says that's getting retired on the 6th of November. Oh, that's sad. Welcome in, Khalid. Thanks for watching, mate. Hey, Bob, hope you're okay. Mr. Army Man Travels. Hey, thanks, Janet. BizJet's just landed. Little Cessna. Halloween plane. This has got to come in on one of the Halloween shows, hasn't it? Scary plane. Scary Biz. Go. Jet 273's just landed. Still a slight bit of moisture there, even after the 380s. Even after the 380s landed on this runway, there's still a slight bit there. Rapid exit taxiway for this Ryanair. Yep, very apt, that reg on the BizJet. So, ladies and gents, the Qatar is currently now just 12 minutes out. That means there's 12 minutes remaining of the live show. If you haven't yet, please consider hitting that like button. If you'd like to support the channel, hit the dollar symbol, donate a super chat or a gifted membership to another member of the Airliners Live community. Hit the coffee links. First and foremost, I hope you've enjoyed this show. Kept you busy this Friday morning, even if you've been lurking in the lounge. Hey Ronnie. Hope you're okay, love. Next arrival is this what looks like a TUI. TUI landing from Split. Been very reserved, the landings, some of the landings today. Pretty much a direct headwind when they're touching down, I think now. That's why it's been pretty easy on the landings. Not much reverse thrust having to be put in play on a lot of these smaller aircraft. getting attacked by a wasp then. Sorry, ladies and gents. All good. Next arrival is this 7-3 Ryanair from Barcelona. Ryanair 73 Max 8200. And as Andy mentioned on one of the last streams, truly beautiful city, Barcelona. One of my go-to destinations whenever I get a chance. As you can see at the back of shot there, we've got the Loganair ATR. It's just begun its takeoff roll as well. Ryanair from Cologne now, just about to touch down. Another Max. Again, not much effort needed to slow down there. Again, as Mike mentioned, that Loganair we just saw departing 23 left, he's off to the Isle of Man. Short hop over there for that guy, for that aircraft. Capture this Max taxiing process here at the Manchester Runway Visit Park. Again, if you're stuck for something to do over the weekend, especially in Manchester where the temperatures are going to go up to a massive 22, 23 degrees. Get yourselves out, get yourselves down here, get yourselves a picnic or venture to the RVP cafe, get some chips, hot dog. Get yourselves down here. We've got a spare couple of hours this weekend while the temperatures are going to be very mild for October, let's say. Plenty to do here. Got the RVP shop, task shop, for all your memorabilia and whatnot. Oh, and look what's on the taxi out here, ladies and gents. Perfect. So yeah, this means we'll definitely be wrapping up on the Qatar. We were going to hang around for this if it hadn't begun its taxi. Now we'll just capture this beautiful, beautiful airframe, beautiful livery. We'll capture this departing, and we'll also capture the Qatar. Look how beautiful that is. One thing you do notice on the Icelanders, on the winglet there, it's that little flick at the top of the winglet there, see? very common on the Icelanders. So now we've got this Turkish about to land, and that's going to be followed by the Qatar. Get this Icelandair, Aurora Borealis. 7.5, we'll capture this on the departure. And then we'll capture the Qatar landing, and then we'll call it a day. Stunning. Stunning livery. Turkish. Just taxiing past in front of us here. There we go. Final movement of this live show. This Friday morning stroke afternoon. It's going to be the Qatar triple. Again, massive thank you for your support this morning, this afternoon as well, ladies and gentlemen. Much appreciated, whether you've just hit the like or whether you've donated a membership to another member of the community. Whether you've donated a super chat. Thank you so much. It means a lot to myself and everyone behind the channel. Thank you. There was a bit of a wookie there, wasn't there, from the Turkish. Textbook landing from the Qatar triple. Huge G90 engines there, loaded onto the wings of the Qatar triple. Hey, no problem, Ronnie. Thanks for watching. My pleasure. And again, a massive thanks for you all getting involved this morning. It's been absolutely brilliant. Thank you. Again, apologies for that minor issue with this sound earlier. Glad we managed to rectify that. That black cable, the cable that I was originally using, that's getting binned, to say that for now. Not falling for that one again. Hey, cheers, Sam. Thanks, Matty. Thanks, mate. Yeah, thanks again, everyone. Been really great. Thank you. Really enjoyed it. That. Capture this huge, beautiful thing taxiing past us. And the French, I think the French military jet that we saw earlier, that's on the taxi out as well now. There you go, that's that. Make it to over to T2 now. Virgin 330 on the roll. Another look at this French military. Yeah, we'll make this our last plane. Final plane. Lovely catch this. Nice one, Willie P. Thanks, mate. Cheers, Roy. Cheers, Sasha. Thank you. Thanks, Seb. Christina. Cheers, Neil. Massive thanks, everyone. Really is appreciated, and I'm really glad you've taken to these shows and you're enjoying it. And bit of a different presenting style, slowly settling into my rhythm and stuff, you know. Takes you guys to get involved though and make it what it is, so I extend my thanks to you all. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be here. Are you okay, mate? You're alright? Here we go. Capture this, we'll call it a day. Thanks again, everyone. That'll do us. Again, massive thank you, everybody. Thanks for getting involved this morning on this Friday morning show, Friday morning, afternoon live show from Airliners Live with myself, Matt Camp. Hope you've all thoroughly enjoyed it. And thanks for your support again. Thanks for hitting that like, getting people in here. Thanks for your super chats. Thank you very much for all your support. And we'll see you tomorrow. Next show, I believe, is with Henry. That's normally from around 8 o'clock UK. Dinner around lunchtime, Pacific time, Canadian time. And that'll be followed by the Super Sunday show here from the RVP and myself on the apron, capturing all the movements from all the terminals. That's going to be Sunday morning at the new time of 8:45 UK. And that'll be followed by John, I believe, on Monday from 6. Get your week started off the right way. But for now, just say my final thanks. Cheers for your support today. Whatever you're doing the rest of your day or the weekend, I hope you have great fun and take care. And enjoy the rest of your Friday. Massive thanks, everyone. Take care. See you soon. Bye-bye. Cheers.
Throwing hundreds in the holy water. Just a backseat driver flying undercover. A nice suit and a family name. Says he'll make me a star if I just play the game. But that man doesn't know that I am bulletproof. Keep one foot on the sky and a foot on the road. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on it, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood. 'Cause I like the way it feels on it. That little rush, rush, rush of blood. I hear your secrets, I know your plans. Ain't no way out without your blood on my hands. I talk to demons, I scream your name. They always say the best for the businessman. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on it, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood. 'Cause I like the way it feels on it. That little rush, rush, rush of blood. That rush of blood. I'll use it for good. That rush of blood. I'll use it for good. Throwing hundreds in.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the midweek show live on Airliners Live. Hope you're all doing well. Lots going on today, guys. We've already had a go around whilst we've been setting up. A member of the audience came over and told us that he saw that. And winds are not too bad at the moment, guys. Currently 9 knots straight across the runway, a direct crosswind. But we are expecting throughout today's show for that to only increase. And as we brace ourselves for Storm Agnes, which is just about to hit the UK, we'll be live until about 10 to 6 this evening. We're really going to push it. This is our last evening show of this summer season. Not that we've seen much of the summer, but there you go. And with Storm Agnes inbound, guys, we'll push it. It should be a nice quick pack down today. So yeah, 10 to 6, even 5 to 6 we may wrap up today. And we are expecting the worst of the winds to start rolling in from about 4 p.m, we think.
Is it me, or is the deflection on that rudder just like a lot bigger than usual? Maybe it's just the angle, but it looks pretty wild from here.
Yeah, it's down to it just being a direct crosswind, I think. It's blowing right against it. But welcome in, guys. Hope you're all having a great week so far. And hopefully we're going to bring you an absolutely cracking show. We're both waterproofed up. I've got my waterproof coat, my gloves. We're going to be swapping over if Andy needs to at some point during the show today as well. And as I say, guys, we're looking forward to seeing some incredible pilot skills on display here on the final evening show here on Airliners Live before we switch back to an earlier schedule. We are thinking of doing a show that starts about 11 and finishes about 2 or 3, guys. Just to keep going for as long as we can for our American friends. And we'll let you know more about that in the next week or so. Well, we'll have to let you know, I guess, before Wednesday. First arrival of the day, not a bad one, in from Alicante, Jet 2757. Jeanette Cooper, hello, welcome. Frankie, welcome.
What a aircraft to open the show as well. Iconic number as the channel just in the last hour or two hit 757,000 YouTube subscribers.
Let's get some hearts in the chat, guys. What an incredible number that is. 757,000. Thank you so much, everyone.
And it's a thumbs up from the captain.
Video glitches again. A lot of video glitches, but we're completely stable here. And Andy, should we just bypass restream?
Yeah, go on.
Guys, do you mind if we do a very, very quick restart? I don't want this to affect the rest of the show. We've got perfect connection here and perfect video. So, Twitch crew, if you're watching, you're going to have to switch over to YouTube. Search for Airliners Live on YouTube, guys. We're going to have to bypass you. Everybody else, can you stand by 2 or 3 minutes, guys? Mods, keep everybody happy. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Stand by.
Yeah, just stay where you are. It will come back on.
Yeah, same link. You don't need to click off. You don't need to do anything. Just stay exactly where you are, guys. Stand by. Okay, we should be back, folks. Mod check.
Yeah.
We're going to just try just routing direct to YouTube today, guys. Hopefully that that resolves the issue. Thank you all for bearing with us while we did that. We didn't want to have that happening the whole show, did we?
Yep, I'm getting 4K now as well, which is good.
Awesome.
Got an A320 with the Sharklet on actually coming in next. And yeah, we were saying that we just a couple of hours ago hit 757,000 subscribers, which is pretty wild. And yeah, it just happened just before the show today. All these milestones are just catching us off guard because it's just growing.
ডাফ কন্ডিশনার কোম চ্যালেঞ্জ চিরুনি আটকাবে নাকি মসৃণ ভাবে চলবে শ্যাম্পুর পর 1 মিনিট রাখলে চুলে জট বাঁধবে না চলুন দেখি আশিয়া চুলের এক পাশে শ্যাম্পু অন্য পাশে শ্যাম্পুর পর ডাফ কন্ডিশনার ব্যবহার করে চুলের মাঝ থেকে আগা পর্যন্ত ডাফ কন্ডিশনার ছাড়া চিরুনি আটকায় ডাফ কন্ডিশনার ব্যবহারে আটকায় না কারণ এর ময়েশ্চার লক টেকনোলজি মাত্র 1 মিনিটে ময়েশ্চার লক করে এতে চুল হয় এতই মসৃণ যে চিরুনি আটকায় না ডাফ কন্ডিশনার
Going so fast. This aircraft coming in from Amsterdam. EasyJet A320. Yeah, looks like we're back on. Apologies for that, folks. Thank you for your patience on that. Yeah, that's an A320, all right. Airbus has most popular airliner. And I think on deliveries, isn't it the most popular in the world at the moment? Sorry, on orders rather. The A320 family. Coming in from one of the shorter routes, Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. We've got over on Terminal 1 the Emirates A380, just commenting on the tail, the rudder there, full left deflection, which means, well, as it's not got hydraulic power at the moment, you can also just see the jet bridge on the left there retracting. The actual rudder itself is free to kind of get blown around. Big, heavy slab of metal, of course, but when the wind is blowing as ferociously as it is today, and on a crosswind as well, parallel to the aircraft, it's going to blow to the left there. When the aircraft starts to start engines, that will get hydraulic power, and as a result it will straighten up.
John Russell just said, my telly's been on 720p the whole time. I've just switched it to 4K and now I feel like it's there. How many shows have you been watching in 720p, John? Because you're about to have a whole different experience, my mate.
Wow.
And yes, chat, no Twitch today. If anyone is from Twitch, please go into the Twitch chat. Drop the link to the stream in the Twitch chat. Encourage everybody over. We're just on YouTube today because we wanted to bypass restream and see if that fixes the issue with the glitching camera. I am aware of some sort of audio interference, guys. We don't know where that's coming from. I've got absolutely no idea, to be honest. We have got one more audio cable we can try, if you would like.
Yeah, let's see if it persists.
Because mods are messaging me as well, saying it's there. I'll grab that cable just in case, guys, as well. Just 1 second.
Yeah. I'm glad you guys can hear it. All I can hear is my ears from the wind. It is quite windy at the moment. There is a storm due in the next few hours, and some of the forecasts I've seen have been pretty wild, and pretty much a direct crosswind here at Manchester at some parts. So it could get pretty crazy, but some other forecasts don't say as wild of a wind. So although right now it's pretty choppy, as you can probably hear on the mic. Sunday was pretty windy too, but it was more consistent, and as a result it wasn't as wild for the airliners. You know, you find that when there's a nice consistent crosswind, they're not having to sort of move the controls and stuff, they're just having to like learn the crosswind and fly with it. Whereas when it's quite gusty and variable, then that is where it becomes more of a challenge for the pilots.
Sounds like crickets, yeah. Okay, mute your tellies, guys, and I'm just going to unplug the cable.
I'll mute it on this, actually, so it doesn't actually...
So it doesn't pop for them.
Yeah, give me a second, guys.
Let's just get everything fixed at once, shall we? So we can enjoy the show.
Okay, there we go.
Cool.
Got an Air Baltic A220, perfect time to get the audio back on, as we may experience a nice Wookiee howl from the fairly modern Airbus airliner, and this is actually doing a flight on behalf of Eurowings, coming in from Dusseldorf.
And Samantha Littlewood, thank you very much for returning for 12 months. You've now got a red tail badge. Enjoy that. Thank you very much for the long-term support.
Nice. Good job.
And Nathan Jones, thank you very much for your 6 months of Airliners Live membership, saying I plan on popping over, but unfortunately I've caught COVID. I've got some treats being delivered to you guys via Deliveroo.
What?
I'll email you the code. No way. All right, amazing. Nice one, dude.
Is that a thing?
I don't know. I mean, it's never happened before. I guess we will find out. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate that. And did I miss a 12 months? Lee Hale, I did a full 12 months of Airliners Live membership. Thank you very much, Lee. Appreciate that, mate, as well.
It's crazy.
Yeah, quite a lot of people are catching COVID again at the moment, aren't they, guys?
Oh, yeah.
I've heard a few people have got it. But yeah, it is just about to start raining here, and the wind is picking up at Manchester Airport. We are expecting the worst of the winds to begin to hit us around 4 p.m, guys.
Oh, wow. Are we prepared for that? We'll see. The gremlins have been out already.
Jill saying me and Gordon have both got COVID.
Oh, wow.
You're joking, Jill? So you've come back off holiday with that then?
That is strange.
Sorry to hear that, guys. I hope you're doing all right and rest up.
Definitely.
You didn't just fancy an extra week off work there, did you, Jill? Come back off holiday, thought, oh, let's have 1 more week. No, I'm sure you didn't. I hope you both feeling well soon. And Audrey, thank you very much for gifting an Airliners Live membership. 1 new member on today's show. Thank you very much, Audrey.
Thank you, Audrey. Very kind.
Yeah, Joanna, I remember that snow day back on the mound. But I wouldn't have changed it for the world, though, because I think it kind of added to the experience.
Yeah, I remember that one too. That was last winter, wasn't it? Not winter just gone, but the
winter
one
before. That's
yeah.
Right. We were kind of keeping our fingers crossed, weren't we, for another one of those?
Yes.
But we weren't so lucky, I'm afraid.
Yeah, but hey, we are going into the colder months now. It's not till like after the new year that you get the snow here, is it? We don't ever get snow in like November or really December.
It's quite rare for us to get relatively bad snow at all, to be honest, isn't it?
Yeah.
At least something that would sort of ground the airport to a halt a little bit. But,
this part of Manchester's not so bad, is it? But when you go the other side, especially like
Oldham way.
Yeah, exactly. That neighbourhood, it gets like wild.
Yeah, it's nuts. Absolutely nuts. Joan, thank you very much, Joan, kicking the show off with 5 Airliners Live gifted memberships, putting us to 6 brand new members on today's show. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. That's really kind. Yeah, so who said it there in the chat? Where's it gone, that message? Neve saying that ATC in Dublin are busy today. Yes, so this storm is coming from the Atlantic, and it's already hit Ireland, and is now transiting over to, Britain.
It's on the way.
Yeah, and it's gonna slap Manchester at some point as well. So might happen during the streams today. I've seen mixed forecasts. Some saying, like Martin saying, it could start as early as 4, maybe even 3. It's definitely picking up, though.
I mean, you can hear the wind already. And the thing is, guys, it is a direct crosswind as well.
Oh, yes.
Now, it is coming from the wrong side, though, for it to be massively turbulent from the terminals.
Yeah.
But I think it is going to be one for us to keep an eye on, especially on the approaches.
You can see there it's pretty gusty as well. So, yeah, we'll see. Well, I'm interested. The first forecasts I seen were on BBC Weather, which is never that reliable.
BBC's useless.
Yeah, but that was saying 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, and that is just wild. We use one called windy.com, and they have a mobile app as well, and they're really good. Like,
yeah,
you know,
they've been the best I've found.
yeah,
so far.
it's very rare that they get it really wrong. They're a bit more advanced. Like, you can't. It's not as easy just to get a default forecast. But I prefer to like go into like even like the weather radar, or you know, the wind or the gust forecast. Sam likes to look at the what's it called? The basically the power energy of the clouds that could create a storm. There's a index for that. Someone in the chat will know straight away. But like in like the States, when I was visiting the US, like they prefer to use more like weather radars and stuff, because when you look at a state like Texas, which is very flat and big, you see these huge storm clouds from miles and miles away on the weather radar, and that's kind of your heads up as to when to like watch out, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas here in the UK, the forecast is more what we look at, isn't it? And I don't know, we don't really rely on the weather anyway. We if it's nice, it's nice. If it's bad, it's bad. But it's never that crazy.
Random question, but would you like an Airliners Live livery made? Well, Neil said that his friend was a professional livery designer.
Oh, yeah.
And he was going to get in touch with him and see if he could do one for us, but we never heard anything back on that.
Yeah.
But I would like to get one done professionally, and I think it'd be really cool. But if anyone knows anyone, feel free to put us in touch. And Matt Smith, main man, gifting an Airliners Live membership. Thank you, Matt.
Is this the first stream Matt's not been on for a
while?
while?
Say, it feels a bit weird without you here, Matt, today. So.
I know. He's like the main guy now.
And I guess we can talk about Friday then.
Yeah, speaking of Matt, yeah.
Speaking of Matt Smith, ladies and gents, let's get some 10 out of 10s in the chat, because since Matt and Paul as well did the shows while we were away, we have been absolutely inundated with messages and comments of people just saying how much they enjoyed it, how nice it was great to have like a change of presenters, and Matt did an absolutely incredible job on the camera and the commentary and everything like that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a little chat with Matt Smith, and following the incredible feedback from the community folks, Matt Smith is going to be doing his own show as and when he can, although more regularly rather than not, on Fridays, guys. So Matt Smith Fridays are going to become a thing, and Matt's going to take control of the sticks. We are thinking of letting him do a 1080p stream rather than a 4K stream, just so that he can go anywhere around the airport and not struggle with the network. And Matt Smith Fridays are going to become a thing, guys, which is really cool. Whilst me and Andy are off, we have Fridays and Saturdays off, and it basically gives you guys another show in the week. It mixes things up, keeps it fresh, and supports Matt as well, guys. So I'm really hyped for that.
Yeah, so let us know, Matt, if there's times that you're aiming for. I think you just like going to aim for the usual sort of 10. Did I even see 9 a.m. start? But again, like Martin said, it's not going to be a baked-in schedule stream. The guy is very busy. He works, you know, a job and has a family and things that, you know, so he can't be as committed as we are, for example. But we all know the guy. He really does make an effort, and you know, as was shown over the last few weeks, he's consistent and reliable and does a great job.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to it, and as I say, it gives you guys an extra bonus show a lot more regularly than we can offer them. And on the days that Matt's not working on a Friday, he'll be going live for you guys. So yeah, really looking forward to that.
That's like, yeah, that's bonus to what we're doing already. So, and then you still have Henry's show. Usually, I think he's back this Saturday. You know, he did say.
Is he?
Yeah, even though he's flying back this week, later this week, he's going to aim to do the Saturday show, which. I mean, as someone who's witnessed jet lag recently, he's quite an ambitious guy to do that. But
I mean, he's quite well travelled, isn't he? I think he's used to doing all that. But we'll see. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah, we're going to be enjoying that and keeping an eye on it. And I'm sure as and when available, maybe a model join Matt or something like that. And I mean, if we're not doing anything, maybe one of us would join Matt at one point as well. We don't know. We're just going to have to see.
Yeah, I don't think I'm too busy this Friday, so I might even nip down if I've got time. But
I am tempted to kind of let Matt kind of find his wings as well, though, on it. And just get settled in before I start bombarding him. But no, I'm looking forward to it, and hope you guys are happy about that. I think it's going to be really cool.
Can we be a guest on your show, Matt? Will you allow us, or is that
our no-go?
Are people sick of us already?
Next to land here at Manchester, Jet 2737 from Kalamata. And we are keeping an eye on everything that's approaching today, folks. If you see anything interesting, feel free to give us a heads up.
Yeah, the A380 hasn't started to move yet. It's running a little bit late, as always. And that's currently on stand. So I've got one eye on that. As soon as the beacon comes on, we'll have a look.
If you've got one eye on that and one on the approach, you can get contact lenses to fix that.
Oh, yeah. Well, John Russell was saying earlier, like, about the 720 thing, because I kind of need glasses for, like, reading things that are far away. And I remember the first time I got glasses and I put them on, and I was like, wow, this is like when you set your YouTube to 1080p and it's been stuck on 480 the whole time, you know.
Why? You've actually got bad eyes?
Yeah, it was mainly when I was in uni, and like I couldn't read the board for the life of me.
Oh right.
Like when it comes to driving, I'm just over the whatever you call it, like threshold, so I'm fine. I don't need them, but yeah, for reading smaller things, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's one thing I don't think. When I was a kid in school, and I'm sure they just did this to everybody, they tried to put a patch on my eye.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember that?
I think I had that.
And I just said, nah, you ain't putting that patch on my eye. I didn't wear it.
I'm not having that.
So, and I've had eye tests, and they said my vision's fine.
Nice.
So, I don't know why they wanted to put a patch on my eye, but
that's weird.
To be fair, though, because Jen's got quite bad eyesight, she's got quite strong contact lenses.
Oh, does she?
Yeah, and she's due an eye test, and she asked me, and I said, Jen, I've not had an eye test in probably 9 years.
Yeah.
So I should probably go and have one done and check it.
Think about contacts, isn't it? People could have like really strong contacts or glasses or whatever, but because they're wearing the contacts, you have no idea. Like,
yeah,
it just looks regular.
Hey Mel, thanks very much for tuning in.
Hello. I don't think I could do contact lenses. I don't know.
Oh, Jen's worn them that much, so she's just used to them now.
Yeah.
But Jen's wrote a really nice little introduction as well to the newsletter as well, guys, for this month. I read it yesterday, and she said she's down for like doing a little intro each month of just basically saying this is what's in the newsletter, hope you're all doing well, and this is what we've been up to, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that would be quite nice, and she's wrote the first one. I was like, wow, that's actually pretty good. Do you want to write the whole newsletter? So that'll be releasing on the 1st of the month. To be fair, though, we've literally not wrote any of the rest of it, but we will get it ready. But yeah, folks, we have just passed 757,000 subscribers, which is absolutely incredible. And to celebrate, we are doing a flash sale on our 757 LED table lamp, guys, which are absolutely awesome. Loads of you guys have got these. And for today only, we're selling them for an absolutely crazy price and really not making much on them at all for £7.57. We thought, you know what other number can we pick? And as I say, we're really not making much on them, but if you guys want to go ahead and grab yourself one while they're on the crazy price, that will finish at the end of the day today, folks. And go and get yourselves one of them if you want.
Yes, they are designed by us in-house, and they are, obviously you support the channel with your purchase too, and they're like a holographic desk display. Look great on a shelf, in a display cabinet, in the office. We have them, obviously. You probably see them quite often in the Airliners Lounge videos. And they do like all different colours that you can charge, you can run off USB power or batteries. They last quite a while on batteries as well. I'm yet to kill one on it. So yeah, go and order them. And they're in stock, of course, as well, so it's just quick shipping as well.
Oh, really, Gemma? You had one of them eye patches as well, yeah. I was really like self-conscious about it, and it was the same thing when I was younger, because I've got quite big front teeth. Everybody who's met me knows, and I was supposed to have one of those palate brace things, and I didn't like school as it was.
Okay.
And then I got this, and I couldn't speak.
Oh.
And I was doing the whole lisp thing and really struggling to speak. So I hid it under my bed and said that I'd lost it. And I never wore it. And my mum knew it was under my bed.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure she found it and said, "Why is this under your bed?" And then I didn't wear it. And I never wore it.
Yeah.
My sister, on the other hand, just wore hers, and her teeth are great now. But I didn't wear that, and I didn't wear my eye patch, so I guess we'll find out in a few years' time whether it was to my detriment or not.
Living experiment.
Andy Park, thank you very much, mate, for the very generous £7.57 donation, celebrating the 757k subs, and saying, as promised, oh God, we've stuck a logo sticker to 26F of the 757 as photos of my vandalism on your Facebook.
Oh, no.
I would like to say publicly that we do not condone doing that, but it's very funny, Andy. Thank you very much, dude. And I wonder how long it'll stay there for is the question, because I still see photos popping up of that Airliners Live sticker on the bus.
Yes.
So that's quite funny, but thank you very much, dude.
It's a bit more subtle on a bus, whereas an airplane window, that sticker probably takes up a fair bit of it.
Mm.
Was it one of the car stickers, or was it one of the like the?
No, one of the car stickers, mate. Someone swazzed the car sticker on the bus.
Wow. I'll have to look at them photos though, Andy, in the lounge.
It's funny that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hayden saying, make sure you get your eyes tested because it's quite an early sign of like different health things. Yeah, I need to get it done.
Good point.
Jollop saying an eye patch was to correct a lazy eye. I never worn mine as a kid, and now my vision's very poor in that eye. Right? Okay.
Whoa.
See, I'm all right, but maybe I'm just not old enough yet.
Yeah.
We'll see. We will see.
Follow for more.
Can you make the advert for the hologram a bit smaller? You can close it, Radio Shop. Just click the little 3 dots and close it. You don't have to leave it there the whole time. Just click the little 3 dots next to it and click close or whatever the wording is for it. I can't remember.
Dismiss, I think.
Dismiss, yeah.
That's the one.
500 likes already. Thank you very much, guys.
Wow, yeah, a lot of viewers today as well.
KLM Embraer just touching down in from Amsterdam.
Lovely blue. The bluest thing you'll see in the sky today by the looks of it. We've already got a lot of rain coming in. Maybe some spray on the runway soon.
Winds are still gusting straight across the runway at 150 degrees. Hey up, Mel. Hope you're doing well. And welcome into the Airliners Live midweek show, guys, where the winds are due to pick up massively towards the end of the show. So stick with the channel, get yourselves comfortable.
Yeah,
I need to check what's going on with this. So what is this? Delivery? never had, I've not had an email. Oh, hold on. What's this customer message here? Nathan Jones. Here's your delivery code. What's he going to do? Is he just going to come to the... Like, how's he going to find us?
What's a delivery code? Is that like an order reference? Is it?
Well, yeah, it's like an order reference.
I never order food anymore.
Mate, me and Jen order from Deliveroo quite a bit, but I'm just concerned. How's he going to know where we are?
What was the description? Just
like
the blokes
Nathan,
stood on
did
the
you? What's the crack? What's going to happen? Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. I've just never had this happen before, so I don't know what to do.
That's hilarious.
You see a guy just wandering around, looking confused, just grabbing.
Well, that's it.
Just go, oi! I wonder if he's going to get charged for coming into the RVP.
I know. Well, I don't know. Has anyone ever delivered food to the RVP? I mean, it's probably not normal because you actually have a cafe here, so it's not like people need food ordering. Unless it is the cafe.
He is definitely going to get charged for parking, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, I haven't got any change to... Can we tip him on the app? Is that how we do it?
No, we can't. Mate, this is going to be awkward.
Let's just say, like, guys, stay tuned. This is going to be weird.
And the RVP are just going to think we don't want anything from the cafe.
Did I see that? I don't know if he sorted it. Did anyone watch Mac Aviation stream when he had the pizzas delivered on the his marathon?
He had,
Is it Domino's?
Yeah, Domino's dropped off, didn't he?
How does that? Did he go up to Southside?
Just coming in with a plane spot.
Yeah, the scooter driving up to Southside.
No way.
He'll drop it at the gate. But how do we know when he's at the gate? Like, is he going to shout? It's not very close. Oi! Got a pizza for you.
Mr. Paul Davies, thank you very much for gifting an Airliners Live membership. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Dave Morgan just sums it up. He says, Eric tried to get a pizza delivered to Southside. Nightmare. What?
I'm not surprised.
It's not an easy address to deliver to, is it? Like, what do you even put? Like, the hill past the Black Cat, next to the hill. The crash gate.
That gifted membership puts us to 8 new members on today's show. Thank you, guys.
Oh, you had to meet him at the end of the gate. Okay. I mean, that's what I expected. Did he get pineapple on the pizza? That's the question.
Mate, if you did, I'm not getting him on this show again.
He's banned. Right, let's have a look on the arrival, shall we? Because that's kind of... So, yeah, as Martin said, like, the winds will get really... Apparently, the storm will really hit us at like 4 p.m, which is only like an hour away, just over. And I was like, well, we'll be finished by then. But we're here till almost 6. So, wow, we're going to have a good fair bit of time getting blown around.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Keep an eye on it. And as we said, guys, unfortunately, this is the last show where we can stay here till 6 p.m. because it then goes to 5 p.m. closing next month. So we will be doing a show, but we'll be finishing about sort of between 2:30 and 3 p.m, I think.
Yeah, I think the last sort of things you'd want to catch there is the A380, of course, which is like, as you can see, it's meant to be an hour ago, but it sort of goes out around about now. And I think there's also the Virgin A350. Someone might be able to double check that. I don't know what days they operate. But
it just went out before.
Did it? Okay. So yeah. So obviously, if we were live earlier, we would have caught that. So the A380 would be a nice. But then again, you know, at the end of October, don't we have daylight savings as well, or is that during October? And that's going to mean the A380 is going to go out, I think, an hour before.
Yeah, when does that kick in? So, daylight saving, is that an extra hour in bed?
I think so, yeah.
Is it?
And I think it means that all the movements are an hour earlier as well, which means...
Okay, that's good. That's actually better then, isn't it?
Yeah, this 380 won't be going out at this time, it'll be going out an hour before. Assuming it's on time.
Thanks, guys, ordering those 757s. We're seeing quite a lot of orders fly through.
Oh, there's a guy downstairs for you, Martin. Go, go, go.
Oh, what? No way.
You actually... There's a bloke actually came here with a bag. Guys, what is going on? I wish we had the multicam set up now, but we don't. Especially on windier days, we don't go out of our way to use them because everything just gets drenched. Like, it's more hassle than it's worth.
No way.
It's a good job we had the high vis on, because...
Mate, the guy just comes straight to us. He's like, oh, it's great, this, isn't it? Like, yeah. I was like, did you get in all right? I said, this has never happened before. I said, have you done this? He's like, oh, that's really cool. So we've got a co-op bag here.
It's a co-op bag, okay. The delivery, you can get groceries on it.
It looks like it, yeah.
Ah. I think Uber Eats does that, from memory.
Let's have a look. I do wonder what the guys on the gate are going to say when we leave in a bit.
I was saying it's a shame we haven't got the multicam set up, because this would have been interesting. Martin is now opening the bag.
Who wants to put... So it's co-op, guys. Who wants to put a bet in the chat what's going to be inside the bag? There's quite a bit, to be fair.
Is there?
Thank you very much, Nathan, for sorting this, by the way. It's very, very kind of you. Oh, my days.
Oh?
Mate, This is god tier.
You need to get a picture of it all, so at least we can.
My days.
At least we can show people.
What a nice guy. Mate, not only has he got some stuff, he's been super thoughtful as well.
Oh.
So, we got a nice selection of snacks here, guys.
I suppose I could, like, show it off on thing, but it would be pretty whack if I turn the camera around.
So, there's some chocolate cornflake bites, millionaire bites, right? Flapjacks. And then, for the non-dairy, all free from cookies, millionaire bites, and
Nice.
Rocky Road things. Mate, yo, Nathan, what a legend.
Nice.
Thank you very much, dude. That is very kind of you, mate. What a nice one. It's got some 10 out of 10s, Airlines Live Hearts in the chat.
That's very kind.
That's very, very kind of you, mate.
A lot of people put pork pies in the chat.
I know.
What's the pork pie, sorry?
No,
it was
sweet treats. You got to keep the energy up, you know what I mean?
Thank you. That was so random, but
that's very kind of you, mate. Appreciate that very much. Thank you very much, dude.
Should get a picture of them.
Apparently, I've got a message from Seb on Discord. Let me check. Hold on.
Just as this Jet 2737 Boeing airliner touches down.
He didn't ask me for the code either.
Oh, right. It's just...
Very soon, Seb. So, in answer to your question, yes, we all need to get back on that, not just you, mate. Yes, we all need to be getting that finished. So, I'll probably catch up with you tomorrow if you're available, mate.
Just vacating here, 23 right. Also at 4 o'clock as well, so just over an hour. They should be scaling down to single runway ops as well, so
yes,
we'll have all the action here on runway 1.
I mean, to be fair, we are kind of focusing on the rivals today, aren't we, anyway?
Yeah.
But
it'd be nice to
I think it'd be awesome to do that. Mate, I feel like before the cafe closes, we're going to have to get a nice coffee, Andy, to have with these, eh? Nice black coffee.
That wouldn't be a bad shout. Well, I'll have a... They do tea, do they?
They do tea, yeah.
I'd have just a black tea would be
right,
good.
I'll go and grab you a tea, and I'll grab me a coffee. I think, because last time, I'm sure they closed, didn't they? About 3 or 4 or
Yeah, I'm not sure.
BRB chat.
Diet's gone, I know.
Oh, wait, mate, that went a long time ago.
Thing is, right, obviously I was on that diet from April, and I'm basically still on it. But certainly for the US, when I was over there, I kind of pushed it a little bit, shall we say, and enjoyed a bit of the local cuisine. Although when you're in Texas, a lot of it's like meat anyway, like Texas barbecue is huge, and that's just meat. But I and Sam as well, Sam probably more than me, we love pumpkin pie and sweet potato pie as well. It's really nice, and you just don't get them in the UK. And pumpkin pie especially is god tier, and it's really big in the south of the US, and it's in season at the moment as well. So we're going to Walmart, going out, ordering pumpkin pie. 10 out of 10, guys. 10 out of 10. We managed to bring some ingredients back. We had to do a bit of research about what we were allowed to bring back into the UK, and I think we've got some ingredients that we'll be able to create our own in the kitchen. But yeah, and also, like, going to the US, I kind of just pigged out. And having lost a lot of weight, I didn't really put much back on. I thought I would have been like, come back and been back to where I started. But then again, we did sweat a lot. It was like 40 degrees Celsius every day, pretty much 100 Fahrenheit plus. So, yeah, it was, we probably sweated a lot of it off, to be fair. I feel like we had this pumpkin pie chat last year. Yeah, Mel. Nothing changed. Well remembered. It's elite. I love how you guys remember that. Wild. Better memory than me for sure. So yeah, the wind is getting pretty gnarly. It's like raining at like a very small level, enough to just soak everything. with this wind blowing directly into the camera. Got a Ryanair Max 8200 going over to runway 2 at the moment. Like I said, just over an hour left of dual runway operations at Manchester Airport, and I believe that current schedule of dual runway ops versus single runway ops ends in the end of October. We used to rely heavily on Alpha 5, and rest in peace, because he sadly passed away. I think it was last month or the month before. So sadly, that public information isn't available anymore. Allegedly, we had a go-around just before the stream started. And shout out to a chap who goes by the name of Phoenix in the chat, who's here with his wife as well. And her name's Chelsea, and it's her birthday today. So shout out to Chelsea on her birthday, who actually came down to the RVP, I think for the first time, they said. Shout out to them. Could you pass that blue roll as well? As you guys seen then, the lens is a bit soggy. And awesome. It's always awesome seeing some Airliners Live viewers at the RVP, whether you are regulars at the visitor park or you here for the first time. If you do see us, feel free to say hello, and we don't mind hanging out when we finish the shows. Is usually the best time, because usually when we're starting, we're obviously plugging things in and getting things online and stuff. Yeah.
Nice cup of tea. I changed my mind on the way there. I said, I'll get a tea as well. Yeah.
It's a bit comforting tea, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit nicer, isn't it?
Yeah.
This weather. So let's get me back online so I can see the lovely chat.
I see a Aer Lingus A330 on the taxi out too. I think that's the JFK service, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and people on the chat. Let's have a look on Windy right now. Let's have a look. Where the storm is. So, wind gusts. Oh wow, it's close, guys. It's hit Wales already.
Oh, has it?
Yeah, it's going through kind of the Wirral, kind of Chester.
Mate, it's nearly here, making quicker time than the Aer Lingus over there.
Oh, and as you can hear, the CF6 engines on the Airbus A330.
Let's have a quick update on the METAR as well then.
Yes, that is heading off to New York JFK. It's one of them routes that they, for a while, had a narrow body serving that route, an A321 long range. And it's been a while since I've seen that aircraft doing an Aer Lingus UK route. Pretty much exclusively use A330s now at Manchester, that subsidiary.
What do you think about the BMI? That's the same Monarch guy, mate. It's exactly the same style, the font, everything. It's too close.
Oh yeah, so
I'm calling rubbish on that.
What already. Is it? I've not even looked into it. Is it
BMI apparently are now returning?
Okay,
but it's a very similar announcement to Monarch.
Interesting.
So
like the whole company's house.
We're building on this many years, 75 years of customer experience, and this, that, the other. Yeah, I'm not going to pay any attention to that. I learned my lesson.
Well, the Monarch relaunch got a lot of press coverage from actual the BBC and stuff.
It did, yeah.
And the problem was that they kind of covered it as they could be returning, but then never followed it up when it was kind of realised that it was phony.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people kind of had the illusion that Monarch actually
They're still happening.
They're still happening, yeah.
Chris Capallo returning for 36 months.
Whoa!
And we turned into a Wookiee, he says. There you go, with that silver Wookiee badge. Yo, Chris, that's looking mega, mate. 36 months. There you go, chat. You get your Wookiee badge at 36 months to celebrate those Pratt & Whitney engines. And thank you very much, Chris. Tony Rivers, well on the way, returning for 19 months. Thank you, mate. And saying, only do 2 of these a year. Missed out on the 18th, says Tony. Thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate the support.
Thank you. I think, Scappy, are you the only Wookiee in the chat at the moment? What an honour. Or is Lee in the chat, maybe?
Anybody else in the chat got a Wookiee?
Oh, Fezzer has one, doesn't he? I think he does, yeah.
And Paul saying, rest in peace for Alpha 5. Yeah, he did sadly pass away some time ago, didn't he, Paul?
Yeah, I was just saying.
It was a pleasure working alongside him in the airfield control tower.
Oh, wow.
A380's pushing.
Nice.
Yeah, great to have you with us, Paul.
I was just saying that we used to rely on him for things like runway times as well, and sadly now we don't have that luxury.
No.
He's a great, great guy, and obviously very well known here at Manchester Airport.
But it is a pleasure to have people in the stream who work around the airport. So if anyone does work here at Manchester, feel free to get involved in the community as much as you can do. I know there are restrictions on some things like that, but it's great to have you with us anyway.
Yeah, definitely. That Ryanair Max is next to go. Holding up over on 23 left for the departure.
Dave saying he's got a Wookiee and we missed his shout out right at the beginning of the show.
What? No
Dave.
Way. Sorry, Dave.
Hold on. I got to scurry back. There it is. Dave Morgan returning for 36 months saying, yay, a Wookiee badge. What a 3 years it's been as well. I feel privileged.
Wow.
Thanks very much, Dave. Really appreciate that. And Alex Poulter as well, in case I didn't get you, thank you very much for the 14 months. So let's hope for a great show today. Thank you, guys. And an update on our member situation. We have had 8 brand new members on today's stream. Thank you very much, guys. And Jane Chu returning for 27 months of Airliners Live membership, saying, gotta love you guys, sat here in cozy with a coffee and the content. Awesome, Jane.
Coffee and content.
Hope you're doing well. And Wayne is in the chat with his Wookiee badge, saying he's lurking. Nice one, Wayne. Another Wookiee viewer in the chat.
I've said it a few times, and I think it's still true. This Aer Lingus, I think, is the loudest plane at Manchester Airport. When you just consider like sheer decibels, like even the taxi is loud all the way over there.
Yeah.
On the south runway. Them CF6 engines, similar to, well, the same engines as what TUI use on the 767s here at Manchester. They sound awesome. And is she going to be next? There is a TUI moving as well. Might get the Aer Lingus out next, though. I think they will.
TUI's out for Sharm el Sheikh, but the Aer Lingus is lined up.
Yeah, TUI's stopped short of the runway.
And the EasyJet's peeping creeping down to EasyJet corner. We'll see if it makes it down there.
EasyJet corner. Yeah, you'll know when this is going for sure.
Paul, no, I don't believe so, mate. I think it was a bit of a scam, dude, or a bit of a joke. To take off.
That's probably going to be Manchester soon.
I'm a little bit excited.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Guys, you know how loud that was, considering that's all the way on the other side of the airfield. That was crazy. The Airbus A330.
But thanks everyone for all the fantastic feedback we've had on the first episode of the brand new feature on Airliners Live, the Aviation Podcast. Let us know in the chat if you've watched that first episode yet. And based on your feedback, we have also uploaded it to Spotify as well for you guys who want to listen to the audio whilst you drive into work and things like that. So you can now watch it on Spotify, listen to it on Spotify, and watch it on YouTube as well. And we've had some absolutely awesome feedback, so thank you very much, everybody. I hope you've all enjoyed it. And we've got 2 more guests lined up as well already, folks. So 2 more episodes to come. We've also got a couple of awesome videos to film in tomorrow as well. So loads of really great content coming up on the channel.
Yeah, really, really hyped. Get subscribed to the Airliners Lounge, where we put our pre-recorded stuff, but we do upload the full podcasts on Airliners Live.
John Gilbert, 1 year, red tail badge. Welcome back, John. Afternoon, Janet. It's getting worse here, Janet.
Yeah.
And Ken Cheatham as well. Welcome.
It's getting wild. It's not too cold, which is good. It's wet though. A380 just finishing up the pushback process. We'll be departing soon back to Dubai. A little bit later than usual today. Over an hour late, I think.
The Dublin traffic's holding to land. Sorry, I misread that. We have had it before where the wind's been too bad for him to depart here at Manchester.
Yes.
Cheers, Spike. Appreciate that.
Well, as Captain Mark said, if the wind gets too bad, it even gets to the point where you can't even use the stairs that connect to the aircraft.
Yeah.
Like, even they have a limit, so yeah, like, wind is pretty critical at an airport.
Liam Fletcher gifting an Airliners Live membership, putting us to 9 brand new members on today's show. Thank you, Liam.
Thank you.
And Paul saying a brilliant podcast with the captain. It really was, and I think I watched it back at home again, and I've watched it like 3 times now, because me and Andy really do like to critique everything that we put out, and we watch things a few times through, and it's still not got boring for me. Yeah. And I kind of got the feeling there's a lot more we can talk about with Mark as well.
Yeah.
So in a few months' time, I may have a chat with Mark myself as well on the podcast and do another episode with him, because I know you guys said in the chat that you could kind of listen to Mark for hours. He's got so many stories.
Yeah.
But a massive 10 out of 10 to the RVP as well, guys, because when we've arrived today, they've finished some resurfacing works on the main mound. And I know back in the day when we used to be on the mound, it did get quite muddy and wet underfoot towards the front of the main mound, and it's been completely resurfaced now with brand new fence and everything like that put up. And it looks like they've done a really good job. So 10 out of 10s for the RVP, getting that ready in time for winter.
757 subscribers, is that a record? I mean,
it is for us, Ronald. Yes,
bit of a milestone. There's no live aviation channel that has more subscribers at the moment, and we are looking forward to the 1 mil. I think is going to be the next really big milestone. But these ones are nice, you know, 747, 757, 76.
Yeah, we got a few big numbers to come, which is really cool. But we are pushing forward towards the 1 million, which is going to be absolutely mega.
Yeah,
really looking forward to that.
And that should give us the apparently a gold plaque from YouTube themselves, just like what we got back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny actually. I put it on Twitter this morning. It was actually a year ago yesterday that we hit 100,000 subscribers.
It's crazy, isn't it? What's the next one after that to get another plaque? Is it 500?
It's 100 million after that.
100 million after that.
Yeah.
So I think this will probably be the last unboxing on Airliners Live of a YouTube plaque.
Yeah, I'd assume so.
Has Jerry got more? No, Ronald. Airliners Live is the most subscribed aviation live channel in the world now. So we've overtook Jerry a while back, and we also overtook Airline Videos, who were originally holding that #1 spot. So there's no other live aviation channel in the world that's got more subscribers than us now, which is a pretty crazy thing to say, to be honest.
Yeah, considering we're just Manchester Airport mostly as well. Like, I know it's a great airport for spotting, but you know, look at like LAX and stuff. The action you get there is unbelievable. Like, fair play to the guys streaming on there for countless hours and putting on a real show.
It's 10 million, I believe, mate. Even 10 million, I can't even imagine. Like, I don't think I'm going to survive long enough to get 10 million.
What do you get, 10 million?
It's like, in it, that diamondy, glassy looking one.
Whoa.
It looks pretty cool. I don't know what number it is. I do see one. Spud, welcome to Premium Economy membership. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And that puts us to 10 brand new members today. Welcome in, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ronald, airline videos were the same as us for quite a while, but we overtook them about a month ago now.
Yeah, something like that.
Shamir, we're live at the RVP, and you can come down to the RVP. It's a public space where you can come and do some video in and photography, mate.
Yeah, it's great. We've been streaming here for like 5 years now or something crazy.
Oh my days. David just messaged us. We've got a show critical chat, which is like, look at this, it needs looking at kind of thing. And I didn't even realise. He's just said there's 3.1k viewers at the moment. 3.1k on a midweek? Guys, what is going on?
Hello, guys.
Hi. Mate, I was just sat here chilling thinking there's like 1,000 viewers in here.
I know. I don't really look at the counter
I better do a proper show, I guess. I better stand up and start presenting properly. I'm here having a brew and a natter, and there's over 3,000 of you sat in here. You nuts?
Speaking of Manchester variety, we have the A380 going to be taken off soon, but look what's just landed. A Pilatus at PC-12.
Good job he got in when he did.
Yeah.
Give that an hour, you wouldn't have been coming in here, son.
There's one of our, I think Fezza edited it. It's one of our biggest shorts, and it's one of them trying to land in a storm, and it's just going up like a roller coaster, like trying to go up and down the dips and touch down. It uses so much runway as well, landing at Manchester Airport.
We got a post on Twitter.
We've had our fair shares of storms. I noticed it's usually like around March time, February, March, that we get the biggest of the storms of the year. That's where like that massive one hit, Storm Eunice, a couple of years ago. And speaking of Jerry, that's where he, really went viral. He was on the media, like on TV and stuff, and we were streaming it too. But the problem at Manchester Airport we had was, although it was like probably just as windy, a lot of planes were just diverting here. Whereas because Heathrow was so busy and they really do want to get these planes in, a lot of them were just committing to it and doing a great job. And we were streaming, and it got to the point where everything was going around. Like you had to wait like 15-20 minutes to see a landing. And we're talking like not like last minute go arounds, but like just like missed approaches. They would, start the descent on final approach and then just dip because they'd hit wind shear or something.
Do you remember that TUI that went around 3 times?
Yeah, TUI, like a 737, wasn't it? And it went to like Edinburgh or Newcastle.
Yeah, it went up to Scotland in the end, didn't it?
Right, yeah.
Folks, do us a massive, massive favour, please. Head over to Airliners Live on Twitter. Search for Airliners Live. I've just put a post out with a link to the channel. Give it a click, give it a like, a share, a retweet, say it's mega, say the channel's great, you're loving the show. Just say whatever you need to say to make it look really, really cool, guys, on Twitter, please. Because we would love to get some Twitter viewers into the stream as well and expand the audience on the channel.
Yes.
So we just put a little post out there with a link to the stream. If you can support us on there and do us a little bit of cheeky advertising, guys, we'd really appreciate that as well. So just search for Airliners Live on Twitter and have a look at the latest post.
Yes, here goes the Emirates A380.
Chris B8s as well, saying I just found your channel today.
Nice.
Welcome, Chris. Welcome to the community, mate. Let's get some waves in the chat for Chris and all the brand new viewers today.
Just about to enter 23 left, the departure runway at the moment. Heading back to Dubai just before the storm really hits. It is windy, it is rainy, but the bulk of the storm hasn't quite slammed into us yet.
You mean X, Ronald? I still can't get used to calling it X, mate.
I seen someone did a poll about what do you call it, and it was like over 95% still call it Twitter.
Is there like a tutorial how to say it now, because obviously you've got X, but then what's a tweet called and what's a retweet called? And
yeah, I think they've just called them generic names like repost, you know, like
oh right,
and post.
Okay, fine.
But I don't know, tweet. You know, it's more specific, isn't it?
Looks like chaos at Dublin. It will be, mate. It will be with the winds that are forecast. It is going to get pretty naughty, mate.
Yeah, it's getting. Yeah, the tower's starting to shake now.
not the ATC tower.
Oh no, yeah,
our tower.
Oh, I bet they can feel a bit of a wobble though. Yeah, this has just been turned up a few knots now. I hope, guys, it doesn't destroy the quality of like the audio and video. Because one issue we have is the rain is hitting the lens directly. There's no way around that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's blowing directly into us, guys. But listen, I'm sorry, if you're coming in to a Storm live stream and expecting not to hear the wind, then that's probably not on us. But we will do our best to minimise it as much as we can.
Okay, here we go. Emirates A380 lining up to take off back to Dubai. You can hear the sound of a very noisy Ryanair Max, which you're going to see here, photo bomb. Just doing a quick little jaunt down to another entrance of the taxiway.
Yeah, and that's out for Ibiza. I wonder if they're going to try and sneak him in front of the A380, because it does seem to be on a little bit of a quicker taxi.
Yeah, no turn and burn.
Jane, you can close the sales advert down. Just click the three dots and click minimize or click dismiss, whatever the button is.
Look, it's coming back.
Oh, so it is.
What's happened there?
Yeah, folks, for anyone who can see the advert on stream, just dismiss it.
Here we go.
What a noise! Yes! Wow, that sounded great.
You've just witnessed a full power A380 takeoff. Oh, that sounded nuts.
We listened to that in the office, didn't we, earlier on?
Yeah.
Said, do you remember this? And it's just done it again.
Wow.
I tell you now, guys, the A380 for me has always been a little bit underwhelming. But when it does a full power takeoff like that, those engines, they sound just as good as like a Lamborghini or something.
Yes.
That sounded great.
Oh my God, look at the rain hitting the side of the tower and jumping up and hitting me right now.
Mate, can that A380 come back and do that again?
Again, encore.
That was so good.
You guys in the chat can rewind at least.
Tony saying, afternoon guys, great show as always. Thank you, Tony. And James Little saying, being a fan of that one from London, so it's great to see a stream from my local airport. Thank you very much, James. It's great to have you with us in the community. Hello.
It's our local airport too.
Yeah, I don't usually get that excited, but that did sound so good.
Even over the sound of the Ryanair, which was right next to us by that point. It cut through like a knife. I recorded that as well, so I'm probably going to make it a highlight of this, because this is good.
Yeah, I did my best not to say anything.
Yeah,
I knew you'd be recording, but my face was just like
jaw hitting the floor. Right, guys, we've got another heavy coming out though, which is great timing. TUI Dreamliner.
Let's get some 10 out of 10s in the chat for that takeoff, guys. That deserves it. Emirates departing in style here on the midweek show as we wait for Storm Agnes to smash our location here. It's already in Dublin, causing a bit of chaos. It's on the way over to Manchester, and we are going to be seeing some awesome pilot skill on display, folks, here at Manchester Airport. They always do a great job and we'll be bringing you live coverage of that right up until about 5 to 6 this evening. The area where we are closes at 6 p.m. and we'll push it right up to the button for you guys, and
if we can
bring you as much as we can.
If we make it.
Yeah. Sounds like there's 1 or 2 passengers on the Ryanair who are drunk and going to be offloaded.
It seemed that way, didn't it?
Mate, that's probably why they're taxiing in. They're probably just fed up, like, guys, come on. And if you want to know, guys, the rules around can you be drunk on a plane, check out the brand new Airliners Lounge video where it tells you all about it. And all the rules.
Do planes have laws? Because you're not in a country. So whose laws do you follow? So yeah, this TUI Dreamliner is going out soon. And take a look at them wings, because they are big wings made with the composite material, and they flex so much. And in the windy conditions like today, you really do see that flex. And there's a great view of that on the runway 23 left. We're here celebrating 757,000 subscribers on Airliners Live, and what better airport for it? We get so many 75s from Jet2. This one here is a 737.
Tasker, thank you very much for the 18 months, saying literally the calm before the storm. Stay safe.
Feels like it.
Thanks very much, Tasker. Great to have you with us. Thanks for the long time support of the channel as well.
I literally have no idea how crazy this is going to be. Like, is it going to be like, I mean, judging by the scenes at Dublin, it's definitely going to be something significant, which I was not expecting.
Big shout out to Nick on Twitter, who says, "Hi guys, I'm currently watching on my Fire Stick on the TV, so I can't chat, but great stream and the weather's looking horrendous." Thank you very much for commenting on Twitter. Thank you all, guys. If you want to head over to Airliners Live on Twitter, just go and have a look at that latest post and give it a repost and a like and a thumbs up and a comment, whatever you need to do.
There's another Jet2 737 lining up on 23 left. That's in the what we call the .com scheme, which is actually the original Jet2 colours. It wasn't until about 2012, 2013 that they implemented the holidays scheme, as we've seen on the prior departure. This one here is the classic colours, and we want to see a return to this, because they're not painting any of the new planes in this colours at the moment. People saying that apparently they will be. I'd love to see some of the new Neos that they're getting in this colour.
I would a lot.
Yeah, so we shall see.
This one on the way to Kefalonia. There it goes. Qatar triples ready to go, but it's just missed its slot, so it's now been given a 16:01 slot from Airliners Live ATC in the chat. That's going to be really helpful for us today, mate, if you're running the ATC for us. Thank you very much, dude. For those of you who aren't in the UK, or maybe you just don't know, it is illegal in the UK against the regulations for us to broadcast live ATC. If you watch streams in the United States, it's not illegal there, so they can do it. But in the UK, we're not allowed, so we kind of do a little get around of that by one of our moderators listening to the ATC at home and getting it typed in the chat for us. So thank you, mate. And this Jet2 arriving from Malaga.
Oh, there's spray building up on the runway as well.
The Vueling Airbus A321 on the way to Barcelona.
Yeah, nice to see the longer variants being used. Spot the Dot Airlines. Classic engines as well on the Airbus aircraft.
And we've got a TUI Dreamliner lining up as well.
Yes.
It'd be nice to hear these engines.
Yeah, like I said, the wind potentially affecting that wing flex.
Yeah, what other channels do, guys, is up to them, but that's how we've interpreted the laws anyway, so.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a grey area, and it's an old law as well, very archaic.
Very old.
I don't think you'd hear the ATC anyway over the wind in a day like today.
Yeah, Seb, the IAEs on the Phoenix are going to be awesome, aren't they? The new sounds on the Phoenix Airbus are so good. Absolutely incredible. They've done a really good job.
That's always been a big seller for me. Like, bad sounds on a sim really does kill it a bit.
It does. Dreamliner rolling. Here we go. John, if you're in the chat, can you remove the advert from the screen, mate? If you've got access to do that. It should disappear, guys. I know a few of you guys have got it on the screen. It should disappear, but let's see if we can just remove it to make it easier for you guys today. Yeah, let me know, John. If not, I'll try and do it on my phone.
There you go, taking flight. The TUI Dreamliner. But yeah, like on a sim, I do value like good sound. And one thing I like about the Phoenix is like you get all like the creaks and rattles and things of the aircraft, and it reminds me of like, you know, Interstellar, the film. Because some space films, they go, oh, there's no sound in space, so when the spacecraft like accelerates or whatever, there's like just no noise. It's just the engines go woo. But you have to think like on the inside, they would be hearing all sorts of like creaks and bashes and, you know, jitters and all that. And it's the same on an aircraft. You know, when you're rolling down the runway, you've got like they often hit the isn't it the lights on the runway that you can hear when it's going?
Yeah, it's the lights on it. The screen one, John. The screen one.
Yeah.
It says he said this in the chat. Andy says, I'm also struggling with the weather in Tenerife. It's 20 degrees and the wind's just blown my armband into the swimming pool.
Better problems to have. Only 20. That doesn't seem that warm.
Listen, I'll take 20 degrees, mate.
Over this, yeah.
Tell you what, though, visibility's good. Wind is picking up. Now 10 knots across the runway.
Feels more than that.
Yeah, it's definitely more than 10 knots.
We say that every time. Just watching this Ryanair lining up at the moment. Yeah, there would be sound inside a spacecraft, surely, because it'd be like pressurized, right? I think it's the lack of oxygen that means that there'll be no sound outside. Or lack of anything.
Yeah, I know, John, maybe YouTube's having an issue today because people are struggling to remove it today. That should be gone, guys. Maybe you need to refresh the stream if it's still on. Jet 2 next to arrive. We will start to keep an eye on arrivals now, guys, as the wind starts to pick up. But it's EasyJet in from Palma.
Yep.
And thank you very much for the 190 yen donation. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much for supporting the channel today.
Thank you. Very kind.
Tough to keep the little drink umbrellas where they belong. If you are enjoying the stream today and you'd like to support the channel, you can also support the community at the same time by gifting memberships. That's the best way to help us. You can click the dollar symbol, then click gifted memberships. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the show, and it's the best way to support not only the channel and help cover our costs, but give back to our awesome community at the same time. We've had 10 new members already on today's stream, and if you'd like to gift a membership to a new viewer, which is a very kind thing to do in the community, click the dollar symbol, then click gifted membership. And if you'd like to support us completely for free, just smash that like button and get involved in the chat.
Right, we do have an arrival coming in. Let's have a look. Looks like a 737 Jet 2.
Yep, in from Naples. 2 hour, 37 minute flight. And getting in just in time, I think.
Yeah. Be a bit nervous seeing that storm coming in. Hoping you get here before it. As we mentioned, we're expecting it at about 4 p.m, so about half an hour. And that's also when they're going to change to single runway operations here at the airport.
Apparently some of the Aer Lingus flights from Dublin to Manchester have already been cancelled due to the weather, saying Paul in the chat.
It's like 2 airports that are going to get hit by this as well.
And Ian gifting an Airliners Live membership. Thank you, mate.
Full reverse power, and still taking a while to stop. Must be a lot of weight on this aircraft. Did take a little bit of time to touch down as well. Often find that if they get down early and slam it down, it loses a lot of momentum and stops quicker, but if they grease it or take a little bit longer to get the aircraft down on the ground, it can often mean a much longer rollout.
And that puts us to 11 brand new members on today's stream. Thank you very much for that.
Well, that Pilatus PC-12 just heading out.
Thanks very much, Ian. And next to land TUI aircraft in from Skiathos 737-800.
Nice.
And the Air Baltic's already on the taxi out. That left, that arrived with us not too far, not too long ago, sorry.
Yeah, doing flights on behalf of Eurowings today. I think with the conflict in the east of Europe, then I think Air Baltic are down a few of their routes. I'm not sure how much of that is still true, but it certainly was true a couple of months ago. And as a result, they had a bit of a surplus of aircraft. So they leased a lot of them out to different airlines who could utilise them to increase their capacity, such as Eurowings. I think Scandinavian as well. We've seen some appearances at Manchester under the Air Baltic colours. But they're super diverse, flexible aircraft, the A220s. But Air Baltic themselves do have a route from Manchester to Riga, which started a couple of years ago. Not sure about the frequency of that these days. And that noise is one of the reasons why we love them.
Lucky howl from the Pratt & Whitney engines on board as it advances those throttles to cross the runway over to the south runway here at Manchester Airport. And the reason it makes those noises just down to the design of the engines. It's a geared turbofan engine, and the way it's designed, it is prone to resonating at that frequency. And there it is again.
Great sound.
Tom Walsh, no, not yet, mate. No, welcome in. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Speaking of Eastern European leased aircraft, this has come from SmartLynx Estonia, doing a flight with TUI. as it's been based here in Manchester for a few months now.
Dave Chapman, welcome to the community. Thank you very much for tuning in today. And next to arrive with us is an EasyJet in from Lanzarote, passing through 1,900 feet.
Keep an eye out for that.
But if you are just tuning in, a very warm welcome to Airliners Live, bringing you live coverage from Manchester Airport. Get involved in the chat. We've got a fantastic community. And even if you know absolutely nothing about aviation, guys, you'll get a very warm welcome here on this channel to get yourselves involved in the chat.
Matt's saying the Qatar's already pushed back.
Nice. It has. The slot's been advanced to 1:45 now.
Nice.
So that's enough time for it to push back, taxi, and they'll be pretty much ready to go.
Yes.
Guys, the travel wallet ad, all you need to do is click the 3 dots and click dismiss, guys.
Yeah.
If it's not showing, just refresh your stream. They're on every single week and we never have this much trouble with them. There's 3 dots, click that, and then click dismiss. Mods, can we just spam that in the chat because it's getting asked a lot. Yeah, we have removed all the ads from our side, so maybe you guys just need to refresh your YouTube channels. Come out of YouTube, maybe go back in. We've turned them all off, guys, so they shouldn't even be showing anymore.
Lovely sky over there as well.
Wow, look at that.
Nice shade of gold.
And there's Zam H returning for 5 months. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Saying awesome stream as always, and the storm is starting to pick up in Rochdale.
Is it? Yeah, it's picking up here too. It's weird because as we were leaving the office, it was like so calm. I was like, is there really a storm coming? Bit of a breeze, but nothing crazy.
And Andy Baker just gifted an Airliners Live membership as well. Thank you very much, Andy. That puts us to 12 brand new members on today's stream.
There's an A320 touching down. Squeaky brakes. And this A320 also with EasyJet, heading out to 23 left for the departure. A couple of departures left on that runway for the next 25 minutes. And then it's all going to be over here now, all the action. So stick around, and that is also when the storm is allegedly going to get a bit wild. So we're going to have about 2 hours of crazy action. I don't know how crazy, we'll find out. But if Dublin Airport anything to go by, it's going to get pretty nuts.
And Andy Baker, thank you very much, mate. Gifting an Airliners Live membership to the community today, putting us on 14 new members. Wow, you've done 3, mate. That puts us to 14 new members. Thank you very much, dude.
That's very kind.
And Dave tuning in from sunny Munich, new to your channel. Welcome, Dave. Great to have you with us.
Yeah, I've seen that Europe is... a lot of Europe is quite nice and pleasant at the moment.
Fred's tuning in. Why has that just gone off my screen? There he is. Fred tuning in from a wet and windy Thailand and joining the coverage. Thank you, Fred. And Andrew Howarth, what a legend, dropping 5 membership, gifted memberships to the channel, putting us to 19 new members today. Thank you very much, Andrew.
A lot of action at the moment in Manchester.
Steve, it's a direct crosswind at the moment, mate, and it's expecting to stay like that.
Yeah, direction-wise, yeah.
We're at 150 on the 150 on the heading of the wind at the moment. And Linda just gifted also an Airliners Live membership. Thank you, Linda. Really appreciate that. Colin Acton, good afternoon to you. Appreciate that, Linda. Thank you. And Dave Gardner returning for 16 months, saying great stream, guys. And the spray is great as well.
Loving it.
Yeah, Andy doing a mega job on the camera. I'm watching all the screens, keeping an eye on what's going on.
I'm just going to wipe the lens again. It's something that I'm going to have to do quite a lot, guys.
And there's a Ryanair in from Palma de Mallorca on the approach, about 1,500 feet, so plenty of time for that. Anwar Ahmad tuning in from Dubai, welcome to you. Thank you very much, Richard, appreciate that. Cheers, Dave. Fiona saying it's very wet and windy here in Whitehaven. Yeah, I think we're all going to be getting that, aren't we, very soon?
I think so. There you go. KLM heading back to Amsterdam Schiphol. Look at that sky. That is so beautiful. Very pretty.
Nathan just gifted 5 as well. Thank you very much, Nathan. Appreciate that, mate.
Oh, got an arrival coming in.
And Rick saying, first time watching Airliners Live. Great channel. Nice work, guys. Welcome in, Rick. Welcome to the community, mate. And thanks again, Nathan, for gifting 5 memberships. Putting us to 25 new members of today's show.
Don't forget to hit the like button if you're watching on YouTube as well. Helps us out a lot. I know he hit 1,000, I think, already. I'm not sure. What are we on?
We are on... I can't see.
The spray. Wow. Retrofitted wingtips as well. That was nuts.
That was really cool, wasn't it?
Did not expect it to be that much liquid on the runway still. Ryanair managed to find it all.
And Dan saying the image and the sound is so crisp considering the conditions. That's great to hear, mate. Thank you very much, dude. And George Fitzgibbon is a brand new Airliners Live VIP. Welcome in, George. Thanks for supporting the stream today. And you're number 26 today, George. So thank you very much for that.
Just got smacked in the eye by a giant drop of water.
Oh, right. At least it wasn't a seagull.
I know. Could have been worse. Or something else bird related.
Bird on the end.
Now I know why Jerry wears them giant goggles when he does his storm
Matt brought some with him last time he was here.
Oh yeah. Might need them.
Got some with some window wipers on them. Ellie saying good afternoon everyone. Storm's picking up in Burnley. Welcome in, Ellie. What time were we on till? About 6 p.m. Ewan. And the Ryanair just taxiing past is in from Palma.
After drying the runway completely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we do really make an effort to make sure the quality is good. Make sure the colours look true to life.
Yeah, it's one of the main things about Airliners Live. If you are new to our channel, we very much value the community, but we also spend a lot of time trying to perfect our audio and video, and it's gone through quite a few iterations this year to try and get it the best we possibly can. So I hope you guys are enjoying it at home. If you are watching on a TV or iPad or something like that, make sure you've clicked the settings cog on YouTube and that you are watching in 2160, guys, which is the highest resolution we offer, because you will see a massive improvement than if you're just watching in 1080p or something like that.
Interesting to see the Ryanair with a UK reg, indeed. This was actually a byproduct of Brexit. They made a UK subsidiary called Ryanair UK.
No,
I know. And it's only got, I think, 13 aircraft, I think. Something like that. I don't think there's much utility to it.
Jet 2 heading out to Fjordsventura. And Fraser, welcome back, Premium Economy member. Thank you very much.
You can see still that spray trail behind the aircraft. That is all the liquid on the runway getting kicked up by the engines. Obviously, it's much more spectacular when the planes are landing. You really scoop up the water with them reverse thrusters. Look at that sky. That is so picturesque.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially considering what we're expecting
yes.
to come as well.
Someone said, I think it was Tasco, as it said, calm before the storm.
That's it.
It's not completely calm, but it is before the storm.
And there you go, Kevin J just saying, I've just switched to the 2160 quality and it makes a huge difference.
Oh yeah, it's good.
Amazing quality, guys. Thank you very much, Kevin. Enjoy that.
Yeah.
And Tony P, a very long-term supporter of the channel, returning for 22 months, executive club member, which is our highest tier of membership on the channel. Saying good afternoon all, stay safe as the storm gets closer, but secretly I'm hoping for some go-arounds. Yeah, we are looking forward to seeing some pilot skill as the winds build up on the channel.
Yeah, it's definitely picking up. I don't know how loud it is for you guys on the stream. Part of me likes the fact that you guys can hear it, though. It'd be kind of weird if it was quiet.
Absolutely, it just wouldn't be right, would it? And live plane spotting shows, brand new jump seat member.
Hey!
Thank you very much. Very high tier membership coming in.
We follow him on, or him or her on X, Twitter.
We do, on Twitter, absolutely.
Really
28 new members today. Cheers for that very high tier membership. Appreciate that a lot.
This Ryanair's a Polish reg, which I believe designates it to the Buzz subsidiary of Ryanair. So that has a little bit more of a creative name.
Mrs. Airliners Live's in the chat. Thanks very much, Jen. Thanks for sorting that. Appreciate it.
And I think Ryanair Buzz was technically the first of the subsidiaries that they made, but it was originally called Ryanair Sun. That didn't stick around for too long, and then they created Buzz, which actually has its own livery in some cases as well, but a lot of them are just in the Ryanair colours.
Clive Edwards, keep an eye on the chat. One of the moderators will drop you a little message with how to do it, mate. And Chris, thank you very much for purchasing a 757 Holo, mate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they are on sale today, folks, because we're actually celebrating getting 757,000 subscribers. So we've done a flash sale on the holographic displays on our website. They are an original Airliners Live item that we designed ourselves, and they're in our office to ship out to you guys, and they're usually around 12 quid, so we put them on sale for 757 today.
Yeah, a little celebration.
Yeah, so get yours now.
And here's a Qatar triple on the way out, quite delayed, but it did get an advance on the slot. It was due out at 4 on the slot that it was given, but they've managed to improve that for them, so it's now heading out at 1:45 was its scheduled departure time, so bang on.
We see this plane so often. Bravo, Oscar, Foxtrot on the reg.
Baffed.
Boffed. And that flash sale, guys, is just today only. So if you're watching the stream back after the 27th of September 2023, then that sale probably isn't still a thing. So,
Tony Richardson, a brand new Airliners Live VIP. Let's get some hearts in the chat for Tony. Thank you, mate. Thanks for supporting the channel today.
Nice wide body departure. Qatar actually operated. They were probably the only one, or the most consistent of the international airlines to operate through COVID. They continue to operate like right through the pandemic here at Manchester. For a while they were using the A350-900s as well, which was a nice change. But I mean, the 777-300s are pretty cool.
Winds are due to pick up, Linda, about 4 p.m. onwards, so we're pretty much nearly there, to be honest. And Beljuice, a long-term channel member, gifting 5 Airliners Live memberships today. Thank you, mate. Hope you're doing well. And we really do appreciate that. 5 gifted memberships, putting us to 34 new members on today's show. Thank you, mate. And Benji saying the growth for this channel's been amazing. I remember the 100k. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That was about a year ago.
It was.
It or not.
A year and a day.
That's right, Ellie. Yes. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna call it a tactical wee. I'm gonna go for a tactical wee now, before the weather gets really bad, and I'm not gonna want to go for one. So stand by, chat. I'm gonna risk one. BRB.
Yeah, I put a video on our Twitter of the moment we hit 100,000 subscribers, and we were live for it. And you see me and Martin's big cheer and celebrations. It was great. That is so picturesque. Look at that. Wow. Reminds me of like the winter, this. You know, when it's like the sun's dead low in the sky for the mid to late afternoon. Reminds me of that. It does feel like winter. It's not quite as cold though, that's the only thing. The only saving grace of today. I do have my layers on. I am waterproof. Jet 2737 landing. Oh, she's stopping quick. A lot of power and then reverses. I can see another plane about to land as well. Will you guys be broadcasting tomorrow too? No, we only stream regularly on Wednesday and Sunday. We have just announced today, though, that we are adding a, should we say, semi-regular stream on a Friday. And I'll be hosted by moderator Matt Smith, who's, I believe, in the chat now. And me and Martin may occasionally make appearance on that, as well as other people. Oh, this is getting a bit windy now.
3,500 live viewers on the channel.
Wow.
And GING3, thank you very much for tuning in. Great to have you with us.
Hello.
Winds are supposed to increase within the next half an hour or so, mate, I would have thought.
Yeah, it is getting windier progressively. Like someone's slowly turning up the dial. The heat is being turned up.
So if you are a brand new viewer to Airliners Live, welcome in. And if it's your first time watching, we'd love you to introduce yourself in the chat. Don't be shy, we've got a very friendly community here, so you'll be greeted with a very warm welcome. We'd love to make you a returning viewer of the channel. Feel free to get involved. What colours have you got already, Dave? Cheers, Louise. Thanks very much for that.
Should see runway 2 close in a couple of minutes as well.
Yeah, so for those who are watching for the first time today, that means both departures and arrivals will be on the runway that's right in front of us. So you guys at home are going to get an absolutely incredible view. So stick with the channel, don't go anywhere, because we're live for the next few hours, guys. Bringing you all of the action here from Manchester.
Also means that planes won't be holding to cross the runway, so it means we get a nice clear view of the runway. You can see another aircraft on final approach as well. This 2E737-800 Golf Foxtrot Delta Zulu X-Ray on the reg. In them beautiful 2E colours. And that split scimitar winglets as well. Huge winglet design. Apparently that's the most efficient winglet design flying in the skies at the moment, according to Boeing. Maybe that's a completely unbiased view.
Hey, Miss Wolves, thanks for tuning in.
Hello. Yeah, so the storm that we're getting today has come from the Atlantic. It's already passed over Ireland. It's currently, I think it's still over like Dublin and things. It's travelled over the Irish Sea. It's hit Wales and is now hitting Manchester.
Thanks, Walshy. Appreciate that. No stress getting down for that EasyJet A320.
Really good job. A lot of inputs being put in by the pilot.
And Sai, a first-time viewer from Ashton-under-Lyne. Welcome, Sai. Local viewer as well. Thank you, mate. Any aviation club updates? And we've got another meeting with Zach on Sunday, guys. And the last update from Zach is it's very close.
Yep.
We're just doing, at the moment, just so you guys have got a tiny bit of an update, we're just doing some security patches just to make this website as safe and secure as possible. So at the moment, Zach's just making sure that's all good. We don't want to launch the website before that's completed for obvious reasons. So that's what he's working on. But functionally, the website is working very well. So we're not long away at all, guys, for the beta at least anyway. Pilots reporting a bit of a shock at 3 miles. Roger Dodger, cheers, outside ATC.
Looks like a 737 MAX coming in next with TUI.
It's in from Dalaman, Turkish flag.
Yeah, getting blown around a bit there. Still at the point where it's not crazy winds, but it is, as you can see, enough to really put pressure on the pilots to keep it level. So far, so good. Doing a great job.
Hey up, Mongo. Great to see you, mate. You're not flying today, dude. Great to see you, pal. Thanks for tuning in.
Captain Mark is flying in. Mods, is he flying in today or is he flying out during our stream, potentially?
Please, Seb, if you're free, mate, that'd be fantastic. Thank you, dude.
If we caught Captain Mark doing a go-around, don't think he'd ever hear the end of it.
Don't think he would. Hey up, Dave. Tuning in from Stretford, another local viewer. Thank you, Dave.
Hello. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're all well. Another aircraft on the final approach. Let's have a look at that windsock. As you can see, it's, yeah, pretty much just a slice down the side of the runway.
2 aircraft in from Provetsa, MAX 8. We do usually notice that the MAX variants of the 7.3s over the NGs are much more stable. And we've spoke to a couple of pilots about this, and they kind of put it down to not only the extra power of the engines, but also the positioning of the engines as well, which changes the centre of gravity slightly of the aircraft. So it's just a little bit better at handling the wind, and we definitely noticed that in previous storms as well. And as you see here, it's coming in relatively stable and really making light work of those winds.
Yes.
Yeah, no stress at all there on the MAX aircraft. Hey James, tuning in from Knutsford, great to see you. Jed saying, just found you guys, so absorbing watching the comings and goings, very relaxing. Welcome to the community, Jed. Great to have you with us, mate. Proper blustery here in Belfast, I bet it is, Mongo. I bet it is, dude. How's the flying going, mate? Great to see you, dude.
I assume he's based at like Aldergrove, is he? Or Belfast City, I guess. Terry letting us know that Tui's due in at 5:45 from Venice. Captain Mark's due in, sorry, at 5:45.
Cool. Hey Neil, thank you very much, mate. Saying I've been watching for a good few weeks and I love it. A very pleasant way to spend a wet Wednesday, and the quality of the camera work is epic. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
No worries, Rebecca. Hope you're both having a great time.
Lighting's quite nice, actually.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. As we go into the later afternoon.
Danny's in the chat from Dublin saying the storm's passed over. It's calm now.
Nice. Well, passing it over to us, are you?
Heading our way then.
Yeah.
Really windy here in the Isle of Man. Yeah, so it's catching us, isn't it?
Yeah.
Already over the Isle of Man, really not far away now.
Wouldn't want to be flying to the Isle of Man today.
Absolutely not.
I assume their airport's been rather quiet. If I could take a bet.
Hey Nick, tuning in from Nigeria, welcome. Martin Faulkner saying, I found the 2160 res, it's now so good. Hey, nice one, Martin. Glad you found it, mate. All good, thanks. I haven't had any flights into Manchester until the end of next month, sadly, but based in Belfast City. Yeah, let us know, Mungo, when you're on the way in, and we will make sure we try and catch you, dude, if you're on the show.
Yeah.
Tony P, the main man, gifting 5 Airliners Live memberships to the community, and that's putting us to 39 brand new members on today's show. Thank you very much, mate. I'll give you another bing bong for that as well. Dropping 5 gifted memberships. A lot of new viewers in the stream today, guys. We're well over 3,500 live viewers here on Airliners Live today, live from Manchester Airport. Incredible numbers, viewer numbers for a midweek show for us here on Manchester.
It's crazy.
So thank you guys for tuning in.
Belfast City, eh? So that's obviously the smaller of the two. That used to be pretty dominated. I remember by Flybe used to be really popular there. I wonder how it is these days. I wonder if it's just a lot of Aer Lingus, I guess. Aer Lingus UK probably based there. Or Aer Lingus Regional UK, I think you'd call them.
Welcome, Rachel, tuning in from Leeds. Brand new subscriber of the channel as well. And Danny saying you can have the weather guide. School run was not fun this morning. Yeah, it's coming, isn't it?
Yes.
It's very strange how, as you say, Andy, the sky is just very calm.
Yeah, it doesn't look stormy, does it?
No.
It looks quite pleasant, but it's not.
Oh yeah, you can hear that now. Next aircraft to land on approach in from Kos, 2E737-800, 2,000 feet.
There you go, look at that sky again, very pretty, nice colour. We'll keep our eyes to the skies for the next arrival. Just looking at that windsock, it is, yeah, still pretty windy. I've still got all that American candy in mine as well. I need to bring that into the office. And
yeah.
That's another default YouTube video for us to make. We are going to be doing a lot of filming tomorrow anyway.
It's just an excuse to eat some snacks, isn't it?
Yes. Does a diet count if it's work related?
Don't think so. It's free pass, isn't it?
It's a business expense.
Yeah. Say the same about sausage rolls.
During business hours.
Yeah.
It was a business meeting, of course.
It was, obviously.
On my lunch break. Bit of crabbing action going on there on the TUI. People on the right-hand side of the aircraft probably seeing the airport. think that'd be bizarre.
James saying, I've been drinking a shot every time the sky is mentioned. I can see 2 of everything already. 2 of what? 2 of the sky? The sky is looking very nice. It is a very nice sky today. What do you think of the sky, Andy?
I was watching Sky TV this morning. They said the sky was pretty nice.
Yeah. Won't see him for the rest of the stream though. Yeah, Mongo's just based in Aldergrove. Belfast City is used for Aer Lingus Regional. I'm surprised you're not a Nigel yet, Mongo. Any good TV recommendations at the moment? I've not been watching much TV, Ian, to be honest, mate.
On Sky TV or?
Sky. Yeah, I've not been watching much telly, mate. I still need to watch Hijacked. Everyone keeps telling me to watch that.
Yeah, it's so strange, this... Speaking of Sky. Oh, look at that colour up there. Whoa. Oh my God. As the wind just goes up to like the highest intensity it's been all day. Yin and yang of Manchester Airport. Imagine that, like a storm, but it's like blue sky. You're just there in your shorts and t-shirt. It was like that in Lanzarote when we went in March, and it was like crazy, like 34 knot winds, and we were there in our shorts and t-shirt. Flip-flops flying everywhere.
Ah, right, got you, Mungo. Got you. I think it would be a travesty of the aviation world if Mungo Spencer did not fly for British Airways. We've been saying it since the Twitch days, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's this wind has definitely just gotten turned up.
Yeah.
Look at that.
First time viewers Alex and Paul watching from Staley Bridge. Welcome in, guys. Hope you're enjoying the stream today. Need some goggles, you, in a minute.
I know. Right, so there's an EasyJet taxiing out. Is it going to use runway 1? It should do.
And there's a Phenom 300 on approach as well.
Oh, wow.
Just establishing, so it's about 3,500 feet.
BizJet's going to get blown around a bit.
Skylar says, my name is Sky, so the last 5 minutes of conversation certainly had my attention. Yeah, I think he's on about 19 shots now, I think.
Yeah. I did just... Is it on final approach, that BizJet?
It's established. I wouldn't necessarily say it's anywhere visible yet.
Yeah, I just keeping my eye up on the sky. Speaking of a Nigel, we also have British Airways on the stand over there at Terminal 1. Or Terminal 3, that is, actually, I think it is.
I did. Matty, I did. I'm not going to lie. I did laugh, I'll be honest.
Oh, I remember now them goggles, yeah.
I've, if you want, Andy, I have got a pair of sunglasses in my car if you want them.
No, it's not a problem at all.
You're all right.
Yeah.
RAF Valley now 33 knots. Roger Dodger is on the way.
Yeah.
Welcome in, folks. Thanks for tuning in to Airliners Live. Incredible viewer numbers today. Awesome.
It is crazy.
Thank you, guys. 3,500 live viewers.
Duncan saying I'm on an ATR tomorrow from the Isle of Man to Liverpool. Nice. I've been tempted to book one of them flights. I almost did fly on a Logan Air back when Virgin Orbit had their launch from Cornwall, Spaceport Cornwall, so also known as Newquay, and you can, or that particular airport known as Newquay. I had it in the checkout and I was going to do it, and the flight filled up, which put me off booking it, and it was just as well because I don't know, it was cool and all, but it was just too dark. And now Virgin Orbit have gone bust, haven't they? I think, or something like that.
Went into liquidation.
Yeah, and now the aircraft is, I think, been repurposed at another similar venture. Cosmic Girl.
Have you guys ever eaten at Hickory's? I've not, no.
I have.
What is it?
It's really good. Really good. It's like a steakhouse, but it's like a twist. It's like they, you'll do like fajitas with steak in them and stuff, like proper well done steak.
Oh, right.
Not well done as in.
Did he do takeaway?
I'm not sure. There's one not far from here, literally probably 5. I might be. Is it literally like 5-10 minutes from here? I feel like it's close.
Oh, Jen, I'm going to be late home tonight. Sorry. Something's come up.
Coming home with all these cookies as well. Co-op bag.
EasyJet lining up for departure.